Live from the WFAA studios in Dallas, Texas, it's Locked On NFL Draft 2022. In-depth analysis of the NFL Draft from the local experts at the Locked On Podcast Network. Presented by Bet Online. Now here's your host, Peter Bukowski.
Welcome inside the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, bringing you the local experts from around our network, from the college hosts who follow these prospects' career to the NFL hosts who can give you the fit and their future. I'm Peter Bukowski. Joining me is the hosts of the Locked On NFL Draft podcast, Eric Crocker and Ryan Tracy. We have Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback in the building, and over at our big screen, Kainani Stevens is going to be talking with our NFL hosts pick by pick. All right, guys, we have some late-breaking news here. Adam Schefter reporting that the Houston Texans are looking to go back into the top 10. They have the 13th pick. They have the 3rd pick. Ryan, who do you think a move like this could be for?
It has to be somebody that fits them. And because they have this duality of what they need, I think that really you have to take a look at who adds to their roster. There have been rumors about the cornerback, Sauce Gardner. There's been rumors about all kinds of things. So for me, it becomes about edge rusher. If you're going to trade up from positions of strength already, it has to be worth the value.
Isaiah, where do you think, from the Texans standpoint, they need everything, right? I mean, when you write needs for Houston, it's like, let's just, how much ink can we spill?
Yeah.
So how do you think the 3rd pick impacts how they go from a positional standpoint of who they might be moving up to get?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, I had some time in New England, and Nick Caserio was actually my general manager and my receivers coach at the time. And one of the ways in which they like to build his teams was all about in the trenches. You can't do anything in this league unless you really own the line of scrimmage. So offensive line, defensive line. So it'd be hard to imagine that he's going up there to try to grab somebody that's going to be, adding value on the outside. I think he really wants to shore things up on the interior of his line.
Croc, if you're the Texans, and let's say they take a cornerback. Derek Stingley from LSU is a name that's been hotly talked about at number 3, depending on how the top of the draft goes. Let's say they do that and they want to go in the trenches. What kind of name could we be looking at as they want to move into that 8, 9 spot?
I'd probably consider Jermaine Johnson in that range. I mean, obviously there's a chance that Kayvon Thibodeau kind of slides just a little bit. But if they truly want to build within the trenches, I think you do that at number 3 because you're going to have a pick that you really want. So if I am looking at it from the outside looking in and they want to kind of help themselves on the back end, why not maybe trade up for a guy like Kyle Hamilton? That's the guy that I've heard early on that they really like, and he can help their 2-high system. When they do single high stuff, a lot of range. So I think that's the guy I'd be considered. I mean, they maybe potentially trade up for, especially if they've been hearing that other teams are just as high on Hamilton as they are.
So that's the trade-up that we're hearing about right now. This could cause a cascading effect because the quarterbacks, it's just regardless of whether or not these guys are worth it, and we can have that discussion when we start to get to some of these guys, but there's going to be teams that go, we got to do this. We have to do this now. There's a sense of urgency. So how do you think a move like this, let's say they move up from 13, there could be teams now that going, we got to jump the Steelers at 20 for a quarterback. Who knows, some of these other guys that could be available here. So where do you think that this impacts the quarterback market if someone wants to move up for one?
The quarterback market in particular seems to start and end right there at 6. And is there that Carolina need that they feel they can get the fit for? So are you trying to get above that? That seems to be where it's coming from. But beyond that, you can take a step back. You could look at Seattle at 9. You could even take a bit deeper down and see if somebody can get into that 13 spot. Maybe it's about trading out of that 13 for the Texans to allow someone else to come up in order to get value for them as well.
Is there a quarterback that's worth coming up for in this class?
I don't think so. I mean, they started talking about this quarterback class like it's one of the worst since the E.J. Manuel and Geno Smith
2013.
class, 2013. And now all of a sudden they're kind of bumping guys up and talking about teams trading up into the top 10 to grab one of these guys. But I think when the dust settles, that's not what's going to happen. I think some of these guys are going to slide. And we're talking about the New Orleans Saints, Ross Jackson's team. I think they're probably the team that you should be looking for to take the first quarterback off the board.
And they just traded for an additional first-round pick from Philly, so they should have some ammunition to do it. Isaiah, is there a team that you're looking at going, if they can get a quarterback, if they can solidify that position, then all of a sudden that changes their prospects in a way that maybe it wouldn't for another team?
It's really difficult because I think, as we just mentioned, I think this year in particular, it's probably the most uncertainty, revolving around a position group. And as you look at the quarterback position, there's not many quarterbacks in this draft that you say, oh, that's our guy. He's going to go out, he's going to change our entire franchise. I know we talked off air briefly about how there might be some guys that are on existing rosters that might be getting moved around today as well that give those teams like Seattle the advantage that they feel that they need.
Who is the number one quarterback on your board?
It's difficult to say this, but it is still Kenny Pickett. It started there, it ended there. In terms of making the transition and getting on the field, it looks to be the easiest transition. It is not, in my opinion, something that you go and really prioritize the athleticism over the top. It's about getting yourself needed reps that are quality right now with a rookie.
How concerned does a team need to be about a quarterback's ability to play right away if they're going to trade up for him, do you think?
I think it's all about situation. You want to make sure that you put that quarterback in the most advantageous situation possible. Now, again, talk about this class. People aren't really high on it. If it's me, I'm going for a guy with the highest upside because if all these guys aren't viewed as like day one starters, guys that can come in right now and win you football games, then at least give me the guy that has the highest upside. I think that's Malik Willis with his ability to move around, make off-script plays, and if he does have to play right now, he's a guy who can do some things with his legs, and that can help him at least ease that transition into the NFL.
A name that I think is going to come up over the course of this weekend, maybe tomorrow, especially after that first round shakes out, is Jordan Love. This was something we were talking about earlier today about if you're a team and you're sitting there going, we don't really like any of these guys. Well, what about a first round talent who's actually had some reps in the NFL and you still have multiple years of team control? If you were going to put Jordan Love in this quarterback class, where do you think he would be?
I think he's got to be right up there near the top, if not in the top spot. We have to remember, too, that getting snaps in the NFL doesn't necessarily mean that you were the best prospect coming out as well. So there is that justification after the fact, but I think he'd be right up there with Pickett and probably ahead of Willis and Ritter as well.
Do you have a feeling on a team that might have some interest in Jordan Love?
Oh, that's the big question. I mean, with Jordan Love, and you talk about where he would fit in this class, if we're talking about his junior year, I mean, he was excellent. The last year that he played, I think that left a lot of questions as well, and that was something that made him slide down to the end of the first round. So I think if you were to insert that Jordan Love into this class, there would still be a lot of questions surrounding him. As far as a team that I feel like can fit, if you look at some of the things that these teams did, with the Pittsburgh Steelers going out and getting the Mitchell Trubisky, and it's kind of a guy you can just patch up and see, how far you can get with a guy like that. Maybe Carolina, but again, do they look at Jordan Love as a better prospect right now and player than what they've seen from Darnold, who they're still trying to build around and improve the team around him? I think there's still, again, just as many questions about Jordan Love as there will be any quarterback in this class and some of these teams that really need a quarterback.
How does Baker Mayfield impact all of this? Because that's a name he has been not just gotten reps in the NFL, which is very generous to Jordan Love, has been a starter, a preferred starter, a former number one overall pick. So if you're a team like Carolina, saying, well, we're not really sold on Jordan Love, we don't really love the quarterbacks in this class, maybe we're willing to go with Baker Mayfield. How do you think he impacts the way teams are going to draft?
I think it's very interesting that he hasn't been moved yet. I think the fact that it's all the way now we're at the draft date and he hasn't been moved, I think is very curious. And I think when you start looking into the Jordan Love situation and where he fits in, I think he fits more teams' kind of resumes. I think he, in terms of a plug and play guy, in terms of a guy that comes in with the mannerisms and characteristic that you would want as a leader of your organization, I think Jordan Love fits that mold more so than Baker Mayfield. I think when you look at Baker Mayfield, yes, he's had reps, yes, he has a lot of experience already, but you start looking at the problems that have revolved around him in terms of the locker room, in terms of his mannerisms, in terms of his energy. All those type of things matter when you start looking at a leadership position as a quarterback.
I'm going to bring up a topic that is not going to make our friend Eric Crocker super happy. There has been a lot of talk about big names that could be traded. We had Devontae Adams already moved. We had Tyreek Hill already moved. Deebo Samuel could be the next domino to fall at receiver. When we think about what makes the most sense, let's say it is irreconcilable, and this is just not going to work out, so you have to do whatever you have to do to figure it out. Is now the time to do it?
100%. I mean, the 49ers, if they do have to move on from Deebo Samuel, they're going to want at least some type of opportunity to better their team. Because once you lose Deebo Samuel, I mean, he was everything. He was your entire offense or your special teams kick returner. He was your quarterback in Week 18 throwing the touchdown against the Rams. Whatever you needed Deebo Samuel to do, he did it. And losing him, I mean, you have to figure out a way to somewhat replace that production. And that guy is not necessarily on the roster right now. Now, I'm not saying that a rookie will come in and do those things, but you just want to give yourself an opportunity to make your team better now, especially since free agency has passed.
Is there a player you think in this draft that let's say it's 10 for Deebo, which has been what's been sort of just floated out there. Is there someone that you think at 10 they could say, okay, this is a guy we can plug in? Maybe he's not going to be Deebo Samuel, but he can at least give us something in our passing game.
There's bits and pieces in a number of the receivers in this class, and it's going to be tempting to say Traylon Burks because of what we've seen him do. I don't think the explosiveness there. I don't think it's the same usage pattern. I would like to see Chris Olave do some of those things too. So I think depending on the flavor of what you want to do with it, how much running do you want to put on his back, how much contact does he have to survive, it would be that difference between Burks and Olave.
So you and I were having this conversation the other night at dinner. When the 49ers traded DeForest Buckner, they thought, okay, we're gonna take that pick and we're just gonna draft a guy and he's gonna be DeForest Buckner. That was misguided for a number of different reasons. Let's say the 49ers do this and trade the 10th pick for Deebo Samuel. If John Lynch called you and said, Croc, what do you think we should do here? Are you saying, hey, Drake London, Chris Olave, one of these guys, or are you feeling like it needs to be a different position, best player available kind of situation?
I think you go best player available. I don't think you try to replace Deebo Samuel with a guy and a prospect in this class. Matter of fact, I think the guy that you want to replace at least his importance to the team with is on the roster right now. They should have did in 2019 after trading DeForest Buckner with Eric Armstead, who could have moved inside and been a full-time 3 tech. Now you have the opportunity, hey, we got Brandon Ayuk. He has shown to be good. Put a little bit more on his plate. Tell him he's the guy. Put your arm around him and make sure that he continues to build that camaraderie with his young quarterback, Trey Lance, right now. So don't have somebody pick at 10 to come in and have to replace Deebo Samuel, put that pressure on him. I think this is a really good receiver class where the depth of it can push a guy down to pick 61 when you pick in the second round and address the receiver position then. But right now, I think you have a guy like Brandon Ayuk, put a little bit more on his plate.
Edge, you mentioned the pass rush, and the edge rushers are going to be a huge part of what we see in the top 10. Aiden Hutchinson, Trayvon Walker, Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, this is going to be the story at the top of the draft. How many do you think we could see go in the top 10?
It could be up to 4. It could be as few as 2. The drop is what's going to be the question mark. If you just go by straight grade, I would think Jermaine Johnson is outside of that top 10. There's talk that Thibodeau could fall outside of that as well. It all depends on how they feel that they can then bring him into the fold and get him involved in their team, and a little bit less of the media aspects outside of the game itself. It could be as little as 2 if it is. I tend to think that Hutchinson still is at the top of the boards. If that's the conservative view of being cautious, then that's probably the way it works. But edge rushers don't grow on trees, and I think in the end, you probably see 4 of them.
All right, let's bring in our first Locked On Podcast Network host. Kanani Stevens is going to take us away.
Thank you, Peter. Now, of course, we're going to check in. We have been talking about those defensive ends, those edge rushers. We're going to check in with Locked On Big Ten, our host, Nathan Dickinson. Thank you for joining us, Nate. Now, you're going to tell us a little bit about Aiden Hutchinson. Obviously, he's someone that's kind of risen as of lately. So what about him should we need to know if their team drafts them?
Well, first off, he's a physical freak. There's a reason why he was, for a lot of this pre-draft process, considered the top prospect and projected number 1 overall pick here. 6'7", he's quick off that edge. He does a lot of things really, really well. And I mean, quite frankly, he checks all the boxes. You guys will talk about all that stuff as far as what he did on the football field, the numbers that he puts up at the combine, all that kind of stuff. I feel like what really separates him, and if you're asking like a Michigan fan or someone who watches him, what it is about him that puts him apart from like all these other edge rushers, there's plenty of guys who have skills. There's plenty of guys who have the kind of football ability to be there right away and make an impact. Everyone at Michigan talks about the kind of person that Aiden Hutchinson is, just as much about how good he is as a football player. He's that guy. When you talk about good football teams, there's always that one leader of that defense that kind of puts it all around them and does it together. If you ask anyone, what was the reason that Michigan beat Ohio State, made the college football playoff, Why was that defense good when it was good? The answer always is Aiden Hutchinson. You don't see that a lot out of a guy who's, quite frankly, not a quarterback on a team. And when you do have that defensive leader out there, it's really, really something that can instantly put your defense at that next level if he can kind of envelop his culture into your team's culture. It's, again, something we can talk about and will talk about the rest of the night, just how good he and the rest of these edge rushers are. But when you're talking about what separates him from everybody else, that's the stuff I hear more than anything else. Just his ability to be that leader on the defense that can be a culture change, not just a guy who fills a hole in the X's and O's.
And when you talk about a player that's that well-rounded, that's already kind of has that leadership role, can make the transition to the next level fairly easily, do you feel like he should be the number one pick at his position off the board?
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's a really, really, really talented class of edge rushers. I mean, if we're looking just in the Big Ten, there could be 4 edge rushers out of the conference alone that go here in this first round here tonight. We're talking about potentially top 3 picks going there. It's a really, really hard thing to kind of measure. Again, like I said, he checks all the boxes. He's huge. He's 6'7". He has that kind of thing that he's going to be ready right away. And I think the thing that might pull him back here and drop him down to maybe Detroit at 2 or maybe even 1 pick lower is the fact that the perception around him is that the ceiling may not be as high. It's been high floor, low ceiling, maybe compared to everybody else for these guys. But I mean, this is somebody who is projected to be able to be an impactful defender on your team right away. And at some point, he could be a Pro Bowler easy quickly with how physically ready he is and what he has out there just on the football field, checking all the boxes. Again, he does it all, Kainani. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find weaknesses here from him, but as far as what he's able to do, maybe get a little bit better on the run side of things, but it's really hard.
It's minimal. Although a lot of talent there, of course. We'll have to see where he actually gets picked. Nate, we'll check in with you in a little bit. Thank you very much. And of course, tons of edge rushers out there, Peter. We're going to continue that conversation because, I mean, there's just a lot of them.
There are a lot of edge rushers in this class, and we went into this process maybe 6-8 months ago thinking Kayvon Thibodeau might be the top of this edge class, and he hasn't for reasons that are both injury-related and attitude-related. Isaiah, I want to ask you about this criticism of the idea that he has interests outside of football, that he went to Oregon instead of Alabama because they're about more than just football. What do you think of these kinds of conversations that we're having about these guys?
How dare you think about more than just football? It's something that, from the outside looking in, people want you to be all in, right? You're about to be paid millions of dollars to do a job, to the best of your ability and be one of the best in the entire world. I get it. Most people don't want you thinking about anything else aside from that. At the end of the day, you're an edge rusher. You're not a quarterback. Right, you're out there to do a job. You're working in unison with 1 or 2 other guys on the defensive line. But for the most part, see ball, get ball, go get this dude. Right. If there was a quarterback, I would be more into that conversation in terms of, hey, we make sure that your focus is on this because there's so much that you're responsible for. You're responsible for being the face of the organization. You're responsible for being responsible for what's going on in the locker room. You're responsible for being a communicator. Everything is on your plate. But at the defensive end position, let the man live. Let the man go out there. He's a man, okay, and let him have other interests. And I don't think that there's any question in terms of his abilities to produce on the field. That's all people should be concerned about.
Eric, what did you think about him as a prospect? Just what you saw on tape.
High upside. High motor, high ability, and at the end of the day, one of the most impactful positions on an entire football field is the edge rusher because he has the ability to impact the play on any given down, right? To move the quarterback off of a spot, even if he's not getting a sack. If he can move that quarterback or maybe make a quarterback throw before he really wants to, that helps your entire defense. It helps his secondary. It helps everyone on the back end. So he's the type of guy that can definitely do that on any given play, and I think that's huge.
Ryan, the bet online over-under for Kayvon Thibodeau is 4.5. So is he going to be a top 5 pick, do you think?
I think he actually goes for a tumble. I think it's the over.
Where do you see him going then?
I think it's probably more like 7. It could be ending up outside of the top 10, but I doubt it. I just don't think that it's that top 3 like we've been seeing quite most of the season as we've gone through mock after mock.
Yeah.
I just think it's a little bit different for the teams than it is for us.
We could be looking at New York Giants at 7, Atlanta Falcons at 8. Hard to see him getting past a team like Seattle at 9 that also has that need for an edge rusher. For more insight on the potential number 1 overall pick and number 1 edge in the draft, we go back to Kanani.
Thank you, Peter. We're going to have to check in with Locked On Bulldogs, of course, Clint Shamblin. We would be remiss if we did not talk about Trayvon Walker, of course. So, Clint, tell us a little bit about him. Obviously, those that might not be familiar, what does he bring to a team in the NFL?
He brings absolute lockdown edge defense and a tenacious motor. This guy is off the charts with physical freakness. Talking about a guy that is tall, 6'5", 6'4", anywhere between there, depending on what measurables, 270, 275. This guy is faster than fast, bigger than big. The first time I saw him was on kickoff coverage at Georgia. And this man is just insane. So he's going to be on the edge. He can slide inside and be a 3 or a 4 tech, but also on that edge, set against the run, and talk about breaking the combine. Him and Jordan Davis, I think they're going to have to reinvent rules next year in the combine for these guys because they just broke every single metric possible for what you're looking for. High ceiling from Trayvon Walker.
Clint, he's physically there, obviously going to make an impact as soon as he's drafted. What makes him, in a class where there is a ton of talent physically, what makes him go above and beyond?
If you watch film on this guy, Georgia was loaded on defense, one of the best defenses in the history of college football. And so there were studs everywhere, right? So Trayvon didn't get the accolades, didn't get the production because of a couple things. One, the rotation at Georgia. They rotate these guys out like it's a hockey line. Yep. 2, studs everywhere across the board. And when he did play, you saw him against Michigan and Alabama, the highest of high, with NFL talent all over the place, setting against a pulling guard against Michigan, tracking down a wide receiver in the open field against Alabama in the national championship game. What he brings, you look at the numbers and you say, oh, only a certain number of stats as tackles for loss and sacks. Man, that's not great. We want to see more. But I'm here to tell you that's true of everyone on Georgia's defense, just because there were so many guys and because they rotate them out so frequently. Given the chance to be an every down player, he's going to produce insane numbers.
Pretty hard to miss if you pick a Georgia defensive player. I mean, they're just so dominant, and especially what they've been able to do the last couple of years. Clint, is there a team? I mean, we have him pretty high on our board, I think at 2 right now. So is there a team where you see him maybe fitting in best, or do you think he'd be able to excel wherever he lands?
I think he's going to excel wherever he goes, but a team must utilize him with versatility. They must be able to understand that if you want him on the inside, breaking down a pocket, a la Aaron Donald, he can do that for you. He has the size to go inside, and he has the speed to go outside. So I wouldn't be looking, if you're looking for just like a Clay Matthews, hey, we're going to set him way on the edge and he's going to come screaming off. He can do that, but don't pigeonhole him. So a team must be able to utilize his versatility and his flat out athleticism by getting creative with him. And if a team's not going to do that, I'd pass on him. If you're going to pigeonhole him, make him a run stuffing guy inside or only a sack artist, you're going to be, it's throwing money at something. He can do it all in a team that has a creative defensive mind and can develop a scheme that fits him. I'm thinking more Khalil Mack than anything else. That's the team that needs this guy.
Some pretty good comps. Clint, thank you for joining us from Locked On Bulldogs. Peter, Ryan, you guys are over at the big board. Why don't you fill us in on what you got?
All right, we've got the Locked On NFL Draft big board for our 2022 special here. Ryan, take us through the cornerback position, because this is another spot where in the top 10, the top 15, we could see a run on these guys. So who do you have at the top of the board, and where do you think they're going to come off here?
As we break it down, we've seen the edges and the tackles be highly rated. They are there. Sauce comes in just a little bit above Stingley. He's had a run here at the end of the pre-draft process. So this is actually closer than we had it a few weeks ago. As it goes forward, it is about fit, it's about style and faith in what you saw early with Derek Stingley versus what you saw last season with Sauce Gardner. This could easily flip. It could also be that someone else gets pulled up. Could it be McDuffie? I think it's a possibility. If somebody falls in love and they want to play off and they want to play a lot more coverage zone. I like these two where they are, though. I do think that they both go very, very close, if not in the top 10.
We should ask the former professional cornerback what he thinks about some of these guys. Who is just your favorite corner in this draft?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my favorite corner is Sauce Gardner. You've seen a lot of the consistency with him. You see a lot of the ability. I think the scheme versatility is definitely there. You're talking about a height, weight, speed guy that actually produced at a very high level. It's him, and he's done it consistently. Now, if we're just going off of pure the highest that we've seen at any level, I mean, that's got to be Derek Stingley Jr. with what he did as a true freshman at LSU. But again, how much can you bank on him doing that again? He's had to deal with several injuries throughout the last 2 years, a little up and down play as well. And we know there's a lot of things going on right now with LSU and that organization. But right now, again, if we're talking about what I'm a little bit more sure on, I'd say what I've seen from Sauce Gardner over his entire career at Cincinnati.
Isaiah, from a receiver perspective, when you're looking at the matchup with a corner, what are the kinds of corners that you're going, man, this is going to be a long day? What are the traits that they have?
Physical. I mean, this league has really turned into a zone scheme type of defense now, because the reason being there's so many weapons. As you look at what happened this offseason, teams have completely loaded up at the receiver position. Weapons on weapons on weapons. So there's no way that you can single-handedly stick these guys. You know, there's no more Revis Islands in this league. You know, it doesn't matter how good cornerbacks are, they're not that anymore. And these guys are a lot faster, a lot quicker now. You can't jam them up at the line of scrimmage because they're too shifty. You can't run with them because there's these guys named Tyreek Hills and guys like that who are just insanely fast. So what do you have to do? You have to play a zone scheme. So when you have a zone scheme, you have to be smart. You have to be physical at the line of scrimmage so that you get your hands and just be a disruptor and then fall back into your zone. At that point in time, you need to have awareness, and you got to be able to come up and tackle when you're playing in terms of the run game. So my former, University of Washington, I'm going with my guy McDuffie up there. I need him to come up and ball out just simply because of the fact he's that guy. He can sit back in coverage. He understands, where he plays in those particular schemes, and he's not afraid to come up and make a hit on a guy.
Before these 3 days are out, we're going to get corner versus receiver at some point on camera. We've got so much more here to come on our Locked On NFL Draft 2022. Coming up, how confident are we that we know who is going to be the #1 overall pick? All that and a lot more when we come back. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Welcome inside our Dallas studios for the Locked On NFL Draft 2022 show. The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is presented by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. A lot to get to here before the draft kicks off in earnest. We spent months trying to figure out who the number one overall pick would be. We still maybe don't know who the number one overall pick is going to be. For a while, we thought it was going to be Aiden Hutchinson, the pass rusher from Michigan. Now it looks like it's going to be Georgia's pass rusher, well, maybe pass rusher. We'll see, Trayvon Walker. Why do you think we fell off Aiden Hutchinson?
I think the arm length is probably the biggest concern. Clearly his testing came out just fine. Love the way that he corners. He's one of the elite in this group there. The question to me, I still think it's tackle, to tell you the truth. I think Ike Ekwonu is probably the best fit for what they need to get done in Jacksonville. So if it does end up being that Trayvon Walker goes, it's because of the upside. It's because of the athleticism that's there, and both those guys take a back seat to it.
Isaiah, I saw you nodding your head as you were talking about the offensive tackle. What do you like about that for Jacksonville?
Who did you draft last year?
Trevor Lawrence.
So who's the most important player on your team?
Trevor Lawrence.
So who do you need to protect most?
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence. So you go out there and you find the best tackle that you possibly can to protect him, because that is your numero uno. If you don't do everything that you can to ensure that he stands upright, then you're not doing him justice.
If you were doing the drafting for Jacksonville, who would you be taking?
I'm taking the offensive lineman as well, whether it's Ekwonu or Evan Neal or Cross. I want to make sure that I protect my guy that I invested all this money in and make it to where he doesn't have to run for his life. Now, if you listen to a lot of people, especially close to the Jacksonville Jaguars, they'll tell you, well, he wasn't sacked very many times. It's like, yeah, that's fine, but I watched him run for his life for a majority of games, okay? You don't want your quarterback to have to play with that sped up clock. And I know you can attest to that. When things are breaking down, your first instinct is kind of drop your eyes and start to move around, and you can create a lot of bad habits. Saw that a lot with Sam Darnold, and he still hasn't been able to recover. He's still seeing ghosts to this day. So you want to get that offensive lineman in there that's going to protect him for the entirety of their careers together. And as it pertains to Aiden Hutchinson, again, he's another guy who, we're talking about the short arms, and for a guy like Trent Baalke, who I saw draft several guys with the 49ers, none of them had short arms. From Aldon Smith, whose arms probably hung down to his ankles, to guys like DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead. And those are two large human beings. All right. So when you go in there with a guy like Hutchinson with shorter arms, that's not really his thing.
You know who might know who the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to take? Tony Wiggins, host of Locked On Jaguars, and Kainani has him.
Tony's going to join us because obviously he knows better than any of us he knows, because the Jaguars don't always do what we think they're going to do, right? So we think he might go offensive tackle, but what do you think they're going to do, Tony?
That's a hard question, and the reason why it's so difficult to answer that question is because it's a new staff, and you don't have the tendencies of a staff to lean on. And because we're trying to attach everything to Doug Peterson's reign in Philadelphia, and we're trying to figure out are they going to run the Tampa Bay defense? It's very, very difficult for you to try to put all of that stuff together, because just because guys come from certain systems don't mean that they're going to do everything like they used to do. So I tell you what they're going to do. They're going to draft an offensive tackle or an edge rusher. How about that?
There you go. That's pretty good options. You're at the facility right now, so there is a lot of edge talent. So you could see them going that route. Who do you think they'd pick? Who is their guy if they were going to go that way?
I agree with Crop. I think that they're going to go for athletic traits. They did it last year with Trent Baalke as the as the GM. He picked Tyson Campbell, and Tyson Campbell had struggled in college with coverage, also from the University of Georgia. Halfway through the year, Tyson Campbell looked like maybe the best rookie corner in the league because he adjusted, and that's because he's big, tall, and long. I think they're going to go Trayvon Walker. And one of the things, I found this out just this afternoon, so we're going to break it here on Lock on NFL. I got a little bird that told me, and he's very reliable, that Arden Key, who they signed in free agency, now you think we're running a 3-4. Arden Key's an edge rusher. Arden Key has not been in the linebacker room since this started. Arden Key has been lining up with the defensive lineman. So I think they're making a position for guys that have certain skill sets. And Arden Key is 6'6", And Trayvon is 6'5", and they both got long arms. I think they're going multiple, even and odd fronts. They're just going to put a whole bunch of Godzillas on the field and try to get after the quarterback.
If you were going to pinpoint one name, do you think it would be Trayvon, or do you think they'll go tackle and pick someone else?
I think it's Trayvon because of the traits. I think if they go tackle, it'll probably be Icky because he just seems to fit the mold of those guys that you've often seen in those West Coast offenses in Kansas City as well as Philadelphia.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Jags are in a similar spot. They're always seem to be at the top of the draft, unfortunately for them, but we'll see what they do with this pick. Thank you for joining us. Peter, back to you.
So we have this question, pass rusher, offensive tackle. When you have a franchise quarterback, you want to protect that guy. And we talk about traits. Trent Baalke is obsessed with traits. Well, number one guy on the board is a big, long monster, talking about Godzillas. Why not Ike Ekwonu?
I don't have an argument for it.
Okay.
I got to tell you, I think it should be him flat out. It doesn't come into play because arm length is great. Trayvon is an extreme athlete, and I do like his fit. I do think he has a future, especially the versatility to be inside, outside. You got to love that, especially if you are a team, like Tone said, that has to go and become multiple. Hybrid is a bad name. Multiple is a good name. At the end of the day, that doesn't help you solidify what you have made in the investment in Trevor Lawrence, and that has to be priority number one, whether you're going to be here, the GM, for this season or the next 10. That is the priority.
For Jacksonville, they've been doing this too many times now. We've seen them pick at the top of the draft and fail over and over and over and over. If you're going to pinpoint a reason for that, why?
I would say not having that quarterback and being solidified there. Once you have a quarterback, you can miss on as many draft picks as you want because that quarterback will make up the difference for that. I mean, look at what the New England Patriots done. They have been notorious for not being very good drafters. But it doesn't matter because for 20 years, they had the greatest quarterback to ever play the football game. So I think if Trevor Lawrence ends up being who they believe that he can become, who they said that's the generational quarterback, the best prospect since Andrew Luck, then yeah, like your organization is going to be a lot better down the line. But right now, they're clearly not there, and they had a mess of a situation last season.
Speaking of teams that have been doing this a lot lately, it's going to hurt Isaiah's heart a little bit. The New York Giants have been doing this a lot lately, and they have not come out with players, at least early on. Andrew Thomas eventually picked it up last year after a tough rookie season. They have 2 picks in the top 10 now, 5 and 7. As you look at this Giants team, they spent a lot of money on this roster. They're not picking up, we just found out, Daniel Jones' 5th-year option. So where do you see as the top priorities in terms of needs and holes on this team?
I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but the Giants haven't had a solid offensive line since seemingly the time that I was there, which was back in the old school days where TV was black and white in 2011-12 season. But I think they need to really focus on that up front. And regardless if they obviously proceed with Daniel Jones beyond this next year or whether or not they go out there and take a shot at one of these quarterbacks, they still have to find a way to be solid in the trenches. And you're playing in the NFC East like this is a physical division. These guys don't play around. If nothing else, you know that it's going to get down and dirty at the line of scrimmage. And if you don't have anybody in there that can really hold their own, you're going to struggle. I don't care how many assets that you have at the receiver position. I don't care if you have Saquon Barkley in the backfield. It doesn't matter because you can't get their motor started if you don't give them an opportunity. So I can't see them looking past that. But obviously with the new coaching regime in there, you don't know what they're looking at. You don't know what positions they really value.
Just hold up that Super Bowl ring really quick, just so everyone knows. New York Giants, we understand what's going on here with Isaiah. And someone else who knows the Giants pretty well is in that building all the time. We have Patricia Traina from Locked On Giants, and more specifically, Kai Stevens has Patricia Traina.
Yes, we got to check in with Patricia, of course, because some of the bigger news came out before the draft has even begun, of course, right? We got to talk Daniel Jones because they did not pick up his option. What does that mean for this team? Could we see a possible surprise with the QB pick, maybe?
I don't think so. I think what this pretty much means is that the Giants are in a wait-and-see mode with Daniel Jones. You know, it doesn't surprise me that they didn't pick it up. I thought that might be the case. You know, who wants to commit over $20 million to a quarterback that you don't even know if he's going to be able to run this system, that he's going to be the answer? It just didn't make sense for the Giants, so they declined his option, and we're going to go into a wait-and-see mode. And if he plays well, they'll probably franchise him. And if he doesn't, then it's onward and upward to the next one.
Gives them some options for sure. They have those 2 picks very high this year with the new staff in there. Where do you think they'll go with that? Obviously, offensive line is something they should address, but will they use both those picks for that or kind of mix it up?
I think they're definitely going to go offensive line. They have to get a tackle in this draft. If they don't, then I think you're going to see a lot of unhappy Giant fans. Now, the second pick, I've heard that they want to get out of that 7th spot overall, maybe trade down, get some additional picks. But if they stay put, I fully expect them to take a defensive back, possibly a cornerback. If Sauce Gardner is there, I think he could be the pick. And if Sauce goes, maybe they look at Derek Stingley Jr., who I know they've also had interest in.
Good place to be. Patricia, you're at the facility. We'll let you get back inside, and we'll check in with you a little bit later on as well. Thank you for joining us. Peter, I'll toss it back to you guys on the couches.
Another team with 2 picks in the first round, the New Orleans Saints. And we have someone who knows the New Orleans Saints as well as anyone, Ross Jackson, the host of Locked On Saints. I wish we had the Stone Cold Steve Austin glass break that we could.
I'm coming through. That's Ross Jackson. What's up, guys?
By God, it's Ross Jackson.
What's up? Hey.
Good to see you, man. Ross, what's up, dude? What's up? We have a very interesting situation in New Orleans yet again. This is not new territory for New Orleans. Everyone has an idea of what they think the Saints made this trade move for. You tell me, why did they do this?
I think that the reason that the New Orleans Saints made this move to go from having pick 18, advancing one of their first-round selections from next year into this year, so now they sit at 16 and 19. I think the reason why they did this is because of the fact that they want to be able to add weapons around this offense. You look at the free agency moves that they made. The only real offensive free agency move that they made was adding Andy Dalton, and he's not going to win you games, right? Who's going to win you games? Jameis Winston right now is the guy that's going to be the quarterback going into this season. That's the guy that needs to be able to win you games. So they're going to look to add weapons, I believe, at 16 and 19, or at least with their 2 selections in the first round. I gave you guys a lot of grief because you kept giving them quarterbacks over and over and over again in the mock drafts. I don't think they're going that route.
Andy Dalton does have a tremendous hair-beard combination, though, and as someone who takes a lot of pride in the hair and the beard.
Better than mine.
I do respect that. Croc, as you look at this Saints team, Michael Thomas, uncertain future, Jameis Winston, we know he likes to sling it down the field. Let's say they moved up and now they're in a position to get a playmaker. Who fits what they need as a pass catcher the best?
Well, there are a couple guys, and I think right off the bat, my wide receiver 1 in this class, Mr. Williams, all right? Jameson Williams, explosive receiver out of Alabama. You see a lot of the ability he has to start and stop and his ability to win over the top, whether it's versus press, whether it's versus off coverage, whether it's versus 2 high, single high, it does not matter. He's a blazer, and he has just enough twitch to be able to sell the vertical routes and sit his routes down underneath and win that way as well. Now, the main concern is this is a guy coming off of an ACL injury. But we saw the video kind of surface recently from his agency where it's showing he is definitely on the right track. So, if I'm a team and I'm drafting a receiver and I want the best, most explosive receiver in this class, it's Jameson Williams. And he's the guy. This is not a for the first half of the season type pick. This is for the next 5 to 10 years. Who's going to be that guy? I think it's Jameson Williams.
Now, wait, we've had this discussion before. Where are they picking?
Right now, they're sitting at 16 and 19.
That is outside Jameson Williams' territory. I'm just telling you now, okay? That's not happening. So whether they move around or whether they need to, I think there's got to be another fit. I like a couple of the guys in that offense. So I think at that point, if you're not willing to go up and get the guy that you want, you're going to have an option to at least, like you said, add a weapon that can help you and help James.
Yeah. What are the chances that you see of them say, let's take 16, let's take 19, and let's move up into the top 10 to get this guy, to get Charles Cross, who we have not talked about at offensive tackle, Evan Neal, who could be slipping down. There's some questions about his medicals right now with the knee injury. This is a loaded tackle class. Mm-hmm. Could they go up for one of those blue chip guys?
So offensive tackle is definitely a place that the New Orleans Saints could look to address. They lost Teron Armstead. He signed a contract with the Miami Dolphins. He was a 3-time All-Pro.
He's okay.
He was their star. He was their guy, right? He was the stalwart on the offensive line. So offensive tackle is definitely a place that they could look to address. I don't know about packaging 16 and 19, however. The only reason why I say that is because the trade, what they gave up to add that extra first-round pick, included their future first-round selection for next year. The Saints at 18 could have traded their 18 and next year to move up into the top 10 this season, more than likely. They would have had at least enough starting fodder to get the conversation underway. So I don't know that they would necessarily package those two selections, but taking 16 and, let's say, doing what I did on Locked On Saints today in one of my 2 episodes, when I was going with what I think the Saints will do, was packaging 16 and one of those second or third round selections to be able to move up to the top, just outside the top 10, maybe with the Jets at 10, a team that they've traded with quite a bit. The Vikings at 12, who's like one of their favorite trade partners. They traded their entire day 3 to the Vikings a couple years ago for a tight end. So if they're going to look for the tackle, that's definitely a place that they could look. So I could see them making a leap forward to go and grab that tackle. But my preference for them would be making a selection at 16 based on best player available in a position of need, and then maybe looking at trading back from 19.
Isaiah, when you look at where the Saints are in their development, this was a couple years ago, they're in the NFC Championship game. They're perennial contenders with Drew Brees. Yeah. But Drew Brees is in a studio somewhere. He's doing what we're doing now. And Sean Payton is going to be in a studio soon, probably right this minute on a golf course somewhere in Hawaii, enjoying his life. How much do you think they need? I mean, are they 2 great first-round draft picks away from being back in that spot?
No, not at all. I don't think they're anywhere near where they were. Obviously, when you have Drew Brees, I'm sorry, I'm black and white. I don't think there's anybody that's going to argue that point. They don't have a leader right now on that side of on that team and that organization. Obviously, you know, we saw the coaching carousel and kind of how that fell into place, and they went with somebody who already has the heart of the team, right? They kept their D coordinator, brought him in as a head coach, and now you're looking at the quarterback position and say, okay, all right, James, hey, make this thing happen for us. Hey, Taysom Hill, we just killed our salary cap to make sure that you stay on the roster, and Coach Payton chucked the deuces, right? Now you're playing tight end, by the way. So now you're not even in the conversation for quarterback. Michael Thomas, he didn't even want to show up and play last year. So now you have an identity problem with this organization, and they have to get back to the roots to find out exactly who they are. And then once they have that in place, then you can start seeing exactly what direction this team's going to go. But it's going to be hard to see what they do today because it's like they have too many needs.
Now, you going to argue that point, Ross?
Far be it from me to argue with a Super Bowl champion, but hold on for 1 second while I argue with the Super Bowl champion. Because my thing about like the idea of the culture and the heart of the team, I think just because the heart of the team isn't on offense doesn't mean that the heart of the team isn't present. You got guys like DeMario Davis and Cam Jordan, as well as, you look back now to, I know they just lost Malcolm Jenkins, but in that secondary, the way that Marshawn Lattimore has grown as well, become a vocal leader, CJ Gardner-Johnson, who might be, kind of noted as a nuisance, but he's one of the better leaders that this team has. And so I think that between that and I don't think that Jameis Winston gets the credit that he deserves as a leader as well, particularly with bringing people together and being able to continue to build culture. Maybe you disagree, I don't know. But what we have seen in New Orleans
Croc's trying to eat a dub over
I was about to say, that's all I can think about.
But I'm just saying,
the Dr. Seuss motivational speeches. I'm not going for it.
What he has done so far in terms of the way that he brings together the locker room, the way that those guys respond to him in camp, the way that those guys respond to him in practice is very different than maybe some of the things that hit social media. Yeah. That's my big piece around all of it. So I think that if they are able to adequately build around this offense and find one key piece on defense in the secondary, which would be on the back end at safety, I think that they might not be 2 pieces away, but they are close enough to be able to maybe enter that late stage of free agency with some of these marquee names that are still out there available and be able to close the door on being competitive in a very weak conference in the NFC.
So you want Notre Dame? That's what you're hoping for?
I'm all right with Notre Dame.
We talked about the Jacksonville Jaguars and how they consistently pick in the top 10. And I said the issues stem at the quarterback position. And right now, I think New Orleans Saints, they're kind of in that area where they're trying to find their way after Drew Brees retired, and which direction do they go in? A guy that's coming off of a torn ACL, has the weird Dr. Seuss motivational speeches pre-game, is that the guy that's going to be leading this team to the promised land? He shows some potential, and when they did the bare minimum with him last year, having him throw 10 times in the game, but 5 of them be touchdowns, if he can continue to do that, he'll be all right. But the more they ask of him, the more he throws that ball, we've seen that can also result in 30 interceptions in the season.
At least maybe they got crab legs in the locker room for Jameis. Ross, who is the pick that would most enrage Saints fans?
One of the quarterbacks. Any of the quarterbacks. Kenny Pickett. If Malik Willis falls, maybe that's a space to where the Saints fans will look at it and the Who Dat Nation will kind of say, you know what, at least it was Malik Willis, and then be excited about sort of the dynamic athleticism that he brings. But Kenny Pickett, any of these other quarterbacks, even a guy like Desmond Ridder, who I think would be a fantastic fit with New Orleans, by the way, I think that selection would be the one that would enrage Saints fans the most. Beyond that, interior defensive line, just because we've seen the New Orleans Saints pass on wide receiver and go to the trenches, which they've always put a large emphasis on, that would be something else that would kind of get the, let's just say, the Twitter mentions rolling.
What do you think Dennis Allen, as now, he's now the captain of the ship, does that impact the way that you see them drafting? Because when it was Sean Payton, it was like, well, they didn't draft any offensive players, but we trust Sean Payton to do what Sean Payton does and get the most out of whoever he gets. And if they draft a tight end from BYU, you trust that he's going to mess around with him a little bit. How do you think it changes with Dennis Allen?
I think if I'm Dennis Allen, I don't want to attach my future to this quarterback class. Because if you're a first-year head coach coming into the NFL, or first-year head coach with a new team, right? He had the 8-28, 2.5 seasons with the then Oakland Raiders. But at this point, he's the fresh face, the new head coach, a rookie head coach for the New Orleans Saints. And so if he drafts a rookie quarterback, he's attaching his future to the success of that quarterback, as opposed to writing things out with the quarterback that he inherited, which might work in his sort of give him a little bit more leeway, work in his favor a little bit better.
Ross, this was awesome. Thank you so much.
Such a
I wish we had the glass break sting to send you out, but
I'll go back upstairs and work on it.
all right, please. That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
So the quarterback position is going to be something we're going to continue to talk about a lot tonight. Ross brought up Desmond Ridder. That's not a name that we have really mentioned many times, but that is a guy that is going to be number one, QB1 on a lot of boards over the course of around the NFL. Is there a quarterback that you see could be a little bit of a sleeper at that spot, who's not Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett, but further down the line could develop into something in the NFL?
It's funny because in today's final mock on Locked On NFL Draft, I gave the Saints Ridder because of that fit. I agree with Ross. When you're talking about being able to morph, I was kind of mad about stealing my thunder. But because of the fit, because what you can morph him into. I think also there's an outside chance that late in this first round we could see Matt Corral go. It just depends on whether you think the personality and the aggression is manageable, and he doesn't put you in a position where you could lose your rookie quarterback because he doesn't understand about protecting himself and controlling himself on the field. So I think there's still options there. I mean, we've seen quarterbacks go unexpectedly, right, and undeservedly in a lot of ways. So could we see 4 of them tonight? It's definitely possible.
Go ahead.
Well, Ross made a point about, the head coach attaching his name to this quarterback. But I think when you're picking in that range of 16 and 18 overall in that first round, you can move off of a guy. We've seen that, right? I mean, the late Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace, when he was drafted by Washington and they let him go, and he was drafted in the middle of the first round, nobody blinked an eye about him leaving. So you can move off of a guy that you draft mid-round a lot easier than a guy that's drafted, let's say, top 5 in the class, right? Now, that guy's going to get a lot of opportunity, and that head coach is definitely going to be tied to him. But pick 16, pick 18, if it doesn't work out and you don't see it, do away with him.
From a player standpoint, we talk about culture, and the coach and the quarterback is usually where it starts. You were in organizations where that was very much the case. Yeah. Explain for those of us who have not been in NFL locker rooms what it means to set the tone culturally as the quarterback head coach.
It's everything. It's completely everything. I mentioned, obviously being here in Dallas, when they brought on Dan Quinn, when the talk started coming up about the potential defensive coordinator, and Dan Quinn's name got thrown in there, I said, that's your man. That's your man. Reason when everybody's like, why do you think Dan Quinn's a man? He's, he failed in Atlanta. And I said, he's a culture changer. And nobody really understood that. When you have somebody who comes in and literally says, "Hey, we're gonna be a tough-nosed team, or we're gonna be a high-intensity team, or we're gonna be a fast team," like there's an identity factor that comes with these organizations, and they come not only because the ownership. It's not ownership that brings that down. It's not Robert Kraft that makes the culture in New England. It's the Bill Belichick's. It was the Tom Brady's. It's these names that really you build your team around. So when you start talking about re-identifying yourself as the New Orleans Saints, they need to figure that out. What is Dennis Allen going to do, right? He's been there already. So how much of an effect did he have on the previous culture? And what is he going to do to change up what the perception is now? Because we know that a lot of the identity in New Orleans has been tied to what happened in terms of the Hurricanes years back, and Drew Brees' connection to that and what he's did for the community and all that. But now that's all gone. Sean Payton's gone. Drew Brees is gone. Now who are you guys? And what are you guys going to do? So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how he decides to approach that and what type of players he decides to bring into this locker room. Because, you guys mentioned, on at least Ross mentioned, on defense, they have the Cam Jordans, but they lost to Malcolm Jenkins, who's like your resounding leader in not only your locker room, but in the league as a representative, as NFLPA and all these other things, and how he carries himself. So I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued with this 16 and 19 pick. I want to see exactly what type of attitude they decide to go with in terms of personnel.
when we look at the board here with 16 and 19, there's an interesting group of names. We start to see, okay, there's some quarterbacks that starts to get into that mix a little bit, right? In that middle, that's also where we could see that receiver run.
Right.
So where do you think we start to get that logjam of, okay, edge, tackle, and now it's other positions? Where does that start to come into play, do you think?
I think when you get outside the top 10, maybe the top 12, that's where it starts to loosen up a little bit, where you're talking about teams that have major components in place, the quarterbacks, the edge rushers that you don't need to replace, where you need to augment them. That's where it comes in, maybe in the early teens, maybe as low as where Ross starts to pick. I think that's the sweet spot for getting a specialist that isn't somebody that has to drive the whole culture and the whole offense or defense.
Where do you see the value in this draft, just overall big picture?
I mean, overall big picture, it has to be on the defensive line. You look at the class last season, right? That was one of the weaker defensive line classes. And when you are drafting high, especially now, you have multiple first-round picks. This is the class that you want because you have a guy that can impact the quarterback position and get after him. So I think it has to be the defensive line, whether it's guys like Thibodeau, Hutchinson, Walker, Jermaine Johnson. There's guys even further down the line when you look at George Karlaftis. We talked about Cameron Thomas.
Right.
Guys like Boye Mafe. All right, this is Ebiketie. This is a very rich edge class. So I think that's where a lot of the value is.
And how do you think when you think about a team that is more set, just quickly here, what are there positions where you feel like you're naturally just going to lead?
I mean, yeah, obviously, besides from quarterback, I mean, you start looking at the interior defensive line positions. I think those guys really kind of have you start thinking about the Big Davises and how he can come in and automatically have an impact on the team. Everybody's, talking about how his draft stock has fallen. Like, he really can't fall when you can literally plug and play any team, right? You can come in and be a game changer. So you start thinking about those guys who can come in and have immediate impact. Those are the individuals that you want to start thinking about. You start looking at offensive tackles. There might be a handful of guys, even as heavy as this class is at the offensive tackle position, who can come in and have a good impact. But in terms of being dominant, that's not a position that you really look to in terms of leading and having that type of impact on your locker room. So I would say, interior defensive line, every so often you get some defensive end pressures. But the way this league is starting to turn, defensive end is starting to have less and less of an impact because of how fast the ball is starting to come out. So as heavy as this draft class is in terms of talent pool, I'm not sure how much an impact those guys are going to be able to have unless you pair a guy up with, Jermaine Johnson and put him on the Saints with Cam Jordan. You got some nasty dogs like that on the same D-line. Then you can start talking about impact.
We are mere moments away from the Jacksonville Jaguars being on the clock. The NFL Draft is about to start. We will be with you live all the way next. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors. Cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are gonna be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. They dream up that sweet team victory at night and chug it down with their morning cup.
This team has one of the brightest futures of any.
They are locked on their team and can't get enough. To all you super fans, we feel you. That's why we give you Locked On podcasts, to give real fans out there just what you like. Locked On, your team every day.
Live from the WFAA studios in Dallas, Texas, it's Locked On NFL Draft 2022. In-depth analysis of the NFL Draft from the local experts at the Locked On Podcast Network. Presented by Bet Online. Now here's your host, Peter Bukowski.
We are inside the Locked On NFL Draft 2022 show, bringing you the best from around our network, the local experts from college and the pros, plus our expert panel here, the hosts of Locked On NFL Draft, Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, plus Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over at the board, Kainani Stevens is going to have interviews with our network of NFL experts. That's what we're doing, the NFL Draft, from around the network. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they're on the clock. And somehow we still don't know exactly who the pick is going to be. So that is just a presage of everything that is here to come, because this is going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts that we have seen in a long time. That is at least what most of us are expecting. Of course, now it'll go. There's not even chalk. I was going to say it can go chalk, but I don't even know. There's chalk here. There's chalk. That's the only place that we're going to see chalk in the draft. For the Jacksonville Jaguars, with Doug Peterson coming in, how do you think that changes the kinds of players who fit what they want to be offensively?
I think it lends itself towards the model that we've seen in trying to take athleticism and apply it across the board. The tight end position in particular, you saw what he did in Philly. I think that in order to do that, he has to solidify his front to very off the top. That goes back to the tackle question. And for Doug Peterson, he's going to be in a position where, with his offense coming from the read tree, he's going to want to score points first. It is further going to emphasize the offensive side of the ball. It's going to be about that struggle between him and Balky and what they want to do.
If they want to score points first, why are we talking about an edge rusher?
Well, again, that can still impact the game. Look, the San Francisco 49ers, they can't really do much.
We don't have to talk about the playoff game, do we? We don't have to do that. Can we cut?
But how do the 49ers control games? A lot of it has been with the defense. So although they're not playing on the offensive side of the ball, they still contribute to settling down the quarterback, making him not feel like he has to do everything on every single play.
I was being a little facetious. They do need some pass rush help. Where do you see on this roster, aside from quarterback, which we know that they have, at least for now, where do you see them needing to add to this roster?
I think they're one pick away from solidifying this offense. I think you look at some of the things that they've added this offseason. You know, they went out there to solidify their, Cam Robinson by franchise tagging him. In the Commanders, they picked up Brandon Scherf at the offensive guard position. So I think they need one tackle. They need that one guy, and you look at the board, you start looking at my man's right there was Ickham. I think you got to go with Ickham, and grab him and solidify that, and then you can turn all your attention to defense. They added Christian Kirk, they added all these guys, all these weapons around that that Peterson's going to utilize because of his previous experience. You know that those pieces are there. Solidify the offensive line so that you can go ahead and put all your attention on defense, and then you can start worrying about getting after the quarterback.
When you're in a position like this, as the Jacksonville Jaguars have been, back-to-back number 1 overall picks, at what point are you just like, we just need help? We just need guys. So let's just take the best player, which in this case also happens to be a player who fits their needs really well.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, get the guy that's going to help your quarterback. And again, slow down that quarterback clock. Because to me, that's everything there. If he can play at a more controlled speed in his head, it's going to make everything easier for him, especially with the weapons he has now. Last year, there was a game where Trayvon Austin was his leading receiver in the game. That's not ideal, all right, when you're Trevor Lawrence back there and you want to build around this young franchise quarterback. So, yeah, they paid some guys a ton of money with Christian Kirk and some of these guys that they brought in. But
Isaiah called his agent and was like, can I get it?
Yeah, I mean, they're throwing out some big-time money. But guys that can be productive, I think all of that's going to help take a little bit of pressure off of what Trevor Lawrence had to deal with last season.
When you said they're one player away from solidifying this offense, how close do you think they are to being a team that we need to actually talk about, not necessarily contending for Super Bowls, but just being like, this is a team that matters in the NFL?
It's going to be, I'll be able to answer that question more once they get through the preseason. And the reason being is because I want to see how fast Doug Peterson's able to come and instill his system. How fast they pick it up and how complex it is. This game has changed. Intellectually, this game has changed. You're not running these Billy O'Brien, old, New England Patriots, big old Bibles like this anymore. You're running kind of a base offense and you're running a lot of multiple sets. You're moving, you're having multiple formations, multiple personnel groups, a lot of motion. You're running the same plays, but it just looks different.
Yeah, similar concepts.
It's very similar concepts. So the players are able to come in and play faster under most of these newer regimes. Now, Doug Peterson's going to, it depends. Is he going to, acclimate to this new style of player, or is he going to try to bring the old school and have it where these guys have to learn all these different, crazy plays from the goal line, to try to win Super Bowls? So we're going to have to figure out exactly what he's going to do, and then in terms of that, how fast these guys pick it up and how he incorporates this new talent that he has into that offense.
The Duval special, we'll call it, instead of the Philly special.
Yeah. For
the Jaguars, they added some receivers. We mentioned Christian Kirk and the absolute bag that he got. For these read tree, the West Coast offense kinds of player, are there pass catchers? I mean, we're thinking later in the draft, they're not going to take any of these guys at number 1. Day 2, where they can go, okay, Trevor Lawrence could use this kind of guy, and they fit this day 2 profile.
I think the day 2 profile is one thing, but let's not get it twisted in that they have to simplify everything. This is not about coming in and putting in the full Philly offense. Yeah. You're not replacing it. This is day 1 from ground zero. It is about getting back to basics, using your running backs that are actually good to get on the field. You'll see what you have with some of the guys that with the previous regime didn't get a chance or had an injury. Get to that point and then worry about fits. You spent a lot of money on your wide receiver core this year. As you get more, I think stacking weapons of similar ilks, if Doug Peterson wants to be more multiple and wants to experiment, I think some of the more vast talents with a trait or another, not so much the well-rounded ones like the Ohio State receivers that are going to go in the first, I think you want to find one trait or another that you can exploit, and a lot of that has to do with your ability to pick up the offense, visually read it, and get it into where you're running your route.
Where do you think Travis Etienne fits in all of this? He was a first-round pick last year, did not get a chance to do much of anything. He joked that if you're going to miss a season, that was the season to miss with Urban Meyer and dancing and not missing the flight home, all that stuff. Where does he fit in here?
I think he has to be a very important part to it because, again, for a young quarterback, especially, we'll see how the offensive line is. But if there's any guy that can bail you out, it is a guy like Travis Etienne that has terrific explosive ability when the ball's in his hand, whether it's as a pass catcher or out of the backfield. So, yes, they have James Robinson, and I believe that they'll lean on him to be more of that every down back. But when Travis Etienne comes in and he plays his role, I don't see there's any reason why he can't be a guy who has 1,000 total yards where there's 500 rushing and 500 receiving and a few touchdowns to go with that.
In the conference and in that, the AFC is going to be a bloodbath this season. But if there is a division to be in, they're in the division to be in. Now, the Colts add Matt Ryan, so that solidifies a big piece for them. The Texans are picking in the top 5 right along with them. So, I mean, how close do you think they're being to just say, let's say, a 500 team?
A 500 team, I think, is within reach if you allow Lawrence to be who he is and you run the ball with him. Protect him from himself, get into the groove. I don't think it happens, but I think it is attainable. I think they need a little help on the defensive side as well. But like you said, if you're going to be able to pull that off in year one in this particular city, I think this is the year to do it.
What did you see out of Trevor Lawrence last year? Did you see the guy that was worthy of the number 1 overall pick, the talent at least? We saw the struggles, some interceptions. None of the rookie quarterbacks played that great. What did you see from Trevor Lawrence?
About what you expected. I think that you don't want to take anything away from him. You knew how high everybody was on him coming into the league, but you also understood the reality, the situation he was walking into. You're not the number 1 pick overall walking into a great organization and a great roster. So he knew that he was going to have some struggles. I think he did a great job with what he was handed. I think you saw his poise. I think you saw some of his confidence. You saw his ability to move in the pocket, move outside the pocket. Everybody's talking about, oh, they didn't get sacked that much. Yeah, because he can run. Right, so he
was throwing the ball to the wrong team.
Yeah, that happens, So I mean, he's gonna be perfectly fine, which is why I say, and we've been mentioning, solidified offensive line. Right, they went ahead, they franchise tagged the guy. They went out, they spent some money. They brought in a sure thing at the guard position. Now go ahead and get that tackle to protect his blind side, and then don't worry about it. Now you have him being calm, being able to focus on this new system, and being able to not only digest it, but then in turn be able to regurgitate it to the guys that are going to be looking up to him to be the leader.
Croc, what do you think about Trevor Lawrence as a fit in this offense with Doug Peterson?
I like it as long as he handles it a little bit better than what he did with Carson Wentz. I don't know what went south in that situation, but out of nowhere, there was just like this bad relationship between the head coach and the quarterback. And the head coach, that's an offensive-minded guy. That's not something that you want to deal with. So if he can get Trevor Lawrence, who, from all reports, is an amazing person. I mean, I heard stories about he was the guy having to put his arm around his head coach, Urban Meyer, and say, hey, it's going to be all right. All right, so I don't think we'll have to worry about it from that situation. But overall, it's just getting the weapons involved. I like the tight end that they have. With Evan Ingram, going out and getting him, having a guy like Dan Arnold, I think that's going to help as well, along with the running backs and a plethora of new receivers, just solidify that offensive line. Now, I think the bigger question mark is, and we've been talking about the offensive line a lot, Juwan Taylor, his second-round pick a few years ago. Is he going to take that next step, or should they look to replace him right now with the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock?
So the Jaguars are officially on the clock. I jumped the gun a little bit because Roger Goodell had to have some fun at the beginning of the draft. But for the top here, how do we think this sets off for the rest of the top 5? Because we think they're down to the tackle, which is where we think Doug Peterson wants to go, and Aiden Hutchinson, Trayvon Walker, not Aiden Hutchinson, importantly, Trayvon Walker, where we think the GM wants to go. How do you think which one they pick affects the top 5?
It doesn't affect much because we have both of them in the top 5, and we have really consistently. The question becomes is for that second pick, if you were waiting on it, if you're in Detroit right now and you're waiting for that pick to come in, does that flip the whole thing? They have multiple picks. The Giants have multiple picks at 5 and 7, so you can see how priorities will take over if you don't have the availability of the guy that you're targeting.
The Jets are going to be a pivot point at the top of this draft. They have two picks in the top 10. At 4, we've talked a lot about 1, 2. At 4, if they go offense, who do you think makes the most sense?
Oh, definitely offensive line. All right, now they've dealt with a lot of injuries to that offensive line last season. But again, another young quarterback, another guy that you want to slow down that time clock. I think for a guy like Zach Wilson, who has some up and down moments, but a lot of people forget this. He actually finished the season fairly strong. He was solid down the stretch. So you want to improve on that and keep him going moving forward. I think the best way to do that, get an offensive line. I know all the fans, I see what they're saying. They want edge rusher. They want cornerback because you got the safety names, sexy names out there. But I think the best name that's going to help them is a guy like Evan Neal.
If they go defense, who do you like it for?
It depends on the way that it falls there, but I think that you can help yourself in a number of different ways. Are you going to take Thibodeau if he's there? Yes. Are you going to take Sauce if he's there? Yes. I do think that he is, like we had him, higher on the board than Stingley is. You have marquee positions of the big 4 pillars: quarterback, tackle, edge, corner. Just take one of those. The class is there. You're in position. Don't overthink it.
Where do you think the Jets are in their life cycle right now in terms of trying to get back into, again, like the Jaguars, relevance in the NFL? Not even contending, just be relevant.
They're so far away. They're so far away.
The head shake said it all.
You want to talk about identity and culture. They haven't had one since Bart Scott, maybe. Right? I mean, can't wait. I think that's the last time we've heard anything memorable with the Jets. And it's unfortunate. I don't think they've been to the playoffs since, 2010, I believe it is.
Been a while.
So they have to figure it out. And, obviously the head coach, Robert Saleh, he has a lot to do. And where does he start? I don't know. He had a good start last year, obviously bringing in Wilson. He has a good foundation there. But to your point, they need to protect him. But I think that he still has the urge to be that defensive coordinator and go out there and grab an edge rusher. I can't see him not getting that taken care of here in the early parts of this draft. But I think he takes care of that, gets his little fix, and then he goes and takes care of the offensive line.
The Lions are sitting here at 2 in a pretty advantageous position, right?
Yeah.
Because they are not going to be, we think, as high offensive line. They're in a really good position with their tackles. So they're just waiting to see if their guy is there at number 2. So, I mean, who do you think for them makes the most sense at 2?
I mean, it's easy to take the hometown pick or the home state pick. And Aiden Hutchinson, if he's there, that makes sense. You can fortify the back end if you really want to go get one of the corners. I think it's even open, as we were talking about Notre Dame earlier, even Kyle Hamilton or somebody that can fortify from a quarterback of the defense type position at the back and try to solidify, give you an overview. It's anything is open. It really comes down to how do they have it graded and if their one guy goes number 1.
Kayvon Thibodeau, there's been some late smoke here to Detroit. How do you think that fits from a culture standpoint? Because we spent some time before we got on the clock here talking about Dan Campbell and Kayvon Thibodeau, Mr. NFT. He's got the cryptocurrency going, and Dan Campbell wants kneecap biters.
Yeah.
Do you see a fit there?
No. Right? Now we have the Super Bowl champ over here, and he talked about some of the guys that can help there, but no, I think Thibodeau, as talented of a football player as he is, and that's what you want. I think there is a little bit of a cultural difference there with what Dan Campbell is looking for. I think he wants the guy that's going to come in and kind of be that lunch pail guy and represent what Detroit is, in a sense. And it's that rough, tough guy that's willing to get dirty. And I mean, not think about life after football. Who's going to come in here and be a pure football guy? And to me, I'm pretty sure if Hutchinson does go number 1 overall, can't see him going past the Detroit Lions.
Do you make a mistake, though, worrying too much about the personality part of it? If you're just going to say, let's just take the best football player, that seems like that's a pretty good thing to do, too.
I mean, there's different psychologies, obviously, when it comes to the draft. That's what makes it so interesting. But to that point, when you have a coach that's as passionate and as adamant as a Campbell, you have to find somebody who fits that mold. You understand that, especially on the defensive side of the ball, you know exactly what the heck he wants. You know the attitude he wants. You know the approach that he wants. He doesn't want anybody that's going to be thinking about anything but football. So when you start looking at the type of personality traits that align with that, you have to figure out exactly, okay, who then correlates with who he is as an individual, because he wants that to be reflected on the field.
Let's say it's someone like Trayvon Walker at the first overall pick, someone with just 9.5 career sacks. How big a projection are we talking about here?
It's significant, but you've also seen him use his ability quite a bit as the Jags are coming up here. He can drop, he can go inside and rush, he can give you a number of things, and let's face it, the Detroit Lions need help in a number of different ways. So is it a safe pick? It allows you to be multiple, and there goes. Trayvon Walker to the Jacksonville Jaguars with pick number 1.
Tim Bucky.
We got it. It is Trayvon Walker. He is the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
Hey, everybody. Clint and Daniel from Locked On Bulldogs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, talking about Trayvon Walker, UGA edge defender.
Listen, Trayvon Walker is a freak of freaks. There's no other way to describe him. The first time Clint and I ever saw Trayvon Walker, he was listed as a defensive tackle in his true freshman season, and he was playing kickoff coverage. He was on the kickoff coverage unit, sprinting down the field, making tackles on kickoff coverage. He's 6'5", 275 pounds, and he ran a 4.5 40 at the NFL Combine. I don't know what else you need us to say about Trayvon Walker, but he can do things that no one no one on planet Earth his size can do. He has the potential to be a special talent in the NFL.
The number 1 pick is in. Trayvon Walker is the official number 1 pick, so we've got to check in with Jags. Of course, Locked On Jags is going to join us right now. Tony Wiggins, thank you once again. We mentioned this name a little bit earlier. This is what actually came to fruition. What's your immediate reaction to the pick?
My immediate reaction is the Jaguars added a super freak. And you can watch guys come out of the tunnel every Sunday and just count the alphas. And too many times outside of 2017, we stopped at like 3 people. Now they got another one. And the thing is, you want guys like that. The NFL is all about this. At some point, we could talk scheme all day, but it's about somebody's going to be free and somebody's going to be stopping them. And you want the guy who's the biggest, strongest, fastest guy to be the guy stopping him. And I really believe that traits won out. This is almost a pick that you see in the NBA or Major League Baseball, where they just take the guy who's going to be better than everyone else 2 or 3 years down the road.
Just too much athleticism, too much physical performance there to deny that. Unfortunately, the Jags do pick very high very often. Is this something where we'll see them here next year, or do you think this can be a difference maker?
I hope it changes. And what I've been trying to tell people, there were people out there actually putting it in the universe that the Jaguars just needed to hit a double. Well, you don't need to hit a double when everybody else is trying to hit home runs, because that means you're allowing a headache from yesterday. You're allowing the liquor somebody else drank last year and the year before that to give you a hangover right now. If you're a winner, Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl with a backup quarterback against the greatest coach of all time and the greatest quarterback of all time. Yes, how would you like to go tell that guy to come here and hit a double? That's not what you paid him to do. He's here to hit home runs just like everybody else. And I'm glad he went with his intuition.
Tony, thank you for joining us. I think we're all excited to see what he's able to do on the field for the Jags next season. We're going to head back over to the couch. Peter, what do you guys think of the pick?
All right, so this was the pick that he was the favorite. BetOnline had him as the favorite to go number 1 overall. He is not the number 1 overall player on our board. Croc, what do you think of this move here?
Right before the pick, I tapped you and I said, it's going to be Trayvon Walker. That is Trent Baalke. That's his pick. He goes for the traits. If you go back and you look at when they drafted Aldon Smith, he was a traits guy. He didn't have super production in college, and that's what they were able to win with. So when you look at this pick here, I'm not necessarily surprised, because that's the guy that's going to help. And if you look at their edge rushers right now, or pass rushers, you know, they are limited outside of Josh Allen.
We have the Detroit Lions went from on the clock to the pick is in record time. We have the pick. It is the Michigan man, Aiden Hutchinson. He is staying in state to the Detroit Lions.
This is Isaiah Holt from Locked On Wolverines to tell you a little something about Aiden Hutchinson. Now, Aiden Hutchinson, a guy that is thought widely to be, at worst, a top 3 pick in the upcoming NFL draft, is a guy that I've covered since high school. He's the son of Chris Hutchinson, who was an All-American at Michigan, and Aiden came in and surpassed pretty much everything that his father had done. He broke his sack record. He went to the Big Ten Championship, which obviously didn't exist when his father was there. Neither did the college football playoff. But he did all of those things that his father did, and better, in his senior year. But what's even better about Aiden, aside from the fact that he is versatile, you can stand him up, you can put him in a 3-point stance, you can move him all over the field, is that he is the quintessential teammate. He is the guy that Michigan really rallied behind when it came to the 2021 season. He is a big reason for the Wolverines' success. That is what, whether it's the Jaguars, the Lions, Texans, whatever team ends up with that opportunity to get Aiden Hutchinson, they're going to end up with more than just a freak athlete who had the best 3 cone of any, pretty much any defensive player. I think there was one player that was ahead of him. Aside from a freak athlete, they get an excellent, excellent character, teammate, and leader.
Edge rusher seems to be the theme so far. We're going to check in with Matt Derry here to get his analysis for what this pick means for the Lions. They're getting a big guy, an edge rusher here. What is this immediate reaction for you?
This is not a surprise at all to me. This is something that we've been seeing for a while. There's been a lot of late steam and smoke surrounding Kayvon Thibodeau over the last, 24 to 48 hours. But let's be honest here. This kid is not only here to play, but unfortunately, being a Dearborn Divine Child kid, being a Michigan kid, and staying home, he's going to be on billboards. He's going to sell tickets. I've been saying it on Locked On Lions for a month. Sheila Hamp and her husband, Steve, are Ann Arbor people that had an empty stadium last year. And yes, it's a year or two of a rebuild, and they're getting a little bit better. But Aiden Hutchinson, they're going to be selling 97 jerseys, and he's going to be on billboards. So this was a business decision and also a football decision combined. So not a surprise at all that they ran that card up pretty quickly.
Definitely a good PR move for them to obviously keep him in-state, in-house. Is he a player that you could see having an immediate impact for the Lions?
Yeah, you know what? I think so. He has to. Right. This is an organization over the last few years that has not been able to get to the quarterback. And with Romeo Okwara healthy and his brother Julian, also coming off the edge, Charles Harris, who had about 8.5 sacks last year. I think they feel like they needed that edge guy. A lot of talk about Kayvon Thibodeau, certainly, and Trayvon Walker if Aiden Hutchinson would go number 1. But he has to make an impact. I mean, you're taking him at 2. I know this is a weak draft, and maybe he's not the Bosa brothers, but this is adding some serious depth along that edge to get to some of those quarterbacks in this division, namely Aaron Rodgers, as Peter knows, and finally have a pass rush. So he's got to make an immediate impact. But I know the fans here are thrilled.
Matt, thanks for your insight. Going from Ann Arbor to Detroit, not too far for that one. Peter, we've got 2 names off the board so far. What are you guys thinking? Who's coming up next, I should say?
Well, the Houston Texans pick is already in, guys. We are flying through this. We do not yet know who it is. But Aiden Hutchinson went to Michigan. Aiden Hutchinson's dad went to Michigan. His mom went to Michigan, and his sisters went to Michigan. We talk about Michigan men. This is a Michigan family staying in Michigan. Ryan, Matt said this is a business decision and a football decision. What do you think of the football decision?
I think the football decision is great. I think if you want to fit Dan Campbell's stereotype, get a guy who has a motor that doesn't quit. Get a guy who's been a leader for that side of the ball.
He'll bite your kneecap.
Yeah, absolutely. And he should. He's got the movement skills to show off. He should get to that point where he's at the quarterback's ankles, if not in the dirt with him. So I think it's a great pick, and I think it helps out that ball game.
For the Lions, this is you add a premier player. This is a star on a team that does not have very many stars. What do you think of the idea of seeing this as both a business decision and a football decision?
It just makes sense. The conversation that we had leading into that pick, he is a lunch pail guy. He's probably somebody you don't have to worry about. Is he focused on football? The man loves the game. You don't have to worry about trying to give him a little pat on the butt, to tell him to get his motor going. He has one of the highest motors of anybody we've seen in this draft. So this is the exact type of the personality and character player that you were looking for in terms of Campbell.
With the pass rushers now, Eric, who do you see as the next domino to fall? Because we went pass rusher. We still think a team like the Jets wants to get one. A team like the Giants wants to get one. You look at our board up here. The 2 of the top 3 are gone. We've got Kayvon Thibodeau next. How soon do you think we hear his name called?
I think he might go right now. If you look at the pass rushers that Houston Texans have, it looks like they need a lot of help when you're looking at the depth chart. So I think this is an area right now where we might be overthinking a little bit with Kayvon Thibodeau. Maybe Houston Texans aren't.
So the pick is in. It is LSU cornerback Derek Stingley. Sorry, Croc.
Derek Stingley Jr. out of LSU, a cornerback. Now, he's a projected first-round pick, projected top 10 pick. So you may be asking yourself, the team that drafts him, what are they getting? I mean, in Derek Stingley, you're getting as good of a corner as any, because in that 2019 season, his freshman season, he was already ready then to go into the league. After 2 years of development, after 2 years of strength training, he is even more prepared. He's a really quick guy, but you pair his speed with his size. He's got an elite corner mentality. He's an absolute ball hawk and can work in a variety of different zone defenses. Now, one thing against Derek Stingley is he hasn't played a full season since 2019. He's been riddled with injury over the past couple of seasons, but I think he's young enough, and I think that he has enough experience that he's going to be able to bounce back quickly. And whoever gets Derek Stingley Jr. not only is going to have an elite combination of size and speed, but he's just a really intelligent football mind.
The Jets are on the clock right now. We're going to check in with Locked On Texans, though. Cody Davis, a little bit of a surprise here. There's Stingley Jr. We thought maybe Sauce Gardner would go in this spot. We knew they were going to kind of address that. You're at NRG Stadium. What's your immediate reaction? What's the room feeling? What did you think?
Man, I absolutely love this pick. You know, the Houston Texans have really been secondary for an extremely long time now. And with Derek Stingley Jr. coming here to the city of Houston, he's going to have an opportunity to change this secondary big time for this organization.
Now, we definitely saw the team was going to go secondary there. You like this pick. What now? How does this affect number 13? That's when they're on the clock again. Where do you think they could go with that?
Well, it all depends because they have rumors that they can actually trade the pick and move back into the top 10 and get another player, most likely an offensive lineman. But at number 13, I would prefer them to go out and get a wide receiver, especially considering that they're trying to give Davis Mills the best situation possible to prove that he's the quarterback for the future.
All right, thanks, Cody. We know with Caserio it could be anything, so we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll touch base with you in a little bit. Peter, I believe the Jets just about ready to make their pick, so we'll check on things with you for that.
Derek Stingley Jr., a bit of a surprise pick. Certainly surprised Croc, although I think you're probably happy a cornerback goes off the board in the top 5. You want to talk about bloodlines for Derek Stingley Jr. His dad played football at Purdue, was drafted by the Phillies, and his grandfather was a first-round pick back in 1973 by the New England Patriots. What do you think of Derek Stingley Jr. as a prospect?
I think he has the ability to be the best prospect in the last 5 years if he's healthy. I think this selection says two things. One, that you are completely 100% comfortable with his medicals, and you believe that he still has upside from what he showed in his testing. It was very late in this process, but still showed the athleticism that he predicates his game on. So I think this is an investment in the future, and it is taking into account what happened towards the end of his college career, but you're banking on that number 24 from his freshman season.
Croc, this was a corner who, as a freshman, had 6 interceptions in the SEC on a national championship team, over 20 passes defended, but we didn't see it, the productivity on the same level. How do you balance those things?
I think you just go off of what you believe the kid is, and meeting with him at the combine, meeting with him at his pro day, watching him move at his pro day, having those conversations and truly understanding who he is inside here, because that's what matters most. You know where he can be on the football field, especially when he's dialed in. And when he is dialed in, he is the best corner in this class, but you just don't know exactly what guy you're getting. I think the conversations that they had with him pointed them in the direction of this is a guy that we need to take 3rd overall.
Isaiah, you have experience with this GM, with Nick Caserio. Lovie Smith, the head coach down there. Do you think this was a Lovie Smith pick or a Nick Caserio pick?
I think that's a Lovie pick. That's Lovie all day long.
Why?
The reason being because I think Nick Caserio, I think, like I mentioned earlier, I think he wants to control the line of scrimmage, and I think Lovie knows that this is a passing league and that he needs to be competitive on the outside, especially when you're playing in the AFC. There's just too much speed, too many weapons, and if you don't have somebody that can at least remotely remove one side of the field from you, then you're going to be in a world of trouble.
Does that mean now at 13 they should be looking for offensive line, defensive line?
They better.
So we have the New York Jets. The pick is in. We were talking earlier about the places where they could be looking. We said if it's offense, if it's defense, what makes the most sense right now given where the board is? Eric?
I got to go defense. And you talked about Sauce Gardner being there. If that's the guy that you maybe want at pick 10, he won't be there. I think when you have options and you won't be as pressed to kind of make a decision like that, but I think right now, man, I probably would go edge, and knowing Robert Saleh and what the 49ers did, they prioritize edge. I wouldn't be surprised if they said, you know what, let's go ahead and get that defensive back. The only other one that they probably have graded as a top 10 player as opposed to edge rusher, they might have multiple guys that they can get at 10 that'll be there, or offensive line as well.
That works in particular if this team, like maybe the rest of the top 10, has the tackle class not as high as we all thought.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then they're going to grab the talent that they have, very few at this point that are top 10 worthy. They'll come back to the tackles at 10 and hope that their guy's there.
Does this also speak to the quality of these guys in particular, though, Derek Stingley Jr. and Ahmad Sauce Gardner? Like, is it that they're so great? Like, are they worthy of this, or is this more a reflection of some of the other positions? What do you think, Croc?
No, I think they're just terrific prospects at the cornerback position, and the way they carry themselves, especially a guy like Sauce Gardner with that attitude, that confidence, and bringing that type of ability and leadership to a secondary. I think teams are going to be very intrigued by that.
What do you make of no offensive line so far? This is not normally how the NFL operates.
I know the Giants are happy right now. Obviously, the Jets could go out there and they're probably running across the parking lot or wherever it is across the highway to go tell these guys, go ahead and pick defense, just like you're saying, because if Aquanu falls to these guys, the Giants at number 5, I mean, they're gonna be doing tap dancing all night long, because that is a heck of a talent. He's a dog. He can play not only the tackle position, they can move him to inside their guard position. So I can't see the Jets not go ahead and protecting Wilson, but if they don't, the Giants are going to be more than happy.
The Jets are going to jet. We know that about them as well. But we thought Joe Douglas, Robert Saleh, Mike LaFleur, they might be on a different path. We'll see where they go. The pick is in. Roger Goodell has it. And it looks like they are going to add some premier talent at the defensive back position. It is Ahmad Sauce. The Sauce is going to Manhattan.
Ahmad Sauce Gardner will cause NFL quarterbacks to not throw to his side of the field. I'm Alex Frank of the Locked On Bearcats podcast. It's hard to believe that less than 3 years ago, Ahmad Sauce Gardner was 6th on the cornerback depth chart for the Cincinnati Bearcats. But just 5 games into his Bearcats career, he made an instant impact with a pick 6 that flipped the script for the Bearcats against UCF that night. Gardner added another pick 6 later that season, but his most notable stat from his 3-year career with the Bearcats was not allowing a single touchdown pass, not even to Alabama wide receiver Jameson Williams in last year's playoff semifinal. In an NFL that features prolific quarterbacks and explosive playmakers, Sauce Gardner will make passing combinations have to earn their stats, or perhaps keep them off the stat sheet entirely. The only question I have about Sauce Gardner: will he be the first cornerback selected in next month's NFL draft?
He was not the first cornerback selected, which I think a lot of us here were surprised by. We're going to check in with Locked On Jets, John Butchko here. And the Jets able to get Sauce Gardner. Were you surprised that he was at that spot for them, or was this something they were planning all along or hoping for?
It's interesting because between the end of free agency and I'd say like Monday, all of the talk was that the Jets were going to take a defensive end with this pick. And then out of nowhere on Monday, out of pretty much all the buzz out of everywhere was that the Jets were really big on Sauce Gardner. I think they were always expecting him to be there. It's interesting because through Robert Saleh's tenure with the Jets, they've always talked about building the defensive line first. So this is kind of a shift in philosophy. And again, it was kind of late breaking. The Jets really kind of held their cards tight until the very end. And then like pretty much everywhere there was buzz that the Jets really, really like Sauce Gardner.
Well, that's a good pick for them then. If that was the buzz, they went with that. They obviously have another pick coming up pretty soon here at 10. Where do you think they might go with that now that they've addressed the cornerback need?
So this is interesting because there are rumors that when the Jets are on the clock, there's potential for a deal with San Francisco for Deebo Samuel. Mm-hmm. And that may be contingent on whether the player the 49ers want is there. Outside of that, I would guess wide receiver. It's difficult to say. They could go defensive end there depending on who falls. But I think you have to look at wide receiver. This group needs help. They don't really have a lot of depth. They tried to make a big move this offseason in adding Tyreek Hill, and he ended up going to Miami. Zach Wilson's entering his second year. It's a critical year for him. They've just got to give him more help. So I would guess wide receiver, whether it's Deebo Samuel or they're drafting somebody, that remains to be seen, and we'll have to find out.
A lot of options for the Jets. They're back on the board at 10, so we'll check in again with you soon, John. As for right now, that other New York team, the Giants, are on the clock right now. Peter, we'll see what their pick is going to be. I don't think they've got that in just yet, but we'll keep an eye on things.
Yeah, the number 1 cornerback on the Locked On NFL Draft Show board goes off at number 4. He was the 163rd cornerback in his high school recruited class. Now he is the number 4 overall pick. Croc, he was your favorite cornerback in the class. Why?
I just think the consistency in which he played and a lot of how he carried himself. I think a lot about the cornerback position. You can find guys that have technique. You can have guys that are height, weight, speed guys. But there's something about a guy that carries himself with a ton of confidence. And clearly, we saw how Sauce Gardner was dressed on the red carpet with the baby bottle sauce thing and the sauce chain and all the diamonds and stuff. And those type of guys, man, they're just a little different. And when they face adversity, which will come, he'll be able to bounce back from it because he believes so much in himself. And again, has that ability, playmaking ability. Didn't give up a touchdown throughout his entire career in college. Only gave up, I think, the most yards that he gave up to one receiver in the game this season was 13, nothing more than that. So we're talking about a guy that played at a very high level, although didn't play against the best competition week in and week out. still, whatever he was asked to do, he did it at the highest level.
I believe he gave up 1 total yard when matched up against Jamison Williams in the college football playoff game. So this is a guy who has that sort of lockdown cover skill. But Isaiah, to have no offensive lineman on the board, to have Ike Ekwonu, our number 1 guy on the board here, when the Jets could absolutely have used that guy, what do you think of this balance here that we're trying to strike?
You know, I can't shoot the sheriff, because as much as I think that, you know, it's a rare to find a sure thing at the offensive tackle position, I think the same thing about the cornerback position. I think those are probably 2 of the hardest positions to find your guy in the NFL, aside from quarterback, obviously. Like you mentioned, cornerbacks is hard to find them. The reason being because they can have all the attributes. We've seen, you know, tall guys come in, lanky guys come in with the E Honda long arms and all that jazz. We've seen that before. We've seen guys with amazing footwork. We've seen guys that have come up and hit you. But something about guys, and when they start having a little bit of lack of confidence and they don't have that dog in them, they don't have that sauce in them to come back and play after play, to keep getting back in your face and saying, all right, you got me that time, but it's not going to happen again. That is hard to find in this league, and that's the reason why we haven't seen that many shut-down corners. That's why people still talk about Neon Dion. That's why people still talk about Darrell Revis. There's only a handful of guys that people mention when they start talking about that hierarchy of player. But the same thing at the offensive tackle position. There aren't that many guys that can really go out there and shut down, a Von Miller. There aren't that many guys that can go out there, and Aaron Donald wants to walk out and challenge you, that they can actually hold their own and drop their weight and lock in. So it's very intriguing that they haven't picked somebody up yet, but I think we're going to see that come to an end here soon.
Just for everyone that is wondering at home, the full nickname is A1 Sauce Sweet Feet Gardner, given to him by a prep coach. We have the number 5 overall pick, the New York Giants are making it, and we have a young man who's trying to get the crowd pretty hyped for this pick, even though they're not in New York anymore, guys. They're in Las Vegas now. Plenty of Giants fans nonetheless. And I think we have some more hype to do. They're milking it. Goodell is all about the milking it right now. But it's a Make-A-Wish kid, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. So we're very happy that he's getting this opportunity.
Who do y'all think?
I was going to say offensive line.
Yeah, it better be Ekwonu.
Is it Ekwonu?
It has to be Ekwonu.
I'm going to go against the grain and say Neal then, Evan Neal.
What you got?
I got Icky.
Pass rusher.
They're excited. New York Jets fans.
The Giants fans are. It's Kayvon Thibodeau, pass rusher for Oregon. Still no offensive lineman.
License plate guy is not happy.
Kayvon Thibodeau, pass rusher out of the University of Oregon, one of the best guys getting after the quarterback that we've seen in college football in the last couple of years. Spencer McLaughlin here from the Locked On Ducks podcast. Thibodeau, a consensus number 1 overall pick for a really long time, is now projected in some mock drafts going in the 6 to 10 range, which I think is insane for a guy who's got the sort of physical traits, 6'5", 250 pounds, great versatility. He is capable of being a number 1 overall pick. He has those sorts of gifts, and his on-field product, which is a little bit overlooked as of late because of some off-the-field stuff that I don't think is that concerning. He is an absolute beast. One of the best pure pass rushers in college football over the last couple of years. His versatility is going to be fantastic in the league. You can rush him inside, outside. He's great one-on-one against the tackles. You can drop him into coverage. He makes plays in space. That sort of versatility is what defensive coordinators are looking for nowadays. Kayvon Thibodeau absolutely provides that out of the University of Oregon.
That pocket square is going to be famous.
We are still we're 5 picks in. We still have not had an offensive player taken. Will we have one next with the Carolina Panthers on the board? We'll find out coming up. BetOnline.net is your number 1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including NBA basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and new Stanley Cup odds. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is brought to you by Rock Auto. With the ever-increasing number of makes and models, it's now impossible for your local chain auto parts store to stock all the parts that you need. So why endure often pointless or seemingly intimidating questions and wait while the person behind the counter orders only the parts that their warehouse happens to carry? You have computers with access to rockauto.com at home and in your pocket. So save time and money when using Rock Auto. Why choose to spend 30%, 50%, even 100% more for the same parts from a chain store or car dealership? RockAuto.com is a family business serving do-it-yourselfers for over 20 years. Rock Auto prices are reliably low for every customer. They have everything you could need, from brake parts to tail lamps, motor oil, and even new carpet. I don't know what a car part is supposed to cost, but I know when I go to Rock Auto, I'm getting the best price. Go explore their easy-to-use website and find the solution to your auto part needs. Go to RockAuto.com right now and see all the parts available for your car or truck, and then write Locked On in their How Did You Hear About Us box so they know we sent you. Amazing selection, reliably low prices, all the parts your car will ever need. RockAuto.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
You know, I think it doesn't even matter at this point. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
You know, if there's a consensus quarterback, you take it. If there's a consensus defensive end, Myles Garrett, you're taking him.
Will Anderson next year?
Will Anderson next year. There is no consensus this year.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Carolina Panthers on the clock at number 6. We're 5 picks in. We still have not had an offensive player. We had Trayvon Walker. He went number 1 overall. He was the second player on the Locked On NFL Draft big board. Then we saw Aiden Hutchinson. He went to the Lions. We'll have to get some new chalk for that a little bit later. Then one of the big surprises, Derek Stingley Jr., the cornerback, he goes to the Texans at number 3. The Jets, we thought they might take an offensive lineman. We thought they might take Ike Ekwonu. They take Sauce Gardner, the cornerback from Cincinnati. And then the Giants, they had to do it, right? They had to take an offensive lineman. Nope. Kayvon Thibodeau, the pass rusher from Oregon. I know no one is more surprised by all of this than Isaiah Stanback. Isaiah, what do you make of what we're seeing so far here?
This is madness. I don't understand it. I mean, I respect it, and I understand that the guys were going out there trying to get their main guys, these defensive guys, especially you start talking about some of these defensive ends or impact players. Those are guys that you're plug and play. You throw them on a roster. They can come off the edge. You can give them one assignment, not overwhelm them, and they can have an immediate impact on your roster. You start talking about some of these cornerbacks. We just talked about how these guys are rare breeds. When you find a cornerback that you really believe in and that you think he can come in and be a part of your defense, now you can start worrying about some of the other aspects of your defense and not having to worry about their number 1 receivers. So those are guys that we're seeing go off the board. Seemingly, these teams feel pretty confident about their offense, apparently about their offensive line. I don't understand it because I want to be as dominant as I can, be in the interior line or on the outskirts of my offensive line. But I can't believe the Giants passed on it. I'm just baffled. That threw me for a loop.
If you're the Carolina Panthers right now, you have to be doing backflips, right? That you thought you might get to take one of the top 3 guys. Now you get your pick of these offensive linemen.
Well, shout out to my co-host, Locked On 49er co-host, Brian Peacock. He pretty much has it down with all the picks that have happened so far in his predictions. So if we go off of what he thinks is going to happen at 6, it's Ekwonu.
Well, we'll see if he's right coming up in a little bit. The pick is in. We don't know what it is yet. Is this where we get the offensive line cascade?
I certainly hope so. It does tell you that the teams had the corners rated above them, especially these 2 corners that can walk in, play man. They don't have to learn the scheme. They don't have to play back in deep zones and figure things out. This is an instinctual position for these corners to be ready to go day 1 and jump into their teams. Now it becomes, how can you help your franchise? I do think it should be offensive line. If the Panthers are on the clock here, I know they're probably fielding some calls for trade-ups as well. So depending on where they have that stack ranked, they may choose to move back a little bit.
Could we see quarterback here?
That's the question. That is the question. And I think you're going to have a great understanding in terms of what they see with their organization going forward with this particular pick. If obviously they go quarterback, then we know what direction they're going. If they go offensive line, then you know Sam Darnold has another opportunity.
If we have a long track record, we might be able to get a little bit crazy here. If we're fighting for our jobs, if we're Matt Rule and we have a new owner who's trying to win now and they're not doing it, how much leeway do you have to go at a quarterback here? How much leeway do you have to get to get crazy.
If Rule drafts a quarterback here, he won't see it through to see the development of that young guy. He'll be out there at the end of this season.
Wow.
Or midway through the season, because some of these owners.
Is that because of Matt Rule, or is that because of the quarterbacks, or?
Well, I think young quarterbacks like that, they need time to develop. And when you are a guy like Matt Rule, who's kind of on the hot seat right now, you can see it, you can feel it when he's up there at the press conference and he's talking about what's going on with the organization. He knows what's at stake right now. And last season, they let the fall guy be Joe Brady. They let him go mid-season. Now the next guy in line, I think that's Matt Rule.
There's something to that, too, because you think about the number one pick overall last year, Trevor Lawrence. There hasn't been a sure thing at quarterback position more so than him in recent years. And then look at the struggles that he had last year. So you can't expect any quarterback in this year's draft to come in and have any more impact than he had last year.
Also, if you want to give one of these quarterbacks or whoever your quarterback is the best chance to succeed, protect him. Give him an opportunity to throw the football, because that was a big problem for Carolina last year. They needed to find someone who could man down, pick a side.
And I think that comes up with the pick being in. Obviously, they fielded some calls, but they chose at this point to put a selection in because they feel that adamantly about whoever this pick is. And I think it will be someone to do exactly that and solidify what they can do on the offensive side of the ball.
That's a really good point. And we have the pick. It is Ike Ekwonu, the offensive tackle. The drought is over. An offensive player has gone.
Ike Ekwonu, offensive tackle from NC State. He is by far, has the highest floor by far of all of the top 10 prospects. He's a plug-and-play guard right away if you need him to be, but I personally, like many scouts, because of the length of his arms and the mobility that he has in his feet, believe that he is a left tackle that's going to anchor somebody's line for years to come. A powerful punch, the pancake king of Raleigh. Wherever he goes, is getting a dominant force right away.
We're going to check in with Locked On Panthers. I know Julian Council is going to be hype about this because we had him as our #1 player on our board. So you have to be excited that he's staying in state and he's coming to you guys.
Yeah, he's not just staying in state. He's coming home.
Ike
Ekwonu is a Charlotte boy, went to Providence Day School.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to have him. It's been a long time since the Carolina Panthers drafted a tackle in the first round. It was back in 2008 when they traded up to get Jeff Ota. Didn't work out the last time they did that. Before then was 0-3 with Jordan Gross, who retired after the 2013 season. And since then, they've had 16 different starters at left tackle. That is not sustainable. It's time that they finally made it happen. So I am happy to have Ike Ekwonu here in Carolina. He should be a day one starter here next season at left tackle for the Panthers.
And hopefully an anchor there for quite some time. As far as quarterback goes, there was some talk of that because we don't quite know what the future is going to hold. What do you see the team doing going forward?
Well, Scott Fitter, the general manager down here, has talked about how they're going to add to this room. They gave Sam Darnold a heads up earlier this week, and he's known for a while that he's not probably going to be the starter here coming up in week 1 of 2022. And likely now they're going to probably go into the veteran quarterback market. I would imagine Baker Mayfield to be the first call to the Browns to try and get him, considering the health of Jimmy Garoppolo. So I would not be surprised come tomorrow, Saturday or Sunday, if Baker Mayfield is here in Carolina to compete for the starting job.
Great pick with Ike. We'll just have to see who he's blocking for come the season. Thank you, as always, Julian, for checking in with us. The Giants are now back on the clock, I believe, here at 7. So, Peter, what are you guys looking forward to from them?
Well, let's stick here for a second because we get the offensive line. Now, could this start the cascading effect? Because now we have another team who needs offensive line help. So if you're gonna go the next one, we've been talking about Ike. He's off the board now. I'll cross him off in a second. Yeah. Who's the next guy?
I think it's got to be Evan Neal. We've mocked them back and forth all up to this point. I don't think Cross is ready to be here. I do think he's a worthwhile prospect in the mid-teens. I don't think they're going to jump on him right here.
Do you feel like this has to be offensive tackle?
Definitely. You know, they said that they want to do more to help their young cornerback, Danny Dimes, aka Daniel Jones. All right, and if you're going to help him, you've added a running back who has big-time ability but can't really get going. You've added receivers and guys like that to help. We'll see what happens with Kadarius Toney. And I think if you truly want to help him, it's definitely help him be protected back there because that has been a big-time issue with the New York Giants.
If you're a team that needs an offensive tackle, do you start making some phone calls right now? Because we've got, at least according to our board, a couple guys who could be coming off the board here in the next couple picks.
I don't think that you have to at this point, simply because of what happened in those top 5 picks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these guys have kind of got pushed down. I think some of the guys that you thought would have been gone off the board by now are still sitting around. So if you're a general manager, you're kind of sitting back like, whew, deep sigh of relief. Let me go ahead and keep my antennas up and see how things are going to kind of fall to me. And you don't have to be as aggressive. Now, if you start getting in there, now if there's a run on it like we probably expect there to be right now, then you might have to get a little bit more aggressive because people start focusing on certain position groups. But overall, right now, if you're a GM and you need a tackle, you're feeling pretty good.
Ike Ekwonu was a special offensive line athlete. This is a guy who in high school ran the anchor leg of the 4x100 at 285.
Jesus.
Is there anyone that you think, from an athletic freak metric standpoint, can get there?
There's all kinds, right? And you can get to the point where somebody who can do a 42-inch box jump in the splits is also a prospect there. We'll have to see how that comes down. It looks like it may not be what we thought.
Yeah, they were showing the trade from last year that was on the screen that everyone, we all, our hearts all just skipped a beat here for a second, thinking that something crazy had just happened. If this is an offensive line, just quick, throw out a name of who it could be. I think that's a great answer because it's like, how do they do anything but that at this point?
Evan Neal?
Yes.
We don't have anyone in our ear telling us who it is, so we're just guessing, just like you guys. It's Evan Neal.
There we go.
The 6th pick is the 7th pick, excuse me. The New York Giants take Evan Neal, offensive tackle from Alabama.
Hey everybody, it's Luke Robinson with the Locked On Network, Locked On Bama. I want to talk about Evan Neal right now, 6'7", huge player with a lot of length. Fantastic offensive line prospect from the University of Alabama. He switched over from right tackle to left tackle, shows his versatility. One of his biggest strengths to me is his length and athleticism. I mean, this guy is just huge all the way around. He's got a great wingspan that can help with his protection. He's very, very aggressive. He's not the best offensive lineman technically, I think, in the Nick Saban era, nor is he the most aggressive, but I think he's got enough of those traits to be very, very productive at the next level. Somebody's going to get a fantastic offensive line prospect.
Yeah, they're going wide receiver.
All right, we have the quarterback still on the board. The receivers are still on the board. The Atlanta Hawks are on the clock. We'll see who they pick coming up. Locked On NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are gonna be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason, because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
I think it doesn't even matter at this point. I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Our Locked On NFL Draft 2022 show is back, and it is brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. I said the Atlanta Hawks going to break. It's the Atlanta Falcons, of course, who are on the clock currently. The Atlanta Hawks are in Cancun somewhere, presumably. So now we've had two offensive linemen go in a row after waiting for them to fall. Evan Neal was the guy we all thought was going to be off the board there. What did you think of the pick?
I like it. Like I said before we hit break, he has an athleticism about him as well. It was very 1 and 2 with the two tackles here, and then Cross will be a third that I think will come in the teens, and someone will get a good tackle there as well.
Croc, what about the positional versatility with Evan Neal? He played guard early in his career, played left tackle, played right tackle. I mean, how do you think that adds to his value?
Well, if he's your left tackle, you're probably not moving him. But any other position, they want him to come in and have to, play. Maybe if it's guard and then transition to outside, I think that definitely helps the team with their flexibility with him. Or if there's an injury to a certain area of the field and you want him to be able to fill in there. But overall, that's going to be the guy that's protecting Daniel Jones' blind side.
The Atlanta Falcons have made the pick. It is USC wide receiver Drake London. Our first skill position player comes off the board.
Drake London, wide receiver out of USC, one of the top pass catchers in the 2022 NFL Draft. Spencer McLaughlin here for Locked On Pac-12. Drake London is a guy who has the physical tools, but they don't pop off the screen when you watch him play on television. 6'5", 210 pounds. He knows how to use his frame to put his body in advantageous positions and make contested catches against defensive backs. He doesn't have blazing speed. He's coming off of an injury his final year down in Los Angeles with the Trojans, so that might limit his upside a little bit, but that shouldn't take away from the ability this guy has as a possession receiver. He's more than capable of being a player in the scramble game. He's a great route runner and really does a great job running after the catch. He's physical, uses that size to perfection, and that is why he will be a top 10 pick in the NFL Draft.
Drake London actually going off the board at 8. We're checking in with Locked On Falcons, Aaron Freeman. This wasn't something we necessarily were talking about in studio. Are you surprised by this pick? What's the team kind of thinking here?
Yeah, the buzz has been growing for the last several weeks. The Falcons were looking at a wide receiver. I am certainly surprised that it happened. It didn't feel like the Falcons going back to the let's have a great wide receiver core worked out for them particularly well the last couple of years. And now they're going back to that rather than try to build up their defense and get a pass rusher for what was the league's worst pass rush, where they had 18 sacks last year. Roughly half of that production left the building this offseason, so it felt like that was a big need there. But Drake London makes sense. It's a big need for the Falcons. They have a very weak group of wide receivers. They've lost players like Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley and Russell Gage over the last 9 months. So certainly they needed some wide receiver help, but it's certainly a little bit of a surprise.
A little shocking there to see that move at that pick. Do we know who's throwing him the ball for certain yet, or are we still trying to figure that out?
Yeah, it's going to be Marcus Mariota for the foreseeable future, but there's a decent chance the Falcons will, make a move for a quarterback. Maybe later tonight, trade back into the first round and get their guy, or maybe wait till tomorrow to get a quarterback of the future, or maybe wait till next year. So we don't have that answer quite yet.
Okay, hopefully more moves to come. We'll check in again with you soon, Aaron. Thank you for that. Drake London off the board at 8. The Seahawks are on the clock now, so we'll have to see we're crossing another name off of our board, though, Peter, for now.
The offensive players suddenly flying off the board after we didn't get any here to start. Ike Ekwonu, he's now off the board. Evan Neal, he's now off the board. And now we get to go across. Drake London, receiver from USC, off the board. And guys, this looks like this could be a chance now where the receivers could start flying off the board, doesn't it?
It certainly does. There's several that could be lined up right now that need wide receivers, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked about Jameson Williams, a guy who's going to fly off the board early on. Garrett Wilson, a lot of people have him as wide receiver 1 in this class. He's a guy that should be flying off the board pretty soon. I think the Drake London one, him going number 1 overall, was intriguing because I feel like everyone was so far apart on him. There were some people that really loved him, and there were some people that were like, do you even take this guy in the first round? I was one guy that really liked him, and a lot of people talk about his separation or inability to do so. But no, he separates very well underneath at the line of scrimmage, slant routes, crossing routes, things like that. And when he is going downfield, maybe he's not a speed separator, but it doesn't matter because he uses that big 6'4" frame for the basketball background to go box guys out and go up and get it. And he is elite at attacking the ball at its highest point and coming down with it. So I like the pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
I flubbed and said Atlanta Hawks earlier, but with Drake London and Kyle Pitts, they're building a basketball team.
Yeah, they got some track stars out there, and they got some big boys that have some nice wide range of in terms of catch radius is what people like to refer to it as. And whoever's the heck's going to be throwing the ball over there is going to have some good some premier guys to get them the rock to. So I mean, it's hard to still imagine that Mariota's going to be their guy. I think that he's always been a guy that's kind of had a good start in the NFL and then kind of got submerged beneath some guys, and now they're trying to have a resurgence of him. But I don't think that they're done tonight. I don't think they're done at all.
Well, and Mariota could just be a bridge quarterback to next year when that quarterback class we think is going to be much better. We'll see. Playing that waiting game can always be a dangerous thing. Did you think Drake London should have been the first receiver off the board?
Not that I had him ranked there, but last week in our final mock draft, I put him there to the Falcons because I love the pairing with Pitts and what they can do and be multiple, switch those guys out at positional spots that allow them to attack the defense in ways that, quite frankly, with both of them on the field, is nearly indefensible. I think this helps because I don't think you want to stretch the field. With Mariota as your quarterback, I think this allows them to rein in their offense and use those guys to their biggest abilities. I think he'll live on the outside, but we've seen him run a lot out of the slot as well. I love him in there. He'll be able to eat up linebackers, get in front of the safeties, and not withstand those hits.
2 years in a row now, the Atlanta Falcons have taken skill position players, pass catchers, who are not even old enough to drink. Kyle Pitts last year. Drake London does not turn 21 until later this year. So they're playing the long game, it seems, in Atlanta. As we look at our big board after we cross some of these names off, for the Seattle Seahawks now, they could maybe use a receiver if DK Metcalf is available. Tyler Lockett is getting up there in age. They need some help offensive line, but the elephant in the room there is who's playing quarterback. So what makes sense, do you think, Croc?
Well, it sounds like Drew Lock is playing quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, right? We're talking about Seahawks, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Drew Lock. I mean, that's been a guy who they have talked about. Oh, we really liked him when he was coming out. Oh, he just needs to be put in a better situation. Although I felt like the Broncos situation wasn't terrible, having all these plethora of receivers, young guys, and a defense that played well. But I guess Seattle is a better situation for him. It has big DK Metcalf out there, and they're going to lean on that connection, especially with Tyler Lockett as well.
The last thing Seattle needs is receiver. Right? The first thing Seattle needs is the offensive line. When the Seattle Seahawks were going to those back-to-back Super Bowls, they were expelling the most amount of money per position group to the offensive line in the entire league. That was the reason why they were able to be competitive. Yes, they had guys surrounding them, Marshawn and guys were like that. But the reason why they were competitive is because they controlled the line of scrimmage. They haven't had that, and what's been going on with them recently, they haven't been that competitive. So they need to get back to ensuring that they can protect up front.
I'm not sure why Michael Bublé is currently on the screen, but I'm a fan of his music. When the Seahawks were at their apex, we're talking about Legion of Boom Seahawks, they could use a defensive piece. Is there one here that you think makes sense?
I honestly would like to see them go offense, to tell you the truth. There's a number that could fit. I don't want to see them overreach for one of them, especially we've seen rumors of a linebacker going here. The absence of Bobby Wagner is not an emergency situation, in my opinion, so I want to see them bolster what they have. Noah Fant came over in that trade, so you have him with Drew Lock as well. I do think that you want to do what you can to run the ball a little bit better, take some relief off of Drew. I also think that they feel that he's a rejuvenation in waiting, so the tight end helps that. If you solidify the offensive line, it makes sense. I think that's a good way to go.
Notre Dame safety Kyle Hamilton, who some have been saying is the best player in the draft, could be coming off the board here soon, but it will not be at the 9th pick. The Seattle Seahawks are taking Charles Cross, the offensive tackle from Mississippi State.
Charles Cross, offensive tackle out of Mississippi State. Look, in the draft that already projects to have 2 other offensive tackles going in the top 5, someone is going to get a steal, and Charles Cross, even if he's after Evan Neal and Ike Ekwonu, with both those guys being off the board. He's 21 years old, but still relatively young in experience. He redshirted in 2019, appeared in just 3 games. By 2020, he was starting at Mississippi State 10 games and was named to the SEC All-Freshman team. This past season as a sophomore, man, he was a lockdown tackle in an offense that throws the ball a ton in a Mike Leach system. At his pro day, he worked out primarily as a right tackle, and that's where several teams like him a lot, but there's also a thought he could certainly play some left tackle as well. He still needs to prove himself in the run game, I think, but as a pass protector, man, Charles Cross is about as good as it gets.
Another offensive tackle, Charles Cross, off the board. We're checking in with Locked On Seahawks now. Corbin Smith, obviously this was a need. This was something your old quarterback said he wanted when he was in town. They're addressing it maybe a little late, but obviously this is a good pick for the team, right?
Yeah, this is a home run at this pick. They would have loved to see one of the other tackles or one of the corners slide down to number 9. Maybe Jermaine Johnson at this pick would have made some sense to upgrade their pass rush, but they're bringing in a tackle that they had very high grades on in this draft process, a player who, despite playing in an air raid offense at Mississippi State, you watch the film, he's a better run blocker than advertised, which is crucial if you're going to play for the Seahawks. You know they're still going to want to get after it in the run game, particularly after trading Russell Wilson, regardless of who's under center for them in 2022. And so you're getting a proficient pass protector, arguably the best pass protector in this class, and you're getting a guy that can really, I think, get after it in the run game. He's going to take some time to develop in this system, but he's got a chance to start at left tackle on day 1 for this team because they've got 3 tackles on the roster right now.
And how important is it for them to come in, get a good pick like this, establish this, especially with so much other change going on with the team right now?
Well, you got to start with the offensive line first and foremost. That was what really was dominant for the Seahawks when they were making Super Bowls, is their offensive line was pretty darn good in 2013. And then they had a number of those guys that left, and they replaced them with young guys, and they struggled to protect Russell Wilson. So they're trying to build that foundation in the trenches. I expect they're going to be aggressive, looking for edge rushing help in later picks here, 2nd and 3rd round. So they're going to try to get that the trenches set up for them to be successful, then get your quarterback, build the foundation around those offensive and defensive linemen. So this is a good first pick.
A lot of nitty-gritty players you guys are going to need, and this is certainly a good pick with Charles Cross. Thanks, Corbin. We'll check in again with you soon. Now we have the Jets back on the clock at 10, so we'll have to see. This is their 2nd pick so far today, see where they go with it.
Yeah, Kai, we are flying through this first round. It seems the picks are coming off the board. We're waiting for that receiver run. We're almost 10 picks in the Locked On NFL Draft Show 2022. My friends Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker from the Locked On NFL Draft Podcast, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and of course, you know, Kai Stevens over there at the board. Charles Cross makes a lot of sense for the Seattle Seahawks. Protect whoever's under center.
Yeah. Protect Drew Lock. That's what it looks like they're doing. And again, this is a long game. So at some point, they'll have to address the quarterback position, but it just won't be this year unless they trade for a guy like maybe Baker Mayfield, who's available out there via trade.
Shaking your head. No Baker in Seattle?
No, Baker is too over the top for Seattle. Now, his energy matches the city. I'm a Seattle guy, right? I'm born and raised in Seattle, so I can speak for the city. Baker's energy matches the city, but he doesn't match that team and that organization. I think you're more so in a conversation of kind of what we're talking about pre-show in terms of possible trade with Green Bay to get Jordan Love, being that he's not going to be playing anytime soon. So that they're going to be looking to move him, and you could probably get away with grabbing him for a couple mid-round picks.
We're looking at the Jets now back on the clock. They took Ahmad Gardner to open, who will henceforth be known as Sauce. for time immemorial. So what makes sense on the board? We got some receivers here as we look at your board on who could be available. Does that make sense for the Jets?
I think that it does, especially when you see the way that the board fell. You took your chance on Sauce. Now all three of the top graded tackles are gone. So if you had that in your plan, that's out the door. I think the next reasonable assumption is that you go wide receiver. I have Garrett Wilson number 1 on my board. There's a lot of question about who's going to grab Jameson Williams. Is it the Jets? Is it someone else trading up at 11, at 12, at 14? So I think this is for them to decide what do they want out of him. What helps Wilson the most? Is it versatility or is it explosiveness?
What type of receiver do you think the Jets would need to help Kyle Wilson in this offense? Zach Wilson. I always say Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need some form of an inside type receiver. I don't think you need a guy on the outside. This game's really becoming who's more versatile. You need a guy who has some jets who can roll with this thing. No pun intended. But, you need somebody who can be on the outside and then come on the inside and still be able to get across the formation, because you see the impact that Tyreek Hill has, not only lining up on the outside, but also, bending things across the formation and creating issues for your backside safeties.
Could it be a Wilson to Wilson connection? The pick is in, and the New York Jets do indeed, with the 10th overall pick, select Ohio State receiver Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson, wide receiver, The Ohio State University. The two-time All-Big Ten receiver has numerous elite qualities that will allow him to make an instant impact in the National Football League. What is up, guys? My name is Jay Stevens, the host of Locked On Buckeyes, and Garrett Wilson is one of those players every NFL team wants on their roster. You can make the case that he's the best route runner in the class. He has phenomenal body control. He's versatile and can play out of every alignment. He's also great while operating in tight spaces. Garrett Wilson will be a great addition to any NFL team.
Looks like a wide receiver going to the Jets, Garrett Wilson. We're back with John Butchko from Locked On Jets, our second time in the top 10. They went saucy last time. Now they got a wide receiver. Are you happy to see this addition to the team?
I am. A few minutes ago, I talked about the potential for a Deebo Samuel trade, and I was holding out hope for that till the last minute. But if that was not going to happen, I think Garrett Wilson was the pick here that made the most sense. The Jets need a guy who can plug and play. And you look at Garrett Wilson's route running ability, he's a guy who should be able to contribute on day one and make a very positive impact. And you can play him inside, you can play him outside. I think this next season, the Jets are going to rotate Corey Davis, Elijah Moore, and Zach Wilson. I'm sorry, not Zach Wilson, Garrett Wilson from the outside and into the slot. So Garrett Wilson's a guy who can play inside, he can play outside. I think this is a very solid pick for the Jets.
Obviously disappointing you're not getting Deebo Samuel, but this is a solid pick for them. We had him high on our board in terms of just physical talent there. So the Jets don't pick again until 35. What could we possibly see them do when it comes to early second round?
I think you're looking at adding a defensive end there. The spot across from Carl Lawson is still a giant question mark. There was, as I mentioned last time I was on here, there was an assumption they were going to go there at 4. So I look for, if he's still around, maybe a Mafe out of Minnesota, but I would definitely look for the edge to go. I would definitely look for the Jets to go edge at either 35 or their second round pick at 38, just a couple of slots later.
Thanks, John. Edge-heavy draft, so there definitely could be some value there, even at the top of the second round. The Washington Commanders are on the clock now. Pete, we're going to head it back to you. We had Garrett Wilson pretty high, so it's good to see he might make a good fit there in New York.
Garrett Wilson was the number 1 receiver on the Locked On NFL Draft Show's board. Croc, what do you see from him in terms of his projection in the NFL?
Really like him. I mean, you talk about a guy with tremendous ability. I think the thing that stands out to me the most is for a guy that doesn't look large on the football field, his ability to kind of contort his body in the air to make these great catches, terrific body control there. I think he does that. That is big time. All right, now, we know about the speed that he has. We know he possesses that. He ran in the 4.3s at the combine. I'm not sure he plays to 4.3 speed, but definitely fast enough to be able to catch slants, outrun guys vertically as well, and be a terrific run-after-catch guy. I think it's going to be a really good receiver for a long time coming with Zach Wilson.
The fit seems to make sense also for what they want to do with the Jets running that Kyle Shanahan tree offense. We have a trade. We are waiting on the details right now, but New Orleans, the Saints, have moved into that number 11 spot, which means we are going to get an appearance from Ross Jackson here coming up very soon, which we are obviously very excited about. We talked about this in the show earlier with Ross, that he does not think this is for a quarterback. He thinks it could be for an offensive lineman, for a receiver potentially. Given where the board is right now, I mean, Jameson Williams, Chris Olave, what makes sense for them?
I think it's the home run hitter. If you're going to give up capital to get to 11, it's got to be Jameson Williams. Kudos to them if that is what the pick, they got it done. This was something that we talked back and forth since they made their initial trade in giving up these picks. Let's see what the actual compensation is.
What would you think if it's a quarterback here?
I don't see that happening. I just can't see it happen. I think that you put too much work in by bringing Jameis Winston back, and I think that he's your guy, regardless if he's eating W's or not. I think that he's the guy that you have to go forward with, and you need to make sure that you're protecting him, or adding some pieces. I think they need to add some pieces at the receiver position. I don't think they have enough threats right now offensively. With Alvin Kamara, obviously, Mike Thomas coming back. I think you need to add another dog out there to assist those guys.
One name we haven't talked about that I'd mentioned briefly, Kyle Hamilton is a safety who, again, we're talking about some draft analysts are saying this is a top 5 player in this draft. You mentioned earlier Malcolm Jenkins not in that building anymore. Why haven't we heard Kyle Hamilton's name yet?
Well, he didn't run fast enough. And when you go out there and you put 4.7 and 4.74 on paper, teams are going to be very concerned with that. Now, again, the film shows he's a guy he can move and he can cover space. But when you go to the analytics, and that's kind of where the NFL is going now, they start plugging in these numbers, and where that measures out with other guys that play the same position, it's not very high. And I think there are some teams that are going to be a little scared off of it. Now, I don't think he's going to fall too far. But, again, as far as top 5, there's just too many questions about the speed and how that translates to the NFL right now.
And it leaves a vulnerability, right? That's a vulnerable guy playing that position that has to stick these tight ends that are now running 4.3, 4.4s at 6'5", 6'6". So you can't go all in like that, with a top 5, top 7, whatever pick, and go out there and grab a guy that can't put you in a situation where you can now cover all these receivers and tight ends.
The San Francisco 49ers, they drafted a guy, Tyler Hufanga, out of USC last season, a guy who wasn't the fastest, and you watch him on film, and it looked like he was just a step slow. And certain teams took advantage of that. They put him in positions to where he had to match up with guys going vertically, and they try to get behind him.
I appreciate you not bringing up the divisional round game against the Packers when Green Bay was not able to really take advantage of that speed. As we sit here waiting for the Saints to make this pick, so far, this has played out, I wouldn't say exactly as we thought, but we expected the offensive linemen to go early. They have. We expected the pass rushers to go early. They have. We haven't really gotten this receiver run yet, and we haven't gotten the cornerback run. We expect a couple of cornerbacks, including your guy from Washington, to come off here in a second. What is the next run to happen here?
I think this is the start of the wide receivers here, because when the first one goes off the board, you have to go get your guy now. Waiting only hurts you as you go on. Trent McDuffie will be there in a little bit. There are other edge rushers. Johnson will be there in a little bit. You got to go get your guy right now. If it's Williams, go get it. If it's Olave, go get him. In terms of Hamilton, if he is your guy, you are taking a bit of a risk. When you look at his production, his film grades, that's 1 and 2 on my system. The athletic matrix puts him at 11, and that's what the difference is. Even if you love his film, he's an instinctual guy, but that just gives you enough pause to let him come down a little bit because of the overall athleticism.
How concerning would it be? We're talking about Jameson Williams as a guy coming off ACL, and ACL in January. He might not be able to play until November, and who knows, on a guy his speed is critical, how much of a concern would that be for you?
Well, again, I'm playing the long game here. So a guy that maybe comes in and misses, some OTAs and, training camp, he's coming along and they'll start playing that game when he'll, be ready to get on the field. But I know by midseason, he'll be out there, and he is a difference maker. And even if he doesn't give me everything this season, I know next year he's going to be 100% ready to go when maybe we have a better quarterback situation for him.
Is it easier to gamble, do you think, with a team that's not ready to compete right away? Like if this is the Chiefs or the Packers, it might be a little bit harder to justify a guy who's not going to be out there maybe until Halloween.
Yeah, I think they have a little bit more opportunity to be more patient with this particular pick if they do decide to go that route, simply because they still have Michael Thomas, right? If you didn't have a number 1 receiver out there, then you need to grab a guy that can come out and have an impact right now. They understand that this is not going to be a 1-year turnaround, so they do have that opportunity to be patient, let this guy come around, and then hopefully pair him up with the other dog they have out there as Thomas.
if this is the right player, can they be a playoff team this year?
I think they can, actually. Is it going to be by the hair of their chinny chin chin? Probably. But I think that's within the realm of possibility.
On a dais where there are 4 men who have hair on their chinny chin chin, I think that's an apt metaphor here. We're looking at our board here. Jameson Williams is still up there. Jordan Davis is a name we haven't talked about. Could this be the range coming up here soon? Maybe with this pick where he goes off the board. Zion Johnson, Chris Olave, still a lot of premier talent here to try and figure out where they're all going to slot in. Croc, who makes the most sense for Jordan Davis?
I think Baltimore. When you look at how they're built and what their identity is, it's big people in the middle, moving bodies, and that's exactly what he does. I think he's a little bit underrated as a pass rusher as well. Everyone talks about him being able to be a 2-down guy and get after in the run. But, man, I like what I've seen from him as a pass rusher, that upside. And we saw how athletic he was at the combine. Dude tested off the charts. He ran in the 4.7s. That's crazy. At 350 pounds or whatever he is. Yeah. I mean, that's a freak of nature right there. That's a guy I'm excited about seeing what he's going to be at the next level. Love what he did in college.
If you're the Baltimore front office, too, you're looking at that guy going, we had Haloti Ngata in here, and he was pretty good for us.
Every great team that Baltimore has had, they've always had a big man up front. Tony Siragusa, Sam Adams, Haloti Ngata. You could go down the line. I mean, there's just big man after big man. Big Campbell. You know, all these guys have always been big nasties up front because they need their linebackers to be able to roam free. If your offensive lineman can't get past that defensive line and get up to the second level, then your linebackers can have more of an impact, and that's exactly the culture and the identity that Baltimore has.
The pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. Ross Jackson is already in the building with us to react to it. We are just waiting for the pick. It is receiver Chris Olave from Ohio State.
Chris Olave, wide receiver, the Ohio State University. The 2-time All-American moves so swiftly on the field, I like to call him the smooth operator. What is up, guys? My name is Jay Stevens, the host of Locked On Buckeyes, and it doesn't take very long for you to see Chris Olave torching his defender while watching his film. There are minimal wasted steps in each and every route Olave runs. His 4.3 speed enhances his ability to separate on deep routes. He has solid release packages that allow him to get off the snap and quickly slip contact. Expect Chris Olave to excel while lining up as the Z or the slot in the National Football League.
Ross Jackson.
Hold your applause.
I almost broke the glass to get this Stone Cold thing. Chris Olave was a name we mentioned in our pre-show that could be here, but it's going to be a trade up. They're giving up the 16th pick plus the 3rd and 4th round picks to move up. Why make this move if you're New Orleans?
New Orleans needed this selection. They needed to get this right in order to be that playoff contender that y'all were just talking about, in order to be able to contend within this conference like we were discussing earlier. And Chris Olave has the exact set of tools that are necessary opposite Michael Thomas, who's expected to make his return in 2022, and allow the Saints to finally add that layer of dynamic that maybe they haven't had probably since the last time they traded up for a wide receiver in the first round in Brandon Cooks. And so now they end up moving up here and getting an opportunity to really be able to set off this offense in favor of Jameis Winston, set it up for 2022 and set it up for hopefully a run. And they don't go with Jameson Williams, who I think would have been a great selection as well, as we were discussing earlier, but now they get the guy that's going to be able to start for you week 1, right?
Croc, what do you see with Chris Olave with the Saints?
Big time ability. You know, there are some people that were comparing him to Keenan Allen because of some of the route running ability, and I won't go that far. But he's definitely a guy who is very smooth in and out of his breaks. Talk about a guy that uses his hands to catch the ball, the vertical ability, and we saw that big time in HD when playing with Justin Fields. There's a lot to like about his game, and aside from all that, man, he's from California, so, you know, we breed a lot of ballers down there.
Does this pick come because of the fit with Michael Thomas? Is this with the expectation he will be out there or as a Michael Thomas replacement?
So it can be a little bit of both, right? Because Chris Olave is one of those receivers that does have the, let's just say, tools to be able to develop into a quintessential wide receiver 1. Maybe not necessarily your traditional X receiver, but in terms of the spread offense, where these offenses are going in the NFL, the modern day of receivers and offenses, he could be a guy that could step in and be your number 1 production tool. right? But right now, it's about the fit across from Michael Thomas. Chris Olave, Michael Thomas, they were in contact before and throughout this entire draft process. And they were also in contact before that because you had Michael Thomas that was kind of rooting these guys on. They're both Buckeyes. They're both Ohio State alum now, and they both now punched their ticket to New Orleans and Airline Highway, the Superdome. It's going to be a really, really fantastic offense finally after seeing that offensive production last year really drop off, particularly in the passing game.
As someone who covers the Packers, I'm going to accuse them of tampering, but that's a different issue here. We have a trade. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 12th pick to the Detroit Lions. That pick is in. We will get to that in a second. If you're the Lions, are we going to get is this Desmond Ridder? Is this Malik Willis?
I think this is a receiver. I mean, the receivers are flying off the board right now. They are hurting at the receiver position. I think their best guy was St. Brown. And
Amon-Ra St. Brown, yeah.
And I don't even know who else they
California
have.
guy.
Another California guy. Let's go. Hey, West Coast representing. But they need a lot of help at the receiver position. These guys are flying off the board right now. So, looking at it originally, I'm like, man, who are they trading up for? Still not sure. But if they take receiver, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Is that something where if you're the Lions, you can afford to give up future assets to take a receiver?
I think they're desperate. The Lions are desperate. Campbell, obviously they got him as a head coach knowing that we're going to give you a few years to figure it out, but you don't really have a few years to figure it out, right? And we know that you got your defensive guys and you got your guys up front. You picked up, a big boy from Oregon last year. Was it Sanu? What's his name?
Penei Sewell.
Yeah, they picked him up in the first round last year. So they're giving him an opportunity to get that offensive line and defensive line solidified. But now they're like, hey, you need to score some points, buddy. So they went out there and they had to make this move. But I don't know about giving up that much draft capital when you still have so many holes to plug.
Ross, good to see you. Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Can I say one more thing just about this upcoming trade? I'd be curious to see how much the Lions spent to move up here because the Saints spent a lot to get to 11. And here are the Lions getting up to 12 with a division rival
from 32.
There. So be interesting to see. Thanks, guys.
And it will be interesting, guys, as we look forward here to see what the cost to move up is going to be moving forward because there's going to be corners that teams might want, receivers that teams might want, and at some point, we assume someone is going to move up for a quarterback. We just don't know if it's this Detroit Lions team right now. The pick is in. It is Jameson Williams, the receiver from Alabama.
Jameson Williams, wide receiver at the University of Alabama. What a fast player this kid is. One of the fastest players I've ever seen at the university. Luke Robinson here with Locked On Bama to tell you a little bit more about Jamo Williams. This is a kid that was a hurdler in high school and a track star. Goes to Ohio State. He gets put through the ringer there. And then he comes to Alabama, and he's facing incredible stiff competition when he gets to Tuscaloosa in the SEC West. So he's going up against some fantastic corners every single week. Then he played in the playoffs, both at Ohio State and Alabama. So again, he has played very long seasons against very quality competition throughout his career. He's led the nation in most touchdowns over 30 yards receiving with 11 touchdowns over 30 yards. That's absolutely incredible. Tons and tons of speed. Yes, he needs to work on getting off jammed at the line a little bit better. But overall, fantastic prospect. If it weren't for the ACL tear, I think he would have gone a little bit higher.
We have another trade. Philadelphia has traded into this spot. We'll get to that in just a second. Now we have Garrett Wilson off the board. The receiver run might be upon us, folks. Charles Cross goes to Seattle. Jameson Williams, who we just saw go to Detroit, over here as well. We have Chris Olave off the board, and the board we're done over here. So now we're trying to see, okay, what is Philadelphia coming up to get? Could it be Jordan Davis, who we were just talking about as Haloti Ngata? Could it be the pass rusher, Jermaine Johnson from Florida State? Could it be a quarterback, Malik Willis, looming here, or the corner, Trent McDuffie? We'll see, guys. If you're Philadelphia, who is the guy you're targeting?
If you have opportunity to pair up Jordan Davis with Fletcher Cox, then I think that's what you do. Especially when you start talking about the NFC East. And if you pass on that opportunity, then I don't know what's going on with you.
Maybe cornerback position. They've been kind of hurting for that. That seems like a position they need here. You look at the cornerbacks that have already flew off the board, kind of that tier one of guys with Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley Jr. Maybe now they're like, you know what? Maybe a Trent McDuffie out of your alma mater, Washington. That might be a guy that they really like and have higher on their board than the other guys that are available.
There's still an edge left as well, Jermaine Johnson, that I think can go in this range where we had him graded.
Yeah.
I don't think this is Karlaftis, although a lot of people like that fit as well. I certainly wouldn't be trading up for him, but in order to balance what you're getting here, you're seeing all these receivers go off the board. That would have been a place that I would have thought maybe 2 weeks ago, but with them gone, I think this has got to be somebody with an impact on the defensive side.
All right, we have Matt Derry on this Jameson Williams pick, and Kanani Stevens is with Matt.
Once again, we're with Locked On Lions to get their second pick here tonight. Matt, we saw them go with a just offensive talent, or excuse me, a defensive, very just physical player with their first pick. Now they're going wide receiver, same sort of thing, just speed there. What is this going to bring to the team on offense?
Well, Kai, this is something that you rarely see from the Lions, and that's some stones, that's some guts. Making a move to go get a guy they really want who's a big-time player. They could have stayed at 32 and taken a nice receiver like a Jahan Dotson or somebody like that, or a Traylon Burks, but they go get a home run hitter in Jameson Williams, who, if not for the torn ACL from his last game in Alabama, might just be the best receiver and the most explosive receiver in this draft. If he can get healthy, that's a game changer for Detroit to put alongside Amon-Ra St. Brown and the newly acquired DJ Chark. So a little bit of a surprise here that the Lions did this and gave up what they gave up, but they're going to get a home run hitter for this offense that they desperately need, and I like it.
They got aggressive by trading up for that. Does this kind of solidify the offense in your mind? Do you think we might see a change in quarterback soon, or are they going to try to make this work?
Well, I don't know about solidifying anything. This is the Lions, but
Fair.
I will say this, guy. They had to give Jared Goff some help.
Yeah.
I mean, now you got two big receivers on the outside with Chark and now Jameson to go along with Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot, who had a great season as a rookie, and TJ Hawkinson as a tight end. The offensive line's good. The question is going to be, can Jared Goff deliver the football to these guys? But now he's got some big-time weapons, and I like the aggressiveness, like I said. And I think fans are going to love, Aiden Hutchinson out of Michigan and then Williams out of Alabama. Those are two big-name players and some excitement here. But I think they had to get aggressive to go get that upper-level elite receiver, and that's exactly what they did.
I agree with you, Matt. Disappointing last year, but good to see they're actually going out there trying to make some moves this time around. We'll check in with you again when we see the Lions back on the board. Some more trades going on. As we've noted, the Eagles are now on the clock after trading up. So we'll have to see what their pick is going to be. I believe their pick just came in.
That pick is in for Philadelphia. We are waiting for it to be announced. As we look at the board, you mentioned Jermaine Johnson. Are you surprised he hasn't gone yet? Because there was some thought as high as 4 he could be off the board.
I'm actually not. I haven't graded in the upper teens, so I think this is approaching the area where maybe he comes off, especially with the pressure to go up and get him. But no, I think this could be anybody that they feel has the bigger impact versus what's already in Philadelphia.
We have a lot more to come. The Eagles pick as we get through the Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is coming up after this. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with 1 scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? Ooh, that's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
It is encouraging that you have seen a quarterback in Desmond Ridder who has continued to kind of ascend throughout the draft process. He was kind of characterized by many, including myself, as kind of a winner, but more of a thrower than a passer.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with Locked On NFL Draft host Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, plus Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. Kai Stevens is hitting us up with the guys from around the network to give us everything we need as the 2022 NFL Draft rolls along. The Philadelphia Eagles pick is in. Howie Roseman trades up, and he is trying to add some pieces to a team that made the playoffs last year, guys, but got worked by Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady is going to work you in the playoffs from time to time. If you're on his team, that is of a great benefit to you in that situation. They have a lot of options here, and we were wondering, where is the value? Where can you go to get this guy? Why move up here? Well, it turns out it is for the monster defensive tackle from Georgia, Jordan Davis.
Talking about Jordan Davis, defensive tackle, nose prospect from the University of Georgia.
Look, I don't know how many more times we can say this about Georgia defenders, but they don't grow them like this anymore, or have they before? When you're talking about a guy that is 6'6", 340, probably going to get down to that 330 range, or 325 is what he wants to do playing weight-wise. Running a 40-yard dash in 4.78 seconds, faster than many of the quarterbacks that are athletic and moving around, mobile in the NFL. Jordan Davis is a guy that will not move the center, instead will move the center back on you, and that's what makes him special. He redefines where the play begins, and if you know anything about football, that changes literally everything about an offensive scheme. He is a man in the middle for years to come.
By relative athletic score, the most athletic prospect ever tested at the NFL Combine at 341, ran 4.78. The numbers are crazy, but the question is going to be the value here. I promised Isaiah we would start with him because he was ready to run through a wall for this pick. Why do you like this for Philadelphia?
Well, they knew who was going to pick after them. If they didn't come up and take this pick, he was going to go to the Baltimore Ravens. Not even a question about it, right? We just talked about it. Jordan Davis is an absolute beast. We just talked about how much of a physical specimen he is. These guys just aren't born. These guys are created, right? 6'6", 340 pounds, running 4.7. We just talked about a safety that ran a 4.7. This dude ran a 4.7 at 340 pounds. And then you get the opportunity to not only to take his physical specimen and plug him into the system, but who does he get to play next to? Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox is one of the most dominant defensive linemen of our last decade, right? So not only do you bring Fletcher Cox back, re-sign him, you're in the NFC East. Now Fletcher Cox gets to mentor this young man, and you want to talk about taking away an aspect of a game. We talked about being able to bring in a cornerback that can kind of negate one side of the field. Well, you talk about taking away the run game in the NFC East. This is absolutely a dominant chess move that these guys just put. You got to now come up as an offensive lineman and say, hey, I got to block you in the one gap, Jordan Davis, and I got to worry about Fletcher Cox. Both of you guys can consume two guys at a time. What the heck do we do?
Croc, we'll get to you in just a second. We have Gino Camilleri from Locked On Eagles, and Kai is with him right now.
Gino, we have to check in with you because obviously, as Isaiah just alluded to, this is a place where you're adding to your own strengths, but then, within the division, they're attacking these offensive lines, right? So how big of an addition defensively this for the Eagles?
Yeah, that was a great point that Isaiah had made about Fletcher Cox being right next to him. Well, let's not forget Javon Hargrave, who might have had a better season than Fletcher Cox last year. And you bring in Jordan Davis, who will now allow this team to have a 2-gapping 0-tech/1-tech defensive lineman, which will open things up for the linebackers, which Jonathan Gannon really wants in his scheme. You're going to see guys like Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, bear the reward of having a guy like Jordan Davis there, to where you have over 1,000 pounds of man in between Javon Hargrave, Fletcher Cox, and Jordan Davis. Yeah, best of luck blocking the A and B gap against these guys, and then have to worry about the edge rushers outside of them. I think this is a home run pick for them. They had to get in front of Baltimore, absolutely had to. And what they gave up, they didn't give up premium picks to go up, and they still got their guy. I think it's an A+ pick for this team all day long.
A lot of big guys, but they're fast too, right? So that makes them doubly scary. Obviously, they traded up. They're being aggressive. They're getting the guy that they want, but they still have another pick coming up as well at 18. What do you think they'll try to do there?
So the pass catchers kind of came off the board a little quicker than most had expected. I think that Trent McDuffie more than likely would be the pick. They have to go secondary at some point. And with the two guys going quick, and Ahmad Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley, they're now on to plan B. And they so badly have holes in the safety position, at the second cornerback position as well. I think they go there, and I think they keep going with this all defensive mindset where Jonathan Gannon, defensive coordinator there, is going to now be able to play more inside of his scheme, where he was more getting the Jim Schwartz's guys out of there, where they played more even style fronts. It's going to be a chessboard for what they do up front, but they also need guys on the back end. I think they go secondary, whoever is the best corner available. And hey, Kyle Hamilton still hasn't been picked yet, so we'll see.
Wouldn't be a bad pick there. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. We'll check back with you very soon because they're on the clock at 18 right now. The Ravens are on the clock, so we will check in with them. Peter, who do you guys have going next?
Well, Baltimore has plenty of options, but one fewer option for there was Jordan Davis. There was a lot of discussion with Jordan Davis around positional value at the nose. Mm-hmm. I think Isaiah just made a pretty compelling case, but you are also someone who values the numbers and the analytics, and pass rush is still king because passing is still king. Where do you think someone like Jordan Davis, from a modern value standpoint, slides in?
I think he's a unique case because if you take Trayvon Walker out of the D-line group, he has the top athletic matrix score in this draft because of his unique athleticism. And even though he doesn't have the film that shows that upgraded pass rush, he has the ability to get there, especially when you understand that as a rookie, he's not going to be the guy that draws double teams in this defense. That is a unique perception that can exist in Philadelphia and only a handful of other places. Sets him up to do very well as a rookie.
Now, Baltimore has their pick of a pass rusher. If they want one, they're moving away from that Wink Martindale blitz-heavy scheme. Could that be a place where they go here? And Kyle Hamilton is a name that we are still waiting to go off the board. Is this where we could see his false stop? Does he make sense for Baltimore?
It definitely is. I mean, the last time they had a safety that they feel really comfortable with on the back end, I mean, it was Earl Thomas, and they didn't even get out of him what they were expecting. So maybe safety going here is something that happens.
Maybe we foretold it. Maybe we forecasted it. Kyle Hamilton, safety from Notre Dame, is the pick to the Baltimore Ravens at 14.
What's up, everybody? Candace Cooper here of Locked On ACC, and I'm here to talk Kyle Hamilton out of Notre Dame. I want you to first not get too caught up on drills. At the end of the day, a 40-yard dash ain't going to help you much on that field. Kyle Hamilton is a unicorn. He's absolutely going to make an immediate impact on whatever team chooses him. Don't be silly now. I understand safeties are not the picks that normally get the top spots, but don't miss out on what should be one of the best players defensively. That's a long time coming for a lot of these organizations. Don't do it. Don't get caught up on drills. I beg of you. Giants, if you're listening, go ahead and pick my boy Kyle Hamilton.
You heard it there. I mean, don't get caught up on drills, but 4.7, it's tough to play safety in the NFL at 4.7. So what does he bring that can help this Baltimore defense?
I think range, he does have instincts, and he's going to have to lean on those. You know, if you can't run as fast with the guys that are running around in the NFL, you have to play with great anticipation. And I think, especially underneath, that's something he does well. I'm curious to see if they start to utilize him more around the line of scrimmage, almost like an off-ball linebacker, but a guy that can do some things in coverage with tight ends.
Can we stop? Can we stop saying 4.7, please. Everybody else got the bump of that turf in Indy, right? So he ran 4.59. All right.
He put the 4.74 on paper. Like, don't run it. Because the last thing that we see.
What did Jordan Davis run? 4.78?
4.78. He ran a 4.74. Okay. At his pro day, where he's supposed to be faster. So
everybody else got the bump. Give him the benefit.
Put that on paper.
Let's see what Kevin Ostreicher can put on paper with Locked On Ravens. Kai is with him now.
All right, Croc might not be a fan necessarily, but we're going to check in with Kevin and Locked On Ravens. They seem like they're kind of trying to go back to that old, Baltimore defense, really hit them in the mouth and just stop them from scoring. Is this a good pick for them?
Yeah, this is a phenomenal pick. I feel like this is pure Ravens drafting, where Kyle Hamilton was the best player available on their board. Kyle Hamilton was the best player available on multiple people's boards. And for the Ravens to now pair him with Marcus Williams in that secondary, you also have corners Marlon Humphrey and Marcus Peters, Chuck Clark in there as well. It's just like, how are this Ravens defense going to line up? How is the secondary going to line up? Kyle Hamilton, this is a A+ pick in my book. The Ravens, they don't necessarily draft for need all the time. They like to pick those best players available. J.K. Dobbins at running back in 2020, Marlon Humphrey at corner a couple years before that. This is a pick that will pay off for Baltimore, both when you're talking about this season, but also for years and years in the future.
You mentioned they don't always draft for need. They sometimes just go with the best player available, but obviously they're pretty serious about the defense. They signed Marcus Williams in the offseason. They had so many injuries last year. Does this kind of renewed energy and focus give you some serious hope for next season for the team?
Yeah, this is amazing, because I think what it does is it opens up so much in this defense. The Ravens, they do still have needs at cornerback and at edge, but those are positions that are very deep throughout this draft class. Getting a talent like Kyle Hamilton, it makes me excited for the talent this defense already has on it. We're talking about Marcus Williams. You also have players at the edge position like Odafe Owe, young guys like Patrick Queen as well, and obviously not to mention the guys they will be getting back from injury in Marlon Humphrey and Marcus Peters. This team has valued their secondary for years. They've invested big money and big draft capital into it, and this is no different here.
Absolutely. Could be scary. Thank you for joining us, and we will check in with you a little bit later. As for right now, we have the Houston Texans on the clock. They've been trading around and making some moves. What do we think they might do with this?
Houston Texans almost a halfway point in the first round of this NFL Draft 2022 Locked On Special. I am Peter Bukowski. You just heard from Kai Stevens, Ryan Tracy, and Eric Crocker from Locked On NFL Draft. Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback is over here. The Houston Texans, their pick is in. It is guard from Texas A&M, Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green, offensive guard from Texas A&M, yet another stud offensive lineman who played against some really good competition in the SEC. Now, Green was a first-team All-SEC selection this past season, a two-time consensus All-American, and by the end of this year, his junior season, man, he was on just about every publication's All-American list. He also finished as a finalist for the Lombardi Award. He did play a little tackle at times at Texas A&M due to some injuries to other guys, but it sounds like all the NFL scouts, they see him primarily as a starting guard at the next level, most likely as a right guard. I do know this, if you're looking for a dominant run blocker, then Kenyon Green, he is that guy.
Kenyon Green is the pick for the Houston Texans to help shore up this offensive line. We also had a trade, which we can talk about when we have a second to breathe around here. Hollywood Brown is going to the Arizona Cardinals. They are getting that 23rd pick from Arizona, as well as an additional future pick. Kenyon Green is a player that I know the dais over here absolutely loves. Croc, what did you like about Kenyon Green?
Oh, man, we talk about versatility. And when I went on to watch Kenyon Green, I put on one game and I'm watching him, and I'm like, man, this guy's a terrific left tackle. He's moving well and he's blocking well. Then I put on another game. I'm like, well, he's not a left tackle. So I skipped that game, thinking he just wasn't on the field. But he was. He was just playing a different position. This is a guy that definitely has the versatility to play inside or outside. He definitely profiles as a guard. He's a big, powerful, strong guy that likes to move bodies. He has definitely good enough feet and athleticism to play in any type of scheme, whether it's a power scheme or maybe a zone blocking scheme. Fits a power scheme maybe a little bit better, but overall, a terrific pick, and maybe jumped up in front of a team like the Dallas Cowboys to make sure they get their guy.
Yeah, they definitely just slapped Dallas in the face because I've been in the building over the past few weeks, and I know this is a guy that they were hoping would fall down to them. Obviously, he went about 9 picks ahead of them.
Yeah.
So, they got their guy. And I mentioned how I know Nick Caserio likes to be able to, focus in on that interior lineman, and talked about how, they wanted to make sure they appeased Lovie Smith, give him his secondary guy. Okay, you got your defense. Okay, now let me go ahead and do what I do, which is give myself some solid offensive linemen, and that's exactly what they just got with him.
Derek Stingley, Kenyon Green, how would you rate what we've seen so far from the Houston Texans with the understanding that they might not be done?
I like that they're plugging holes, and I like that you called him an offensive lineman too. I prefer him at guard, but he can slide out there and play in a pinch and tackle too. So he gives that versatility that you really need if you're going to bolster that line in a number of ways and be ready for the future.
Let's hear from the co-host of the Houston Locked On Texans, John Hickman, and Kai Stevens is with him.
We've been seeing a lot of moves from the Texans so far in the first round. They picked at 3. They moved around. Were you surprised by this pick? Are you pleased to see them adding to the line? What was your immediate reaction?
No, absolutely surprised by this pick. I thought that the best player available for that guard position was Zion Johnson. And then I look at Jermaine Johnson, who was also on the board. The Houston Texans have came out and said that they have to get better at the defensive line position. And sorry, excuse me, I'm at a draft party right now celebrating the Texans being able to draft for the first time in the first round forever. But Kenyon Green is not a bad pick. Listen, the Houston Texans were historically one of the worst in NFL history run offenses in the league, right? So they had to tune that up. That has been a mention of Pep Hamilton as an OC. Lovie Smith has talked about giving him the best tools in order to increase what they can do offensively, and that's getting better at the run game. So they look at Kenyon Green as a player who played in the SEC, was a dominant player at the interior guard position, and has been known to be able to move bodies.
John, we know you're in the thick of it there at the party, but who is he going to be blocking for at quarterback? Do we know that yet? Is there another move on the horizon?
Davis Mills.
Okay.
General Mills, Money Mills, whatever you want to call it. Davis Mills will be the Houston Texans starter for the 2022 season. There's no doubt about it. I can see Houston maybe addressing the quarterback position maybe in the 6th or 7th round, bringing in a quarterback that they can fill in and have as a backup. But as of right now, the Houston Texans' priority is giving Davis Mills the best tools that he needs in order to be successful.
All right, well, we'll see what he's got. We thank you, and I'm sure there's going to be some more moves, so we'll probably be checking in with you again soon. The Texans get their 2nd pick. They've traded around a little bit, so they've been moving around. We're keeping an eye on that. But who do we have right now? Are the Ravens back on the clock right now?
Washington Commanders.
Washington Commanders. There's so much trades going on. I'm trying to keep track. The Washington Commanders are on the clock now as they traded down, so we'll see who they have for their pick.
We were just trying to put our heads together over here and count to 16, and 4 guys of us could barely do it. So we have to keep our heads on a swivel during this draft. The Washington Commanders, which is still weird to say, right? I was used to calling them the Washington football team. For whatever reason, that actually just sort of made sense to me. Who makes sense for Washington, do you think, Ryan?
I think they missed out on something that they wanted to do before. So if you come back and you're looking to upgrade what you're going to do, I'd like to look on the offensive side, but unfortunately, on my board, the vast majority of the offensive talent is gone. So do you look at somebody who can step in and bolster your offensive line, try to help out what you're trying to do in the running game, or do you look at a pass catcher? And I think that's probably the more likely, because while we've seen the top 4 go pretty early, I think there's a good volume of depth here, and so maybe that momentum is pulling everyone up.
A lot of people were mocking receiver to them at pick 11, and a lot of times it was Garrett Wilson. So to see them kind of trade out of there and Garrett Wilson get picked in that range now, and maybe they thought, hey, let's trade back because Garrett Wilson was picked at 10, and that was our guy. So let's move back a little bit and see if there's another guy that kind of still fits that mold of what they want from a pass catcher.
If they want a pass catcher, what style of pass catcher fits their needs, considering they have Terry McLaurin, Scary Terry, Curtis Samuel?
I don't know who the heck's throwing the ball to him. You know what I mean?
You gotta figure that out too.
I mean, it
Carson
matters.
Wentz?
Huh?
Carson Wentz?
Carson Wentz is a placeholder. You know, he's a placeholder. No disrespect to him, but I believe that he's a placeholder. He's not their guy. He's a guy that can get them through this next year. And I think, we mentioned that about other teams earlier today, but, I think that they need somebody who's just versatile. If they're going to go at the receiver position, that's what they need to do, but I believe that they need to go to linebacker because they need to continue to solidify this already dominant defensive front, and they need to add somebody that can play next to Holcomb.
Devin Lloyd could have been the pick. Nakobe Dean could have been the pick. It was neither of those guys. They did add a pass catcher, very similar to Garrett Wilson in a lot of ways. It is Jahan Dotson, the receiver from Penn State.
Jahan Dotson, a wide receiver out of Penn State. Not the first wide receiver we'll hear from the Big Ten on draft day, but someone who's going to be getting a steal if you ask me, whoever is who takes this guy. Dotson, a speed guy, 5'11", but a 4.43 40 gives him that dash to be able to get by defenders at the NFL level too. And the guy's just a really, really smart football player too. The big advantage for him on draft day will be his ability to play pretty much anywhere. Inside, line up outside, obviously with the speed, catch it all 3 levels. He has really good hand skills, really good reading of the ball through the air too. The only question that I've seen come up about him is kind of about his physicality that will need to translate to the NFL level, because those defensive backs at that NFL level are faster, are going to be hitting him more, bumping him on routes and things, and obviously physical at the catch too. Can he get up to that level? It's not something I'm worried about, and if you ask me, whenever it is Jahan Dotson goes, whoever takes him is going to be impressed and very happy with the pick right away.
Jahan Dotson going to be heading to the Commanders, who ended up trading down. We're checking in with Locked On Commanders David Harrison, who is at the facility right now. Give us the immediate reaction. What's the feeling? I know the Commanders are on the move, so are they excited with this pick they got?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, moving out of number 11, you have guys like Chris Olave, Jamison Williams. I think Jamison is a little bit too much of a risk with that injury recovery. And Washington dealt with a lot of injuries, and really not a franchise that is in a position to take a whole lot of risk there. So trading back with the New Orleans Saints and getting some mid-round draft capital back, as we know, they got rid of some of that in the Carson Wentz deal, and then still getting a wide receiver. Look, I've been saying all offseason, they got to draft based on what they have, not what they want. Curtis Samuel right now is a non-factor, and so they bring in Jahan Dotson, and if Curtis gets healthy, then they've got 3 top-shelf potential wide receivers that could really wreak havoc in the NFC East.
Is this something where Dotson's going to take a little time to adjust, or do you think he can have an impact on this team right out of the gate?
I think a little bit of both. I think, the full role that he's going to have is going to take a little bit of time for Scott Turner to really get him up to speed. But I think he's dynamic enough that any offensive coordinator in the National Football League should be able to do some things with his skill set from day one.
Thank you, David. We will get back to you a little bit. Enjoy the party there. As for right now, there's a lot of trades going on. Peter, I'm going to throw it back to you because there's a big one you might want to talk about.
A monster trade has gone down. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 18th pick to the Tennessee Titans for A.J. Brown. We're talking about all-pro A.J. Brown, that A.J. Brown. But the Titans, their pick is in, or excuse me, the Titans have, the Chargers, I'm trying to keep my head on straight. They have taken guard Zion Johnson.
Zion Johnson, offensive lineman, Boston College. He will be a versatile, multi-year starter for any team that drafts him. This is AJ Black from Locked On Boston College. Zion Johnson is going to be a steal, as he has been a player who has seen his draft stock skyrocket since the Senior Bowl through the NFL Combine and his pro day workouts. He is a guy that can play all over the offensive line, playing both at guard and at tackle. He's an athletic freak. He's got good speed, good leverage, good power. He can do it all. And whatever team gets him, they can plug him in immediately and know we have drafted an offensive lineman that will be consistent, smart, and powerful for years to come. Don't be surprised if Zion Johnson is the first guard drafted in the 2022 NFL Draft.
Reminding you, the Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. And the game has started, guys. This is wild. Philadelphia, Isaiah, you said about 6 times. Philly's not playing.
They are not playing at all. Philadelphia obviously made the move with Jordan Davis, bringing him in to play next to Fletcher Cox, Hargrove, freaking Burnett, all these guys. And now all of a sudden they're going to the receiver position where they traded away number 18 pick to the Tennessee Titans, and they picked up A.J. Brown from Tennessee. Are you freaking kidding me? A.J. Brown is a physical specimen who catches absolutely everything who comes in his way. Oh, and by the way, if you decide to come up and try to defend the run, he will throw you out the club like Jazzy Jeff on Fresh Prince. This dude, listen up. Philadelphia is here to play. They're putting everybody in the NFC East on notice right now. Dallas better wake up. New York better wake up, because these boys ain't playing around.
Does it make sense, do you think, to go all in with Jalen Hurts right now?
I'm curious, but, again, some of these moves aren't for the short term. I'm pretty sure right now they have a contract ready to go to offer A.J. Brown. Lock him up long term. You just drafted a guy in the top 10 last year in Devontae Smith. And now if the quarterback doesn't work out, well, you have multiple first-round picks next season where you can move up for one of these younger guys. But right now, there is no excuses left for a guy like Jalen Hurts. You have been given all the weapons and opportunity that you need. Now you just got to go out there and win.
This is the perfect time to do this because you have your last chance to see what Jalen will bring. I actually think that this will help him, and I think he can take a step forward. I do believe that, and I think the kid's been given a rough go. But if not, you are now one player away because you're filling every other hole. You're setting the foundation, and with those top picks, you could trade up next year. Is there an Alabama quarterback in your sights in 2023? There might definitely be.
Or Ohio State quarterback.
No, I'm just saying.
But this is what happens in the NFL, though, especially when it comes to quarterbacks, and quarterbacks are highly touted like a Jalen Hurts. They will provide you with all the resources that you need. They will load everybody up around you and then put you in a position to say, oh, you weren't successful? Well, it wasn't because of us. And it makes it easier for them to move on to the next man.
And easier to evaluate them, too. Let's not overlook the Zion Johnson pick and go to Daniel Wade with Locked On Chargers. Kai Stevens is with him.
We're going to run it back to number 17, Zion Johnson. We had him, I think, top 15 or top 17 or so in terms of talent on our board. So is this a pick where you gotta protect Herbert at all costs at this point?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's obviously goal number one. I think the biggest thing here is they elect to go with the best interior offensive lineman instead of potentially reaching for the fourth best tackle, in my opinion, in Trevor Penning. This dude's going to come in and start right away. And the other part of it is it means most likely Matt Filer, their current left guard, is going to be switching to right tackle, solving their right tackle problem, and then they get maybe a Pro Bowl guard in the first round at 17.
Obviously, there's tons of competition within the division. Is this really just about shoring themselves up and not leaving any room for error?
Absolutely. And I think, the biggest thing is protecting Justin Herbert as far as keeping up in the arms race of the AFC. I think the draft kind of played out the way it did and made the Chargers go this way. If there was an explosive receiver there, it would have been interesting if they decided to go in that direction. But you're definitely going to have to keep up in the AFC West at times. And Zion Johnson gives you a much better chance to do that. Give Justin Herbert the time. He'll make it happen. The dude was a borderline MVP last year.
Absolutely. One of the best talents left on the board, and it fills a need as well. So we thank you for joining us. We are going to go to the Titans now, who got that pick via the trade from Philly, the massive trade. I know you guys have much more to say about that and then what they're getting in return.
So we have the terms of the trade. It is A.J. Brown for 18 and a third-round pick. So this is almost the Tyreek Hill, almost the Devontae Adams. Is this compensation that's making you make that face, Croc?
It's just surprising because A.J. Brown, he's one of those receivers that you just, when you draft a receiver, you're like, man, I hope he is this. I hope he's an alpha. I hope he's a wide receiver one. I hope he is an all-pro caliber type guy. He was all of those things, and because of the money situation, you trade him away.
John Robinson, the GM right now, is on TV making a very distressed face. And Mike Vrabel, who never looks happy about anything, is also looking very upset. And maybe it is the situation where the contract negotiations break down. You don't want to give him this money. But if you're the Tennessee Titans, Isaiah, why are you not? To your point, when you draft a superstar player, when you draft anybody, you hope they're as good as A.J. Brown. What kind of message does it send to your locker room that they're going, nah, we'd rather trade you for maybe someone?
I don't know. But you have to be picking a receiver at this point because you lose Julio Brown and now you trade away A.J. Brown. Well, you obviously don't think that you're going to be able to re-sign A.J. Brown, so now you have to draft the receiver, right?
Maybe they draft the guy who's been compared to A.J. Brown, Traylon Burks. He is, in fact, the pick at 18, Arkansas receiver, Traylon Burks.
Whoa, pick so.
Traylon Burks, wide receiver, Arkansas. The greatest and most talented wide receiver to ever play with the Razorbacks. I'm John Neighbors with the Locked On Razorbacks podcast. Traylon Burks was able to tear apart SEC defenses last year where everyone knew where the ball was going to go. Everyone knew just how talented he was, but it didn't matter as he was an unstoppable force for the Razorback offense last year. Standing at 6'3", weighing around 230 pounds, there is not a greater, more gifted athlete when he combines speed, athleticism, as well as his hand size. He's going to be a phenomenal wide receiver in the NFL. First-round draft pick, he is going to be big time for whichever team ends up adding him into the mix.
All right, massive trade. We got to check in with Locked On Titans, of course. Traylon Burks is the pick they are getting, but they are losing A.J. Brown. You're smiling. Are we worried? I'm a little worried for you.
Yeah, no, just trying to be camera friendly and smile a little bit for everybody out there. But quite frankly, this is an absolute disaster for the Tennessee Titans. You take a player in Treylon Burks who, while having some similar qualities to A.J. Brown, he's a big-bodied, 6'2" wide receiver with good run after the catch ability. He simply is not developed enough as a boundary receiver who can play outside as an X guy for you and be your number one option. I thought he would be a good fit for the Titans as a secondary receiver to play, that slot position and take those screens and those short passes and those schemed up throws that he did so well with in college and take those and turn those into success. But to get rid of A.J. Brown, and I think not only is it getting rid of A.J. Brown, but the contract. Philadelphia gave him $100 million with $57 million guaranteed. I mean, that is below what most people projected after seeing the contracts that were given out this all season. So I think looking at what Philadelphia gave up, 101 and 18, looking at the contract they gave A.J. Brown, and looking at A.J. Brown was the MVP for the Titans, whether people wanted to realize it or not. This is an absolute disaster for the Tennessee Titans. You have to wonder if the general manager has been abducted. Do we need to put out a missing persons report for Titans general manager John Robinson? I don't know what has happened here in the war room in Nashville, but it is a complete mistake. Very disappointing for Tennessee Titans fans all over.
Tyler, you're not pulling any punches, and I think we're all a little bit confused by it too, because we're not quite sure why that move was made. Maybe something else. The shoe will drop going forward. We'll check in with you in a little bit when the Titans get back in this one. But you guys, I think we just got to continue talking about this. What is going on?
Well, we're going to talk a lot more about a blockbuster trade. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock at 19. Down is up. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. We're going to get into all of it after the break. BetOnline.net is your number one source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Analytics expert Brian Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? Ooh, that's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is back. We are here with you live for every pick, every round the next 3 days to to give you the local insights from the college to the NFL and our experts. Today's show is brought to you by Bet Online. And my friend Ryan Tracy is here from Locked On NFL Draft. Eric Crocker also here, Locked On NFL Draft. Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback is here. And Kai Stevens is with our local hosts. I am Peter Bukowski here with you for all of the fun. The pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. It's Trevor Penning, offensive tackle.
Trevor Penning, offensive tackle from Northern Iowa. You want a throwback offensive lineman with a modern-day twist, and that's exactly what you're getting from Penning. I'm Brandon Olson with the Lockdown Podcast Network. Trevor Penning is one of those offensive linemen that I really like because he is that throwback offensive lineman. He's mean, he's physical, he's nasty, but he's also athletic enough to work in pretty much any scheme. He's not going to get left behind by the changing times of the modern day NFL. He is a great scheme fit for almost every NFL team, and I could imagine that every NFL team is going to want a player with his demeanor on their offensive line for years to come.
Our buddy Ross Jackson is back. He's going to walk behind me this time, which is really great. Ross, Trevor Penning was a name that we brought up in our pre-show. You predicted it. So, how do you like the fit?
I love this pick for the Saints. Y'all notice what it wasn't, right? A quarterback. Right? This is all about instead protecting the quarterback. Listen to me. The New Orleans Saints just nailed this first round in terms of making sure that they're competitors here in 2022. They traded away their 2023 first round selection, which means they expect that pick to be toward the back end of the first round. They just made sure that they have no excuse for that to be the case. Now, they had to give up a little bit to get it done, right? The third round pick and the fourth round pick, but they held on to pick 49. So they still have another top 50 selection next coming into tomorrow in the next round, and that should be something that they will be able to land another potential starter at a top 50 selection. I love this paired with Chris Olave.
Ryan, what did you think of Trevor Penning just as a prospect?
I think Penning slides decently. He probably would have gone around you, and that's fine. But at the bottom of it, I think this is a bit of a reach. I didn't have him this high. I'm worried about his lateral mobility in terms of being able to reach, in terms of being able to talk into your mic sufficiently enough so that everybody can hear me. I think it's going to be a bit of a transition period. So once he gets there, I think you are going to be fine. I do agree. The Saints have done what they needed to do. They went and got their guys, and if their evaluations are correct, they knocked it out of the park.
From no-star recruit, he was a zero-star, 5'10", 170 pounds as a freshman, and now he is a top 20 pick in the NFL draft. What have you thought about what we saw from the Saints so far? Chris Olave, they move up to get him. Trevor Penning, they're solidifying that offense. Yeah. Dennis Allen, with the coach, we saw them as a defensive team last year. Now they go offense.
Yeah, it seems like they're being very strategic. Right? It seems like they're executing their game plan. Nothing seems like a wild card move for them. They obviously needed to have a weapon to pair up with Michael Thomas. They went out and did that, and now they need to be able to find somebody to be able to block it up so that they can actually get the run game going with somebody named Alvin Kamara. They need to be able to get him going because he can't be running around like a chicken with his head cut off, and then give Jameis Winston an opportunity to get the ball out. I think that they're doing a great job so far in this draft.
Ross, we talked about the quarterbacks with you earlier. The Steelers are on the clock. This was the popular place for Malik Willis, who they are reportedly enamored with. Could this be the spot where we see a quarterback finally come off the board?
I think so, and I think it might be Kenny Pickett. I mean, Pittsburgh guy gets to stay at home. He's gotten the opportunity to play in that stadium, in Heinz Field, practice there in those practice facilities, all that good stuff. So I think that could be with this next selection. It's interesting watching Malik Willis fall when we thought he might be the first quarterback off the board, but we've seen this before, and this year with the sort of weak quarterback class, I'm not fully surprised by this to see these slides. I'm just grateful that the Saints, especially with that big trade up, didn't jump in and try to beat everybody to the punch at quarterback here.
Croc, if they do take a quarterback, who is the right quarterback to take?
Again, I'm betting on the upside. And you have a guy like Mitch Trubisky who could be a placeholder for right now, but you go with a guy like Malik Willis who you feel fits kind of the culture of what you're trying to do and has that added playmaking ability. Big-time arm to be able to cut through the nasty weather that they deal with up there in Pittsburgh. That's the guy that I would take.
If they go defense, Jermaine Johnson still on the board, Devin Lloyd, the linebacker, still on the board. Who would make sense for them there?
I think athletically you like what Lloyd brings, but I would think the edge rusher is the more important here. if you're going to not go quarterback, get another impact player. Unfortunately, linebacker is still a little bit depressed in terms of its overall positional value.
This is a fascinating inflection point, because it could be, if that we get this quarterback to come off the board, it's not like the Patriots need one. It's not like the Packers need one. It's not like the Cardinals need one. It's now the Ravens who are picking in that spot. But we go through a whole litany of teams who don't need one, but that means we could be looking at trade backs. Mm-hmm. So if there's a team that could come up, Isaiah, is there a team that you see that you identify and go, hey, like let me come up and get Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder?
I don't. I see these guys sliding even further. I think they're going to slide, back beneath, even the Cowboys in 25th pick and beyond, simply because of the fact that if the Steelers don't pick them up right here, then they're diving down, because I can see the Steelers grabbing a Devin Lloyd, and if they don't grab Devin Lloyd, then I can see New England grabbing Devin Lloyd, pair him with Matthew Judah and some of these other guys that they have on defense. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here.
Looks like the NFL teams are thinking more of what everyone else felt about the quarterback's position before the combine and pro days and all those things. They weren't very high on it, and right now I think this draft reflects that.
Ross, are you surprised by that? That the NFL did the smart thing?
Yes, very, very. This is a quarterback-hungry league. I thought they would all be jumping into potentially the top 10 to grab these quarterbacks. I'm pleased to see this, because this is the way the drafts used to go, right? This is the way drafts used to go: edge, and then in the trenches.
And yet we're now on the 20th pick before we see a quarterback go off the board. Is that run finally over, and is it the local boy, Ross Jackson? Did you predict the future? It is, in fact, Kenny Pickett, the quarterback from Pittsburgh, to the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 20.
Kenny Pickett, quarterback, Pitt. The first-team All-American and ACC Player of the Year, as well as Heisman Trophy finalist, will be a great add to any team looking for a quarterback with good accuracy and intangibles. I'm Nick Faribaugh with the Locked On Pitt podcast. Kenny Pickett lit the world on fire as he led Pitt to an ACC championship last year, and did it through his best season in his college career. Not only that, but the best season in Pitt history by a quarterback, eclipsing many of the marks set by players like Dan Marino. Kenny Pickett is an accurate quarterback. He's a smart quarterback, plays with good intangibles. He's going to be best in a team that lets him play right away. He's a player that is ready to play right away at the next level. He's highly advanced from a high-level read standpoint. He's got good mechanics, and he's got solid accuracy. He has enough athleticism to make things happen outside of the pocket, as well as make the off-platform throws that might make some of the decision-makers goo-gooed all that. Kenny Pickett should find his role in the NFL very early on and establish himself as a starting quarterback in the National Football League for a good long time.
Took a while for the quarterback to get picked, but we did get one here. The Steelers, Locked On Steelers, Chris Carter, going to join us as we talk about Kenny Pickett, taking a little stroll across campus, and ends up with the Steelers. Do we like this pick? Are we excited to see the Steelers go for a quarterback, or are you a little bit surprised?
I thought that the Steelers would go for quarterback once this board played out the way that it did. Because when I saw all the players that I lined up ahead of the quarterback position, they were flying off the board. The Kyle Hamiltons, the Jordan Davises, all those guys were going. But a lot of people really thought it was Malik Willis. There was a lot of hype around it. The Steelers took him out to get wings, and they were just all over him at the Senior Bowl. This was very quiet as far as Kenny Pickett being the guy over Malik Willis. But it makes a lot of sense. When we were asking Mike Tomlin about what they valued at quarterback, at first he was like, yeah, there's no one thing. But then eventually he said competitive toughness, leadership, the willingness to stand up in the big moment. And nobody did that more than Kenny Pickett this past year at the quarterback position in college football. When you saw time and time again, Pitt needed him in big moments. He had the fake slide in the ACC championship game. When they lost to Western Michigan early in the year, he held a team meeting and he said, we will not lose another game like this because we want to be ACC champions. I covered Pitt football all year long. Kenny Pickett is a true leader. There's questions about his arm strength. Can he get the ball all the way down the field? But there's no question about his accuracy, his toughness, or his leadership. And it's clear that's what the Steelers fell in love with.
Certainly has that Steelers attitude. He's gritty, he's tough, he's got the leadership values there. Is this something, Big Ben's not there anymore. This first time in a while, this position is kind of open-ended. Could we see him start out of the gate if he earns this?
That's a good question, because Mitch Trubisky was brought in presumably to be the starter. A lot of people just assumed, well, he's taken over from Mason Rudolph. He's going to be at number 1 spot. If they drafted Malik Willis, he's young enough that he'll be able to sit a year or two behind him. But Kenny Pickett, he's 24 years old. He'll be 25 when the year starts. There's a lot of people wondering, wait a second, does that mean that he's going to push Trubisky? I think it's going to be a real camp battle when they get out to St. Vincent in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. So I do see there being a battle there. Honestly, I can't say who it would rather be, because this has not been a position that the Steelers have been in for a very long time. Ben Roethlisberger, when he came in 2004, he sat for a game. Tommy Maddox got hurt in the second game, and he started the rest of his way in Pittsburgh for the next 2 decades, basically. And Kenny Pickett, a guy a lot of people said was the most pro-ready quarterback out of the gate. This might be a thing that pushes Mitch Trubisky out of the starting spot. It's going to be a very interesting training camp with all eyes on Kenny Pickett.
I think you're right, Chris. Could be the best man wins the job. Thank you for checking in with us. Pete, we're going to head over to you and Ryan, cross some names off that list on the big board.
Well, in addition to crossing some names off the list, we have a Chiefs trade. They have moved up to number 22, and I was looking for someone to talk Chiefs with, and I found him. Hey. The co-host of Locked On Chiefs is here with us. So let's cross some names off so we can get a feel for who could be coming up here for the Kansas City Chiefs. Trevor Penning, Kenny Pickett off the board. Got to go down here. Traylon Burks, a pick that you were not super high on. Kyle Hamilton off the board. Zion Johnson off the board. And Jordan Davis off the board. That leaves a couple guys here right in the range that make a lot of sense. Jahan Dotson also off the board. That could make a lot of sense for the Kansas City Chiefs.
There are a number of ways they can go. Daxton Hill actually fills the nickel corner spot as well as the safety spot that Tyrann Mathieu has vacated. That could be of interest. Trent McDuffie, zone-type corner that they may actually like because of the fact he's very good at what he does. Down to Andrew Booth, a physical corner, Kyer Elam the same way. Guys that play in the way that the Spags do. He likes speed, he likes length. But it comes down to the fact that you need edge rush, and Jermaine Johnson is still on that board. That should be the way that they're going.
You have him significantly above someone like George Karlaftis here?
I do. Quite a bit. I don't think Croc agrees, but the way that it worked out as we averaged them, a good chunk here at a number of slots.
Croc, what do you see from Karlaftis as opposed to someone like Jermaine Johnson?
Well, I like Karlaftis as a big outside type guy, and he definitely fits today's day and age. If you're a team that wants to run too high defense early down, but still be able to stop the run and have a big, powerful guy like that on the edge. But I want the guys that can get to the quarterback and get to the quarterback now with some bend, some speed, and I think Johnson does that a little bit better than Karlaftis.
Are you surprised that your guy Trent McDuffie is still on the board here?
I'm not because he's a plug and play guy in terms of like he's just safe. He's safe. He's not somebody that's going to be a game changer. The people that we're seeing go off the board right now are people that they want to come in and impact the game as of right now. Come in, be dominant, and change up how teams have to approach you. I don't think McDuffie, he's that. I don't think he's that guy. I think he's like I said, he's somebody that's just trustworthy. But as you start thinking about some of these defensive end picks, it is freaking McDuffie.
You called it because what team needs a plug-and-play guy more than a team that is ready to compete for a Super Bowl? The Kansas City Chiefs. Trent McDuffie, the corner from Washington, is the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Trent McDuffie, the cornerback out of the University of Washington, is likely to be a first-round draft pick this year in the 2022 NFL Draft. Spencer McLaughlin here for Locked On Pac-12. McDuffie is not the biggest cornerback that will be taken in this year's draft, and I think that when you look at his NFL prospects, the thing that pops off the screen the most is his explosive speed. He would do very well to go to a team that runs a lot of zone defensively because his ability to read coverages and use that explosive get off and make tackles in space, which he's very willing to do. He loves coming downhill, even though he's not a big guy, about 5'11", right around 200 pounds, maybe a little bit under that according to his measurements. He's a guy who's going to be able to be at his best when he is making reads in coverage and when he is making plays coming downhill, tracking guys down in space. Hasn't faced a lot of NFL talent, and he'll have to make that adjustment, but from a speed, explosive, and grittiness perspective, he certainly has NFL traits.
The Green Bay Packers are on the clock for the first of 2 first-round picks. We will get to them coming up after this. Locked On NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is brought to you by Rock Auto. With the ever-increasing number of makes and models, it's now impossible for your local chain auto parts store to stock all the parts that you need. So why endure often pointless or seemingly intimidating questions and wait while the person behind the counter orders only the parts that their warehouse happens to carry? You have computers with access to rockauto.com at home and in your pocket. So save time and money when using Rock Auto. Why choose to spend 30%, 50%, even 100% more for the same parts from a chain store or car dealership? RockAuto.com is a family business serving do-it-yourselfers for over 20 years. Rock Auto prices are reliably low for every customer. They have everything you could need, from brake parts to tail lamps, motor oil, and even new carpet. I don't know what a car part is supposed to cost, but I know when I go to Rock Auto, I'm getting the best price. Go explore their easy-to-use website and find the solution to your auto part needs. Go to rockauto.com right now and see all the parts available for your car or truck, and then write Locked On in their How Did You Hear About Us box so they know we sent you. Amazing selection, reliably low prices, all the parts your car will ever need. rockauto.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
If there's a consensus quarterback, you take it. If there's a consensus defensive end, Myles Garrett, you're taking him.
Will Anderson next year?
Will Anderson next year. There is no consensus this year.
Kyler took that organization from where they were when they drafted him to where they are right now. Is it where they want to be? No, but you've seen the steady growth. So I think that he's got a really good argument.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Welcome back to the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with Locked On NFL Draft host Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker. Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback and Kainani Stevens is with our Locked On NFL hosts from around the league. The Green Bay Packers select a player at 22 that is not a receiver. It is Georgia linebacker Quay Walker.
What's up, guys? Daniel and Clint from the Locked On Bulldogs podcast here, talking about Quay Walker, linebacker for the University of Georgia. Clint, what is it that makes this guy so great?
He is a gifted freak. That's what makes him great. He came onto the scene late at Georgia. He was part of a rotation at linebackers with monsters all over the defense. And what set this guy apart is the measurable. 6'4", 240, ran the 40-yard dash in 4.5 seconds. He is faster than fast. He is physical. He is a straight line runner. It's imposing what this guy can do with his absolute athleticism, strength, and he is not just a one-trick pony. Not only can he get after the quarterback, he can play coverage as well. He is going to be a fantastic starter for whatever team drafts him in the first round.
Did they trade up?
So Quay Walker is the pick, the linebacker from Georgia. We'll get to the evaluation of him in just a second. Are you surprised that they did not go receiver? Because I'll be honest, at this point, given who's on the board, I was not surprised.
Yeah, definitely not surprised with who's on the board. Right now, I think the best available receivers are probably some combination of George Pickens. You have Christian Watson, and there are some guys that we expect to kind of go later in day two. But right now, I think you go with who's the highest guy on your board, and it seemed to be Quay Walker.
Eric Stokes was a bit of a surprise last year from that Georgia defense. He turned out to have a really good rookie season. Ryan, what did you think of Quay Walker, who is, as they said in the spot, an outstanding athlete?
He is an outstanding athlete, and he has the size, the length. He can do the number of jobs. He can come off the edge if you need him to. He's not as robust in terms of experience or at the point of attack, but he can do a little bit of it all. And this clearly shows you that in that Georgia defense, they're translating directly to the NFL. And the fact that Nakobe Dean is still on the board talks about his size versus Quay's, which is nearly as elite as Devin Lloyd. So this makes a lot of sense in him being the number 2 linebacker here, coming off now to the Packers.
Isaiah, what do you think of linebacker here? The Packers solidifying a defense that really played well in that 49er game. Not enough because the offense was not able to do a lot here. Linebacker, a bit of surprise. Not a team that generally prioritizes this spot.
I'm not a fan. I mean, how many times have we sat here year after year and looked at Green Bay and their lack thereof support of Aaron Rodgers? They have not supported him by any means. And now you go out there, you give him the big boy contract, and then you still don't support him. You know, he lost with his number 1 weapon, and I know there's not a lot of value right now you guys don't consider it to be a lot of value in the first round at the receiver position, but you have to do something. And you can't just sit back and you can't just expect that, everything's going to be okay, because it's not. It's not just going to be okay. And you have a guy who's an absolute dog who's running out of time, and he needs some guys around him.
Well, I happen to host Locked On Packers. I don't know if you guys knew this, but I don't understand it. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't understand it, but mostly because I just didn't think this was a first-round talent. And I didn't think the Packers would take someone like Devin Lloyd if they were going to take a linebacker, but I like him as a player a lot better. Now, if they take George Pickens at 28, if they take Christian Watson, then I think you feel a little bit differently about this, right? You need to take this in its totality. That's not just, okay, this is one pick in a vacuum. Let's see what happens. But this is one pick of 4 that you have in the top 60, and you took a stack linebacker, which is not a premium position. It is not a valuable player, at least so far in this defense. No linebacker outside of Devondre Campbell played at least 50% of snaps last year. So what role is Quay Walker going to play? Maybe it's someone you can take along slowly. He can give you something on special teams. But we're talking about the 22nd pick in the draft with Aaron Rodgers on your team. It's one of those picks that, like, clip, if he's an all-pro in 3 years, clip this, that's fine. I don't, from a process standpoint, I don't understand it. Bet on athletic measurables, but with linebackers, you need instincts, you need intelligence, and you need experience. And right now, I don't see any of those on tape. Not that he can't get there, but for a team that wants to win the Super Bowl right now, today, tomorrow, I don't understand this.
I think you see flashes of it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is this is as much a banking as the Trayvon Walker move is. You're banking on upside. You've seen enough of it to feel comfortable. And your top guy at a position that you feel is need is there. This is about the way the draft is falling. They feel at 28 they have an option to then go help Aaron in some way. So to me, this just reads as the board is what it is, and our number 1 guy at a position we feel is a need. We can go get him now. We can come back in 6 picks and try to help Aaron then. That would be my guess what happens. If it doesn't, well, then we blow the whole thing up.
Do we think that edge is still a need for Green Bay? Because if so, what if that's the pick?
We do.
Well, and they have Preston Smith under contract. They lose to Darius Smith, but they do have Rashawn Gary, who's turning into a hell of a football player. They signed Jerron Reed. They have Kenny Clark, so they've got some pass rush juice there. I think that what this signals to me is they think that they want to play bigger with their linebackers, and they want to play more traditional, maybe nickel, where it's true 4 and 2, and then you have the opportunity to get more creative behind it. The Buffalo Bills pick is in. As we look at the board right now, Croc, who makes sense for Buffalo given their need? Could we see the first running back come off the board here?
I don't think you're trading up for a running back. Originally, I thought it would be a running back where they were picking a couple of spots later. But when you trade up, that means this is a premium position that you're probably trying to go after. And if you look at some of the cornerbacks that flew off the board as of late, I think maybe they go that direction and try to help Tre'Davious White and get somebody to play opposite him. Levi Wallace, he was okay, but they need somebody else. And I've mocked guys like Elam to him. I think that's the guy who will fit. Yeah.
It is Kyer Elam from Florida, the cornerback to the Buffalo Bills.
Kyer Elam, cornerback from Florida. Versatility is the name of the game in today's NFL, and that is perfect for Kyer Elam. Brandon Olson from Locked On Gators here. Kyrie Elam played a variety of coverages at Florida, primarily cover 1 and cover 3, but also played a lot of cover 2 and quarters throughout his time in Gainesville. He's the perfect matchup for those height, weight, speed freaks that we see now, as he's got excellent length and 4.39 speed to match, so he's capable of becoming a team's eventual cornerback 1, and he's able to contribute instantly for any defense that's looking for some help in the secondary.
This is a position of need for the Buffalo Bills at cornerback. Kyrie Elam, what did you think of him as a prospect?
I like what he brings. Physicality, he's going to jump that route. He's going to make you earn playing through him. I think Joe Marino picked him in our ultimate mock draft, and Joe knows what he's looking at in terms of need. There's also been some injury. So this, in the cornerback group, this gives you an idea that they value the group, but he's had some injury as well. So for me, that's a bit of a question mark, but in terms of fit, what they do on the field, I like this one.
I know you prize movement skills in a corner. What did you see out of him?
Oh, good. Runs with guys vertically. You know, you talked about what Sauce Gardner did against Jamison Williams when he played at Alabama, but go put on the film and watch what Kyrie Elam did when he played against Jamison Williams. And he wasn't scared of either one of those receivers running downfield vertically with him. They tried trickery stuff with it. He didn't bite on it. It didn't work. I think he's a guy that has a really high upside. And it reminds me a lot of C.J. Henderson when he was coming out as a prospect. And I thought Henderson was drafted in the top 10 and deservedly so. I think a guy like Elam going at pick 23 overall, that's a good spot for him. But I think he has maybe a higher upside than some of the other corners that have come off the board so far.
We have the Dallas Cowboys on the clock right now at 24. Some of the guys that you liked for them have already come off the board. Some of the guys that they liked reportedly have already come off the board. So now, as we sit here, just from a need standpoint, position value, where do you think they need to add?
I think they need to add an offensive guard. They need an offensive guard. That's what their need is. But knowing Miss Double J, right? Double J and his son Steven, you know, they may go out and they might reach, and they need in that building they want a defensive end. Right, for some reason they lost Randy, they lost Big Randy, and they want to get a defensive end. They also are talking about getting a receiver. Those are two things that I know have been going on in the building. It's not what I would like. I would like for them to go ahead and secure the offensive line, because without giving that offensive line presence, you can't get Zeke going, you can't get Dak throwing. It doesn't matter how many accessories you put around them. So you need to solidify the offensive front, but I feel like they still think that there's some value in that in this draft later on. So they may not go for it in this first round, but don't be surprised if you see a Jermaine Johnson, just because he's the glitz and glamour that they need in terms of a spark plug on the defense side of the ball.
JJ takes JJ.
Yep.
Does Jermaine Johnson make sense for the Cowboys at this spot?
I mean, they still have Tate Lawrence. They're saying offensive tackle is one of their primary positions that they need right now. Receiver, maybe?
They would do it. I would be mad, but they would do it.
They like the fireworks. Jerry Jones, and he knows what sells tickets, and he built a palace there.
The reason why I say defensive end, I can see them doing it instead of taking the offensive guard like they need to take. It's because of the fact they drafted some dude last year. What was his name? Linebacker, Micah Parsons.
Oh, Micah Parsons.
Yeah,
sure.
so if you add a guy, Florida State, Jermaine Johnson, who has that dog in him, which he does. There's no question mark about that. I know there's other question marks about him, but there's no question about his energy and the fire that he comes off the line with. And you pair him up now with, on the other side, you got DeMarcus Lawrence on the other side. You're able to bring back some of your other pieces, and then you put the what we call the bazooka on the Cowboys podcast and Micah Parsons. Now you're acting some defensive pressure that you paired up with Dan Quinn and the mismatches that he's able to put out there. You're causing some issues.
Do you have to think about what the Eagles have done and how that impacts your future in the division?
Absolutely. Who are you facing twice a year? So, I mean, if you don't have that interior offensive line solidified, you're going to have some problems. You already have problems when you face Big Fletcher Cox. He's taking up your guard and your center at the same time. So now you put Jordan Davis in there, your defensive ends are going to be free. You're putting your offensive tackles on an island. Right now, you only have one offensive tackle that is a sure thing, and that's Big Tyron.
Is there an offensive lineman, offensive tackle in particular, that you think could make some sense here? We haven't heard Bernard Raymond from
Smith out of Tulsa.
Oh, Tyler Smith from Tulsa could be.
You want to run it? You want to get nasty?
Oh,
He's your guy.
I mean, that's another guy who a lot of people like big Trevor Penning and how nasty he was. And Trevor Penning had some of his flaws as well from a technical standpoint. I think Ty Smith, getting another big, nasty guy, but, has some areas where he needs to improve from that technical aspect. But he has it. And this would be a terrific pick, a guy who obviously played tackle, also can play guard as well. Versatile piece that I think can really help the Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys and the Cowboys men, they're really big on swing tackles. They're really big on offensive linemen that can play more
Did it
than
with
one
Connor
position,
Williams.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So opposite, they try to with Connor. Connor's just not an in-the-box guy, but they need a guy that can simply sit in there and play the guard position right now. And then when Tyron Smith vacates and decides to retire, can slide out and play and fit that tackle position. So that might be the look that they're going for.
There's another name out there from Georgia as well, Sawyer, who played tackle as well. He can play inside. I like him better in there too. They're looking to do that. Or it could be, a grab type position. Pickett's is the other guy from Georgia they might want to make a splash with.
Well, the Cowboys pick is in. Who is the pick that would make you spit out your water?
A receiver. Any receiver.
like Christian Watson from North Dakota State, all of a sudden coming in to.
Yeah, just anybody.
Nothing would surprise us with Jerry Jones, but they were. The best part is high fives in every draft room after every pick. It doesn't matter who it is. They're thrilled with it. The pick is Tyler Smith, offensive tackle from Tulsa.
Nice pick.
Tyler Smith, offensive tackle from Tulsa. If you like your offensive lineman to be mean and nasty at the point of attack in the run game, Tyler Smith is the prospect for you. Hi there, I'm Jake Hatch, part of the Locked On Podcast Network here, and Tyler Smith, what he flashes on film is an ability to be an impact run blocker from day one in the NFL. I believe that may necessitate a move for him to play guard early on in his career, but at minimum, this is a guy who will be a two-way offensive lineman for an NFL team, meaning he can play both guard or tackle for that team. And if he lives up to his potential, he could be a long-term starter at right tackle for an NFL franchise. Great athleticism, great ability to fit into whatever scheme is asked of him at the NFL level. This is a guy who will need to work on his pass sets a little bit at the next level, but do not let that dissuade you from being hyped for this young man's ability. Tyler Smith is more than capable of being a contributor at the NFL level. I look forward to seeing him out there in the NFL.
Dallas makes their pick and gets Tyler Smith. We're going to check in with Locked On Cowboys. Landon McCool, consensus here, the Cowboys should have gone this route. Were you surprised they actually did?
I think I'm a little bit surprised about where Tyler Smith was taken. I think, he was a guy that the Cowboys, or at least a lot of us, were looking at as a potential, situation of a trade up, maybe from 56. Mm-hmm. I think the board fell the way it did in a really terrible way for the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. And I think that they decided once they couldn't trade back, that Tyler Smith was probably a good solution. He kind of fits two needs, a tackle of the future and then a guy that you hope can play maybe some left guard for you right away. So I think it made some sense, but I don't think it was necessarily their plan A.
Certainly a weird draft. I think everybody's boards are getting a little mixed up. How much of this is, seeing the Eagles loading up on defense, they really got to protect Dak and do what they can to keep him upright?
I'm sure that, that they were certainly thinking that as the draft was going on, but I think that this was likely an offensive lineman, or a wide receiver, depending on how it fell, no matter what. I mean, I think they would have taken somebody outrageous if they had fallen, but I think the way that the board fell, most of the wide receivers that you wanted to take in the first round are gone. And frankly, two of the guards that you thought would definitely be there, or at least one of the two guards that you thought would be there, were taken early. So I think Tyler Smith was one of those guys, along with Penning, that they thought they could draft as a tackle of the future. They could play inside for a little while until Tyron Smith retires. And now you've got two Ty Smiths on the left side of your offensive line, hopefully to protect yourself against some of those Eagles and Giants defensive linemen.
Definitely hitting the spots and doing the best they can with their spot in this draft. Thank you for joining us, Landon. So Cowboys make that selection in Tyler Smith. We're going to go toss it back to you, Peter, and see what you guys think of it.
Isaiah, we were talking about this as we were coming out here, as they were doing that interview. This is a potential to have him play next to Tyron Smith, to learn the craft, and then eventually be the heir apparent to Tyron Smith.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tyron Smith, there's always an issue with Tyron. He's a dominant offensive presence. He's a man that you put out there on the island. It doesn't matter who you line up outside of him. He's probably going to put the E-Hondas on him and shut him down. But the issue with Tyron Smith is over the past 4 or 5 years, he's missed at least 3 games per year. So you have somebody that you can have come in and fit that need. One of the areas that people were kind of questioning about the Cowboys was the center. They drafted Tyler Biadasz a couple years ago, and he hasn't really came to who they want him to be, but he hasn't done a bad enough job to where he needs to be replaced. So it's like, how can we put somebody next to him to really shore that up? Because there happens to be another Pro Bowler on the opposite side of him. So how can we put two guys on each side of him that can really kind of sandwich him and really secure him, and then have Tyron on the outside that could then mentor this young man? And when Tyron decides to hang it up, then he can just go ahead and bump out there and be your starting left tackle.
One name that we were talking about as we were thinking about what was going on with Tyler Smith and what pick could be with the Dallas Cowboys was Jermaine Johnson, this pass rusher from Florida State, whose name has not been called. I mentioned earlier tonight there was top 5 buzz with him that he could go to the Jets. Croc, why do you think he's still available?
I think that's $1 million question. A lot of people are wondering that right now. I mean, this is a guy who, like you said, some people were saying, and we probably mocked him at 4 overall to the New York Jets at one time or another, and definitely not past the top 10. But to see him right now still on the board, there has to be something I don't like. I know talking with my co-host, Locked On 49ers, Brian Peacock, thought he was a little stiff, getting around the edge. I thought he moved well, tested well, watched him perform at the Senior Bowl. Thought he did a terrific job there. Stood out as the best pass rusher in my opinion, but still on the board. Definitely a big question mark right now.
12 sacks last year, 18 tackles for loss, but 2 years at JUCO, then went to Georgia, couldn't get on the field or couldn't produce at Georgia. A lot of guys like Trayvon Walker didn't really produce, then went to Florida State, put up the gaudy numbers. Is the multiple stops something that you think as an NFL team you're going, did this guy not want to compete? Like, is that something that you think could be a little bit of a, not a red flag, but like maybe a pink flag?
I think that there was just those top tier guys that they wanted at the defensive end position. I think once those guys went, those needs are really filled by all the teams that were looking for that particular position. Everything else has kind of fell into place, right? Guys need offensive linemen, they needed cornerbacks, they needed interior D linemen. There hasn't necessarily been a team that needs a defensive end, until the doggone Baltimore Ravens are back up on the clock right now, and we know how much they highly tout that particular position. So you're able to potentially put him on the roster with guys like Big Campbell and things of that nature. Now all of a sudden you have a scary defensive front, which you always know is important in Baltimore.
This is the Ravens pick because they traded Hollywood Brown to Arizona. That means who's catching the ball for Baltimore? Could this be a receiver?
It definitely could, especially when you consider with Johnson, one of the reasons he's here is because of his pass rush win rate. It's one of the lower in the top 5 of these pass rushers too. So he's clearly slotted in where he belongs. So that is juxtaposed against an upheaval for Watson or Pickens, one with a physical limitation currently and one with an experience limitation. So either of those could be about even with him. I think it could go either way.
If you're Baltimore, are you taking the value of Jermaine Johnson? Are you looking to fill a position of need? What do you think is the value play here?
I think you have to take the best player available. And if Johnson is the highest player on your board, you don't want to reach for another position that might not come in and make it as much of an immediate impact. So go with the guy who's at the top of your list and make him your primary focus here.
If you're Baltimore, Isaiah, why do you make a trade like this to give up the guy that was really your, outside of Mark Andrews, who's your de facto #1 pass catcher? Why do you give up on Hollywood Brown so soon?
They know something we don't, obviously, because it's not the talent. It's not the ability. It's not the production. So there must be something internally going on, whether that be contractual or whether that be some things that are off the field that we might not know about. Maybe there's an injury that they're dealing with in this offseason. But in terms of his production on the field, there's no reason why you would get rid of that man.
A lot of players from that class getting traded. These receivers right now. We saw A.J. Brown on the move. We saw the potential of Deebo Samuel being traded. And now Hollywood Brown. So I don't know what it is about that receiver class specifically, but these teams don't want to re-sign those guys.
I'm just waiting for someone to report that Terry McLaurin is going to the Green Bay Packers. That's just what I'm waiting for. We'll see what happens there. If you're Baltimore here, what about offensive line? If you're trying to support Lamar Jackson, this is a run-heavy team. Could that be where they go with a pick like this?
Certainly could. Salyer is one we talked about. Bernard Raymond, if you want to go outside. Linderbaum on the inside. He's kind of a specialized selection, but you never know what they want to look for.
The pick is in, and it is a bit of a surprise. Tyler Linderbaum from Iowa, the center, is the pick.
Tyler Linderbaum, center for the University of Iowa. The All-American center is one of the best offensive linemen to ever come out of the University of Iowa, which is saying something considering Iowa is known for producing NFL-caliber offensive linemen. I'm Andrew Way with the Locked On Hawkeyes podcast, and this is my quick breakdown on Tyler Linderbaum. Do not let the combine talk fool you. Although Tyler is a bit undersized, With shorter than usual arms by today's NFL standards, the tape speaks for itself, as do the advanced analytics. Tyler stood out and graded out as the nation's premier center last season and allowed just 1 sack and 7 total pressures and 457 passing snaps. In the rushing attack, Tyler Linderbaum can be a mauler who is able to quickly get to the next level and take on second-level defenders to clear pass for the running game. As a former wrestler, he does a great job with hand placement and technique and has a motor that is going to make every single GM wish they had 22 Tyler Linderbaums. Although positional value will cause Linderbaum's stock to slip a little bit and his draft value to slip a little bit, whatever team picks up the former Hawkeye center will be happy with that they did, as he will likely cement himself as a top 3 center by the end of his rookie contract.
Tyler Linderbaum here going to the Ravens. We're going to check in with Locked On Ravens, Kevin Ostreicher, again to see what he has to say about this. You at one point said you did not want this guy at their first pick. Do you want him as their second pick? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm definitely content with Linderbaum here at 25. At 14, yes, I feel like that would have been a little bit of a reach for the Ravens, but getting him at 25 is actually decent value. Now, his fit is not I'll say the best in Baltimore scheme, but the Ravens can work with it. And this was actually a pretty good smoke screen job by Eric DeCosta, the Ravens general manager, who has kind of talked about a little bit of, all right, do the Ravens need a center or not? But also John Harbaugh talking about how the Ravens felt pretty confident in their center options like Patrick McCary and Kristen Cologne. So the Ravens going with Tyler Linderbaum, a position they haven't historically invested in. So this is a bit of a new thing for Baltimore, but I think Linderbaum, who's widely regarded as one of the best center prospects to come out of the college ranks in years, makes a pretty good pick for them at 25, but it just wouldn't have been the best at 14, in my opinion.
So the trade around to get to this point, is this something where they're just trying to address different needs, or were you surprised at all that they did this to get this pick?
Yeah, the Marquise Brown trade shocked me, and it was something where with these big wide receiver contracts, you have to wonder if that did play in to a couple of things there, but the Ravens get 23. They then trade back to 25. This team now has 6 fourth-round picks, so I don't think we're done here in Baltimore with potential trade ups or just trades in general. But this was technically a position of need for the Ravens. I personally think Patrick McCary is better as that super 6 offensive lineman instead of a starter. This now gives the Ravens that positional flexibility there. And I think for Linderbaum, he can come in, still be a good player. And I've said, and I've preached on Locked On Ravens, that if Linderbaum was the pick for the Ravens, just because his scheme fit isn't a perfect fit, doesn't mean he doesn't have the potential to be a very, very good player in Baltimore.
Certainly, and they do work well with their players into adapting them into what they need. So I have a feeling we'll be talking to you again soon. Kevin, thank you for that. The Ravens making that pick at 25. We've now got the Jets on the clock right now, I think. So we will toss it back to you, Peter. There's a lot going on right now, so we'll make sure we're in the right spot.
It is the Jets at 26. Who can keep track of everything? We said at the top of the show, guys, that this was going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts that we have seen in a long time. And rarely do those things live up to the hype, but this has absolutely delivered on what we were looking for, with players coming off the board above, below, players moving around. We have the superstar blockbuster trade. We've got 2 receivers on the move. This is crazy. If you're the Jets, you had 35, you had 38. Who are you coming up for here?
Johnson? We talked about them maybe getting an edge rusher. They went cornerback, and then they went receiver. I can only assume that now they want to kind of bolster up that pass rush, unless maybe they value the guys that they have in-house more than the media.
If they do get Jermaine Johnson, think about the haul that they come out of this draft with. Garrett Wilson, who could be the best receiver in this class. Ahmad Gardner, who could be the best corner in this class. And now Jermaine Johnson, who, at least from the media mocks, was a top 15 kind of player in this draft. That would be quite the haul for the Jets.
It definitely would. I don't think he was worth that, and this has proven it out, but I do think that he brings something special to what you are building as a defensive unit, and that's what you have to do. And you know Robert Saleh as well as anyone. You have to have that front side to go with your backside and what you're trying to do with your corners, and this makes sense.
I'm not going to make a joke about that. What do you think about what we've seen from the Jets so far in this draft?
Efficient. They've been efficient. You just broke it down in terms of the value that they've been able to take away from this draft in this first round. And depending on what they pick up right here, they see something that they like and they're coming to get it. So here goes Goodell right here.
When you have all that draft capital, it gives you so much flexibility to say, okay, well, we see someone falling, let's go get him. And they were able to stand pat in the top, get their guys. Now you're able to be a little bit more aggressive. The Jets, with the 26th pick, which they came up to get, they stopped the fall for Florida State pass rusher Jermaine Johnson.
Defensive end Jermaine Johnson from Florida State University is the type of player that NFL GMs, coaches, and scouts should be salivating over going into this year's draft. The ACC Defensive Player of the Year finished last season with 70 tackles, 18 tackles for loss, and 12 sacks. He was the most productive player on Florida State's much improved defense and one of the most productive single-season Florida State defenders ever. He was a one-year transfer from Georgia, and boy, were we happy to have him, and I am confident that some NFL team will be extremely happy that they called his name out during the first round at the start of next season.
Locked On Jets, John Butchko with us once again. We've been talking to him a lot tonight because the Jets have been making a lot of picks. Now, Jermaine Johnson, we had pretty high on our board. He ended up falling. Are you happy with this pick? Any idea why he fell to this point, or are you just happy that the Jets got him?
It's difficult to say why he fell this far, but this was a guy who was rumored to be in the mix for the Jets at 4.
Right.
And as I mentioned a little bit earlier in the night, there was a lot of talk that the Jets were really going to target a defensive end with one of their original 2 first-round picks because Robert Saleh's defense is based on generating pressure, especially from that edge position. And while the Jets are getting Carl Lawson back from injury this year, there was a question mark across him of who was going to be there. And now the Jets really have 2 bookend pass rushers. And Jermaine Johnson fits really well because he's also a very strong run defender. So this is a 3-down player. This is not a guy who's going to be playing situationally in year 1. He'll step right into the starting lineup. And suddenly, with the return of Lawson, this defensive line looks really good.
Obviously disappointing you guys couldn't get Deebo Samuel, but with the 3 picks that you've been able to make so far in this draft, are you pleased with the decisions the team has been able and who they've been able to get?
Yeah, I think the 2 core needs heading into the night were defensive end and wide receiver, and they've addressed both of them with guys who project as potential big-time impact players. And on top of that, they've built a really strong group of corners. Heading into last season, corner was maybe the weakest position for the team on paper. They entered last season with a bunch of late-round first- and second-year players as their starters. This year, they've really upgraded it. They, of course, drafted Sauce Gardner tonight, but they also added DJ Reed from Seattle in free agency. So this is a defense that really had a lot of trouble stopping teams last year. And now they've built a very strong defensive line and a very strong group of corners. And they got Zach Wilson, the pass catcher he needed. So I think all in all, a very strong night for the Jets.
Absolutely, and exciting to see the defense that they're building up there with the Jets. Thank you, John, for all of your wisdom as we've checked in with you several times tonight. We've got a trade for the next pick, so I'm going to toss it back to Pete at the big board, cross off some names, and tell us where we're at right now.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock at 27, but I wanted to just show you the fall. So the Locked On NFL Draft guys had Jermaine Johnson more in the range where he went, right? But there were plenty of mock drafts that we saw where he was more like in this range. And that was just not where he ended up going. But still, even on your board, Treylon Burks, Trevor Penning, Kenny Pickett, Kenyon Green, Jahan Dotson, guys that went before him, and now this is the kind of value that the Jets are getting. He comes off the board. So, Ryan, as you look at the board here, as the first round winds down, you have this group. Trent McDuffie is also off the board. This group here, could we see Malik Willis in one of these picks? We don't think the Jaguars traded up for Malik Willis. But then you have this cohort here. Who do you think is the next positional fit and value here?
I think the biggest value is probably Dax Hill because of his versatility right now. If you need a robber safety, you can get that. If you need a nickel corner, you can get that. For some that believe he can go outside and play as well. So I look at that and I see him being as fit. Lewis Cine is probably your favorite safety. Yeah. He also can bring a whole lot of hurt to a defense that needs some physicality there. I personally think that Devontae Wyatt's probably the best interior pass rusher still left. So somebody who has a specific need in that area could go that direction.
If you're the Jaguars, who is this move up for?
Linebacker. And, we're looking at the roster right now, and it's not looking too pleasing at that Mike linebacker position.
Someone like Devin Lloyd, perhaps. What did you like as you watched Devin Lloyd, Croc?
Oh, good. I mean, you're talking about somebody that, flies around, make plays. Now, he's a little bit older than some of the other guys. Stayed around college, 5th year, as is, a lot of other guys in this class because of the COVID year. But big-time playmaking ability, shows range, ability to play out in coverage. if you are Jacksonville, you don't have Miles Jack there anymore. That's going to be a position of need, and you want someone to be able to come in and still have kind of that veteran presence because of the maturity of being in college a little bit longer and being out there in Utah. I think he's the guy that can do it.
Why not Nakobe Dean, who is also a popular first-round potential kind of player?
I think it really does come down to the physicality in the league, and there are concerns about his size. That's been the concern since day one. It certainly seems to be proven out here unless he's selected right here. I think the other thing that you can get out of Lloyd is that the versatility that is there as well. He can drop off the edge. He can go outside. He can play backward as well as forward. Whereas I think Dean needs to get to a spot and play forward from there a little bit better. So I think it's the versatility.
How do you see this team's defense changing with, now you had Trayvon Walker, if they get a linebacker here, some of the guys they brought in free agency. How do you think that can they take a step forward?
They're going to hope so. And, they drafted cornerback last year with
Tyson
Campbell early in the second round. So, they've been working to add younger guys at each position. I think the biggest thing is going to be how quickly can they transition to the NFL. And it's going to be a team that really needs it. A lot of the complaints that I was hearing about the Jacksonville Jaguars was the defense and how weak the defense was. So going out there and attacking some guys that you feel can come in and make an immediate impact at both levels, I think that's huge.
This is the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm your host, Peter Bukowski, with the Locked On NFL Draft crew, Ryan Tracy, former NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, and Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback over here on the couch. And at the board, it is Kainani Stevens. She's going to be talking with our Locked On local hosts, giving you the blow-by-blow and the fits for all of these players. We've seen a whole mess of trades. We're gonna have to get accountants in here to figure out what's going on day two, who owns what picks. Of the trades that we've seen, which one stands out to you?
Oh, A.J. Brown from Tennessee to Philly. I mean, that was, again, Philadelphia. I don't know what they ate or drank last night or this morning, but they came to play. They came to play, and obviously, getting big Jordan Davis at the defensive line, and then obviously making that move for A.J. Brown and just continuing to add to the weapons that they have at the receiver position. That was the biggest trade by far.
Any of the other ones, the draft pick going up to get a player trades that stands out for you, Ryan?
Really, I think everybody's trying to find value. Nothing really says alarm bells to me, other than the ones that involve already players that are already in the league. But I think the volume of them is just what's grabbing me as a whole. Is so many maneuvers here.
I think Buffalo moving up to get a cornerback.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the cornerbacks were kind of flying off the board, and you're sitting there and you're like, man, we're at pick 25 or 26. We need to make something happen here. And you go up and get a guy like Tyre Elam and jump in front of some other teams. I think that was one there I thought that was a pretty intriguing trade.
What about the Chiefs moving up for a cornerback? I mean, we thought it could be a receiver earlier in the day. We thought it could be a pass rusher. In the end, they issue both, and they go with a cover player.
Yeah, they do, and that's just the way that the board falls. If that's who you have graded there, that's who they're going to go after. The interesting thing is, McDuffie is a guy who played 18% man in college, 82% zone. Not exactly the Spagnuolo formula, but that could signal a change. They seem to be willing to open that up, and I do think that he plays man decently. I like that fit for the Kansas City Chiefs.
The 27th pick is in the Jacksonville Jaguars. Take Devin Lloyd, the linebacker from Utah.
Devin Lloyd, linebacker from the University of Utah. If you want an All-American player who is going to be capable of contributing at every level of your defense, Devin Lloyd is the player for you. Hi, everybody. I'm Jay Catch, host of Locked On Utes here on the Locked On Podcast Network. And Devin Lloyd was a consensus All-American this past season for the University of Utah. And any Utah fan will tell you that he was the key piece, maybe the ultimate piece of what led them to their Rose Bowl run this past season. More than capable of making plays across the field, in the backfield, in the run game, in the secondary, in his pass sets. He is able to affect the game at every level, and University of Utah fans were able to enjoy that for the past 2 seasons. He will be that same type of player in the NFL. I believe he's a 3-down linebacker who will be a day one starter for an NFL franchise, and whichever team happens to land him is also getting an A-plus human being off the field. No nonsense, all business type player who simply wants to be the best he can be. That is what you're getting in Devin Lloyd.
The Green Bay Packers are back on the clock with pick 28. We are going to bring you so much more here on the Locked On NFL YouTube page. Continuing coverage, subscribe. We'll be back after this. Locked On NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Kyler took that organization from where they were when they drafted him to where they are right now. Is it where they want to be? No, but you've seen the steady growth. So I think that he's got a really good argument.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason, because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
We are back with our Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. I am Peter Bukowski, and I am your host with the Locked On NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and Kainani Stevens is at the board with our Locked On NFL hosts around the nation. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. They shocked us with the 22nd pick. Quay Walker, the linebacker from Georgia, now with the 28th pick. There are some receivers available on the board: Christian Watson, George Pickens, some other guys who could be available to them. Is that the direction that they go? Georgia Bulldogs have been a popular run for the Packers. It is now 3 straight Georgia Bulldogs in the first round for the Green Bay Packers. They take defensive tackle Devontae Wyatt. And this is a shocker, guys. To not a receiver is the reality of the situation again.
Again, and we just talked about this, right? Aaron Rodgers has been their dude for a long time. He's produced year after year. He came back, got MVP. Oh, didn't do it. I ran it back, got another MVP. And you're still not providing him resources. I don't know what their expectation of him is, aside from him being Jesus, that he's going to continue to be able to produce at this high of a level without them surrounding him with talent. Mind you, he just lost Devontae Adams, the league's arguably the best receiver in the league, and you still haven't added anything to him offensively for him to be able to throw the ball to. I don't know what their game plan is.
I think it speaks to the volume of second and third round receivers because the Chiefs did the same thing. They trade Tyreek Hill away, they go and get McDuffie. In a trade up even. So I think that's just about you have the grades and you feel like in day 2 you're going to be able to get somebody that can help in a way that you really like. I think you have a favorite and I think you might be right.
Yeah, my favorite for Green Bay has been Alec Pierce. And I think he's a guy that can step in day 1, move around. He was able to play outside for Cincinnati, play inside in the slot. He's able to create separation with his route running ability, but also can take the top off of a defense. So when you see a guy like that and you don't foresee him going in the first round, maybe you move up in the second round to be able to get him, but I'm not surprised at all that the Green Bay Packers decided to go in a different direction, especially this late in the first round.
Here's what doesn't make sense to me, guys. Devontae Wyatt is, again, a non-premium position player as an interior defender. He's an older prospect. He's 24. Rashawn Gary is younger than Devontae Wyatt. Rashawn Gary was in the 2019 draft, and this is not something that we've had a chance to bring up yet, but Devontae Wyatt has a handful of prior arrests for domestic violence and family violence and some issues that are stemming from his character. It's actually very frustrating. The draft started right before the Packers were going to pick. Andrew Whitworth was the man of the year. And they do this whole soliloquy about man of the year stuff. And then the pick is a guy who has this past history with domestic violence. That's frustrating for me as a fan of just the NFL. It's frustrating as a Packer fan, and that's before we even get to the positional value with the stuff with the wide receivers, because they can come back, George Pickens, Christian Watson, Alec Pierce, Khalil Shakur, Jalen Tolbert. I mean, there is, as you said, a cadre of guys on day 2, but also look at the guys at the top of the second round. There's going to be plenty of teams trying to look for receivers. So if you're the Packers, are you just admitting this is a new time for this Packers team? We're going to be all defense. We're going to try and do to the 49ers what the 49ers did to the Packers in the divisional round at Lambeau Field? Or is this, hey, Aaron Rodgers, we're paying you $50 million.
Figure it out.
Go figure it out and make these guys better. You can do it with second and third round players. This is like almost worst case scenario for me in terms of the players that I thought they needed to be targeting. Because this is a team that's deep, but it's also a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl now. You take 2 non-premium position players, guys who are not going to start for you anytime soon, certainly not this year. So there is a time and place to go outside of your traditional structures as an organization. This is one of those times, and they didn't do it. So I don't understand it. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But if you're the Packers, if you're Aaron Rodgers, like you're probably going.
Now what?
I'm throwing the ball to who again?
How much can Aaron Rodgers carry a receiving core where Allen Lazard is your best target?
Well, maybe you need to have Aaron Jones out there a little bit more as a pass catcher. You need to hand the ball off to A.J. Dillon a little bit more. Isaiah's shaking his head. I'm with you, Isaiah. Like, from an organizational standpoint, why not treat this the way that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did and say, we're just going to bring in all these weapons. We're just going to load you up. If you're Matthew Stafford, we're going to bring in Odell Beckham Jr. We're going to do all the things to get you ready to go.
I don't know. I can't stop thinking about what it looks like at Aaron Rodgers' house right now.
He was on Pat McAfee Live earlier.
Like he threw something. He had to. I mean, because year after year,
it wasn't a pass to a first-round receiver.
It was
we know
not
that.
a pass to a first-round receiver. And I'm looking at their draft picks. I mean, as I'm hearing you guys speak more about the second day, they don't pick until 53 and 59. Mm-hmm. So if everybody has the same psychology, the same approach in terms of the second day, but as soon as day 2 start grabbing receivers, they're not going to have receivers to pick by the time it comes around to their opportunity again. So I don't know I don't know if they're planning on trading both of those away and getting back up to the top of the second round, but it sounds as if these second round receivers are going to be gone by the time the Packers pick again.
I can't say that I'm shocked. Have we seen this before? This sounds like a merry-go-round, right?
It is.
This is a commonality. And in terms of this pick, I agree with you about the concerns about the off-the-field matters. I think they probably got blinded by the fact that he is an elite athlete for the position, and one that I haven't seen in the Matrix for probably 5 years in terms of overall athleticism at this position. Sometimes that puts blinders on, and if you're already akin to not taking care of your quarterback, this certainly gives you a green light to go in a different direction. I agree. I would not have done this, but I'm trying to make sense of what they did.
Brian Gutekunst is going to prioritize athleticism above all else, and it worked with Rashawn Gary. I think it worked with Eric Stokes, who was not, in my opinion, a first-round corner and had a really good rookie season. A.J. Dillon, a freak athlete, and was awesome last year. The Patriots are here at 29. I'm going to hijack the whole show if we don't change topics. The Patriots are here at 29, and they can go in a lot of different directions. This is a team with plenty of needs. Isaiah, how would you stack the needs on this Patriots team?
It's tough. It's tough. Their defense really carried them last year. They spent a lot of money last year in terms of the tight end position as well by going out and grabbing the 2 top tight end free agents. I think that they need to continue to provide Mac Jones with some support in terms of some offensive weapons. I think they need to continue to add at the receiver position. They need to continue to work on his ground game. They need to try to alleviate as much pressure that he has on him as possible. So I don't know if it comes in the form of a running back or if that comes in the form of a receiver right here, but I think that they need to support him some way, somehow.
On the flip side, I would ask you too, what have we seen them do before? Is there another Patrick Chung in their future? Could they look at the safety position as a utility player, somebody like Sean or Hill, that can maybe do multiple things to allow them to be differential with their defense again?
Are there other players up here on the board that we're looking at? We have to cross out a couple of these guys. Daxton Hill seems like a Bill Belichick kind of player who can play a little bit of everywhere. George Karlaftis, if they want a little bit more pass rush. A Trey McBride. They could use a tight end maybe. If they've spent a lot of money on tight ends last year, but they didn't produce a lot. So, I mean, there are some nice options here. Could they go high upside? David Ojabo, who's the pass rusher coming off Achilles. I mean, we're getting down to it, guys. The cupboard is a little bit barren here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about the running back position?
I mean, that is an area where they need to definitely continue to kind of throw bodies there. And they had a couple running backs last year that I thought played well coming in, guys that you weren't expecting to see do some big things. And they leaned on that. You talked about them leaning on the defense. It was defense, run game, and Mac Jones, can you make a throw here and there and just don't throw us out of a game? And if you looked at late down the stretch of that season, the Patriots, they lost 4 out of their last 5 games. Yeah. And in those 4 games, their quarterback threw 7 interceptions. The one win was against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So continue to kind of take a little bit off of his plate. And I think having a running back there or maybe a receiver would definitely help.
It is a strange pick.
Whoa.
It is interior offensive lineman from football powerhouse Chattanooga, Cole Strange. And I got to be honest, guys, we don't even have a video for Cole Strange. Because this was not a pick we were expecting in the first round. We also, shout outs to University of Chattanooga. We do not have a Locked On Chattanooga host either, but this was a guy at the Senior Bowl, right? You got a chance to see him up close?
He was at the Senior Bowl, and we watched a lot of them. You talk about a guy with a kind of a mean streak, kind of throwback type game style, a guy who could play center, also can play guard as well. So you got multiple positions there, and I'm pretty sure the Patriots like that. It is interesting to see where they drafted him because this was a player that most people weren't expecting to see taken until maybe 3rd round. So he goes in the 1st round. He's probably surprised by that as well. But a player who they must have liked whatever they saw at the Senior Bowl. Most people did. But I don't think anybody expected him to make that jump from Chattanooga to being in the 1st round.
Let's see if Mike Debate did from Locked On Patriots. Kai's with him.
Let's give a shout out to the Mocs. We're happy for them getting a 1st round pick out there. But Locked On Patriots, Mike Debate, good old friend of mine. Patriots Nation, we always say you never expect them to draft on the first day because they're going to trade it down far enough until they get out of it. And then is this just Bill picking who he wanted to pick at this point?
Yeah, I think it really is a little bit of both. I think Bill Belichick definitely drew a bead on Cole. He was mocked to the Patriots in a lot of mock drafts, but not in the 1st round. Mm-hmm. So it really get the impression that they like the player, but I don't necessarily know if the fan base is really going to like him at 29. Look, bottom line, one of the big problems that the Patriots had last year was protecting Mac Jones, giving him time to be able to operate within the pocket and be able to find time to be able to hit his targets and find their routes. Cole Strange allows them to do that. He is, like Crocky said, he's got that, that motor, that extra little bit of maybe nastiness that the Patriots need on the offensive line. So solid pick, but again, I think people are going to be questioning whether or not he needed to do this in the first round. He meaning Bill Belichick.
I think obviously everyone's critical in New England when it comes to drafting because Bill Belichick has a little bit of a spotty record, of course. So when he's going for a guy when it's not necessarily best available, it's filling a spot specifically. They do have a good record with their offensive line, obviously, over the years. Can they train him up and coach him up to be what they want?
Yeah, I think they can. I really do. The one thing that I like about Cole and the footage that I've seen on him, and I, considered him to be a possible Patriots pick in later rounds, was the fact that he has a very good football IQ. He really is very awareness of the space. He's got a great ability to adjust in pass protection, great timing in the running game. And that's something that the Patriots have had difficulty traditionally defending the last couple of years. They can get a guy in there now that is a developmental guard. Most likely he's going to slot into that left guard position that the Patriots have vacant right now after losing Ted Karras. This could be a solid pick for New England. So I know a lot of the fan base is probably going to be a little bit confused by this, but trust the process. This one can pay off for the Patriots if they develop him the right way, and I think they can.
And Bill, we trust. Thank you, Mike. I don't know when we'll see you again because the Patriots like to trade down, but we appreciate you joining us here at 28. 29, KC's already got their pick in. George Karlaftis from Purdue. Toss back over to you guys to talk about things.
George Karlaftis, edge rusher out of Purdue, someone who's trying to make a name for himself in a deep, deep class of edge rushers. Hey, I'm Nate Dickinson here with Locked On Big Ten. With Karlaftis, it's someone who may be other than Aiden Hutchinson. And again, a deep class of edge rushers and a deep class of edge rushers even in the Big Ten. Karlaftis may be, other than Michigan's Hutchinson, the most pro-ready of anyone that we see in this class. He does a little bit of everything. He could start week one for your team if he goes to a team that needs him. It just comes down to the kind of fine-tuning with him. Karlaftis has what Lance Zierlein of NFL in his analysis called a Hulk smash mentality that can get him burned at times, but again, the aggression is something you love to see, and if he can get that down, he of course is going to be scary 100% of the time for anyone trying to get by him at that level. It's going to be really, really interesting to see where he goes because again, he can be a week one starter for a team that needs him. But we'll see if whoever takes him decides to go that route. But anywho, George Karlaftis is a day one contributor kind of player. He is that ready for this league, and NFL teams are well aware of it.
A day one starter and potentially now a day one pick. The Kansas City Chiefs get George Karlaftis, not the Greek freak, but he was the goalkeeper on the Greece 16 and under water polo team. So that'll be a fun activity in the pool at the rehab maybe for George Karlaftis. What do you think about this pick?
I don't think there's any water in Arrowhead anymore. And if your KCPD is watching, I think Brett Beach is stalking me. This is not a pick that I wanted to see. This is a power player that crushes the pocket. He's classic Spags. He does not bend. He does not move laterally well. I actually had him in my write-up as possibly a better 5-tech than an edge rusher.
Yep.
And so I'm a little bit concerned about what they're trying to do and if they're going to augment with changing up the volume of blitzing that they're going to do, or if this is just he fits in my wheelhouse. I've seen him before. I hope that he's the same as what I've had in the past.
What did you think? You liked Karlaftis better than Tracy on tape.
No, I don't think so. A guy that definitely has a good, his first step is pretty good. But again, I think the kind of lack of to really be able to bend around that corner, that was something that I didn't quite see, especially when you're trying to, get to these quarterbacks in the AFC West right now. I don't care what anyone says. Derek Carr, he's a really good quarterback in the NFL. Then also you have to deal with the other guy over there, Russell Wilson, chasing him down. And then the other guy, who might be one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL, with Justin Herbert. So, tough pick for my co-host here. But he is someone, I don't think he's a bad football player. Everyone had a first-round grade on him. So for him to go at the tail end of the first round, I think that's good value for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Really great juxtaposition of the last two picks, because if you look at The Athletic does this thing called the consensus board. They take everyone's mocks and boards and they put them all together. Cole Strange was 73rd on that consensus board. He goes to the Patriots. George Karlaftis was 17th. So the Chiefs get great value. The Patriots don't. And yet, who knows? Who knows what they'll be in the NFL? We have a lot more Chiefs reactions with Ryan Tracy's co-host, Chris Clark. Kai has him.
We already heard how Ryan felt about it. We're going to have to check in with Chris Clark, of course, to get your side of things. Are you just as upset about this, or do you think this might work?
I'm not going to say that I'm just as upset as Ryan is. I know why he's upset. I think he doesn't think that it's a great fit, and I get it. But I do think that it's a position of need. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go with Boye Mafe, but Karlaftis fits a need, and they absolutely need something at the edge. So I'm happy that they got that position taken care of at least.
Edge rusher heavy draft, so they did go that way. Overall, they've been moving around a little bit here in the first round. Their first round grading, how do you feel like they've done so far, team-wise?
If I was to give them a grade, I'd probably give them, B+. Like I said, I didn't really care for the Karlaftis pick. Trent McDuffie actually surprises me just because of his size. It doesn't really fit what they normally do at the corner position. So I was a little surprised with that. And I thought they gave up a lot to go get him. But I was hoping that they would trade back with the 30th pick, maybe recouping some of those picks. But at this point, edge and corner are two huge needs, and wide receivers went early in this draft. So Kansas City is in a better position than they were when this draft started.
Kind of playing the board, or what the board gave them, I guess. Going forward, do you see them still going defense, or you think maybe they'll pick somewhere else going forward?
No, I do think that they can wide out at 50, and they may have to move up if they want somebody specific, if they want Watson or if they want George Pickens or whoever they want at wide receiver, because I figure there's going to be a run on wide receivers probably starting, I would think, at the later part of the 30s, just because there's so many wide receivers that already went off the board.
Absolutely. So we'll have to keep an eye on things. Chris, thanks for checking in. I'm sure Ryan's happy to see you checking in as well. The Bengals are on the board at 31. We're nearing the end of the first round. I'll toss it back to you guys.
At a certain point, doesn't every team have receivers? Come on now, save some for the rest of us, please. For Ryan and I, please, everyone, help us out a little bit. So we're coming down to it. The Super Bowl representatives for each conference, although Minnesota is taking that 32nd pick because the LA Rams don't pick until I think next week sometime. But the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock now. The pick is in. When you look at this Cincinnati team, they built it through free agency, but they also hit on some critical picks, including first-round selections with the 31st pick. Can they get the same sort of – they're not going to get Jamar Chase from someplace like this. It is Daxton Hill, the safety. I like it. And we really like the pick over here on the couch.
Isaiah Holt from Locked On Wolverines here to tell you a little bit about Daxton Hill. Daxton Hill is Michigan's Swiss Army knife, or was Michigan's Swiss Army knife on defense, and certainly a leader at the safety position. While he is a safety, and that's probably where he will end up at the next level, he can play corner. He has that speed. He has that athleticism. Michigan played him in nickel a lot. They started him at nickel in his freshman season. He played 3 years at Michigan, and he was put in a lot of different positions. He is also really good at blitzing. We started to see that this year. You can put him on the edge. You can blitz him from other places around the field. He can, he has good hands. He can intercept the ball. But what he's really known for is his speed and athleticism. He has a little bit of everything that you want in a defensive player. Now, he might not have the flashiest of stats, but aside from Aiden Hutchinson, he was probably Michigan's best player on defense. But he's the kind of guy that does everything right. He can make up for mistakes by using his athleticism. And you know what? He comes from an NFL pedigree. His brother Justice Hill is a running back in the NFL as well. So interested to see where he goes. Certainly could see him being a first-round type because he is that type of talent.
Daxton Hill, defensive back from Michigan, played in the slot, can play safety. Where would you think that his best fit is in the NFL?
Yeah, he's a nickel guy, and I'm curious to see, how he makes that transition and maybe going to more of a two-high or a single-high type guy, because everything you saw at Michigan was him playing in that slot. But at the end of the day, even if you're a slot, that is a starter in the NFL. Most teams spend most of their time in their sub packages. So to see the ability that he has as a pure cover guy, and I value that, especially with the way that the NFL is going right now. You need to have those cover skills. He has hips. He has feet. We saw at the combine, he has speed, ran in the 4.3s. A guy that has that change of direction and can match up with, or his receivers. He has the size to match up with tight ends as well. Then also, they talked about him being able to blitz off of the edge. He's one of my favorite prospects in this class.
Where were you on Daxton Hill?
I had him right about here. I actually mocked him multiple times to either the Chiefs or to the Green Bay Packers because of that versatility, because he can do everything. Even some think he can play outside, and I think that ability, especially for a team that had some good play and some down play in their corner room, if they can avoid injury, I think he can fill in any number of spots for them.
Isaiah, as you look at this Bengals team, did you view that defensive back spot as a place where they needed upgrade?
I mean, absolutely. I think you can say that about any doggone team in this league,
yeah.
Especially with the divisional woes that they're going to be going up against. So anytime you can add that value and that versatility at that particular position, especially that type of speed, it's always going to be a plus for your organization.
As we wind down here, the Minnesota Vikings pick is in at 32. There was some tectonic shifts in the league. We mentioned the A.J. Brown, the monster trade, some big guys at the top of the draft, and some teams moving up to get the kinds of things that they wanted. Croc, how does this change how we think about who the best teams are in the league right now, if at all?
Well, I think some of these teams, I'm curious to know what their strategies are, because you draft guys and they become productive and they're really good for your team, and then it's like, oh, well, but we don't want to pay you. We're seeing a lot of these young players deal with these contract disputes and issues that they're going through. So I think that's the first part. Will teams start having the issue paying guys that they drafted, even though they're doing what you drafted them to do?
We have Jake Lisco from Locked On Bengals to talk about Daxton Hill, and Kainani Stevens is with Jake.
Jake, we had to check in with you. Obviously, Daxton Hill was the highest we had left on the board. Do you feel like the team went with what was best available at this point?
I think that the team was probably a little bit conflicted and probably a little bit upset that George Karlaftis went right before they picked, but Daxton Hill's probably going to fit in as a versatile piece, as the guys were discussing. The difficult thing for me is figuring out where exactly he fits in year one. The Bengals have a slot corner, and where they were hoping to address, I think, was Kyer Elam, the cornerback from Florida. He went off the board much earlier. So they instead get a guy who can play a little bit of safety. Mike Renner from PFF thinks that he can be a split safety, a high safety in the NFL. And there's also some thought that, he covers the slot really well. He did a lot of that in Michigan, and that's where the Bengals have Mike Hilton. The Bengals do like to use 3 safety sets. That's probably how he fits in year one. And to Ryan's point, I'm interested because he has the athleticism to play outside corner. He's been playing safety his whole life. I'd be really interested to see if he gets any looks at outside corner.
There's a lot of versatility there. It could be interesting to see what they do with him exactly. Was there any thought possibly for the team to look offensive line here, or was that just not really available at this point?
I think the way the draft fell, none of the offensive linemen would have been in consideration for the Bengals here at this pick. I think that once Tyler Linderbaum got picked, the last guy they would have considered in the first round was gone. I know there was a lot of smoke around the Bengals completing their offensive line overhaul in the first round, but honestly, I don't think that was ever very high on their radar. We've been looking at defense for the Bengals with this pick for a few months now, really since and it was reinforced, I guess I should say, with their activity in free agency going after all those offensive linemen. They also drafted 3 offensive linemen last year. So that's my thinking there.
All right, Jake, thanks for checking in with us. We appreciate it. We've got our final pick of the first round up there, I think. So we're going to head it back over to you, Pete, and you guys can talk it out.
With the 32nd pick in the NFL draft for 2022, the Minnesota Vikings have taken Georgia safety Lewis Cine. And this is, we got a little mini safety run. They moved back from 12 to get Lewis Cine. They add some future picks. Croc, what do you think of the tape from Lewis Cine? That was a guy that I love to watch.
Yeah, well, people thought they'd go safety, but they just thought it would be Kyle Hamilton at pick 12. And it looks like it's Lewis Cine. And, I mean, he is my safety one in this class, so I was that high on him. A guy, when you talk about how he closes ground on guys that are carrying the ball, it's crazy the speed that he displays. And he also displayed that at the combine, running in the 4.3s. Another guy that's really hot on the ground. But, I mean, he lays hat, right? I mean, he's laying a hammer on guys. The way he was able to come down on guys against Alabama. I saw one matchup where he kind of lost against Robinson, where Robinson kind of drove him back a little bit, but it didn't matter. Next time he had that opportunity, he came down and hit him just as hard. Then you see him in coverage. You're talking about a lot of teams that go to more too high, and they want guys that can play quarters, defense, and safeties that can match up in space with the receivers pushing vertically, and he does that extremely well, getting in phase, getting his head around, knocking the ball away. So I think he just has an overall game that translates very well to the NFL, as well as the high-end athletic ability too.
We have Lucas Braun from Locked On Vikings to bring his take on all of this, and Kai is with him.
Checking with Locked On Vikings a little bit later than we probably thought we were going to, right? So expectation versus reality with them trading down. Are you surprised with the way this shook out?
Well, first things first, Peter, you don't get to call me Lucas. Your team didn't draft well enough for that, okay? Look, the trade down is weird because Kyle Hamilton was on the board, and they trade down to 32 on historically based trade charts that are made off of like what teams typically pay. The Lions paid less than teams typically pay to go from 32 to 12. But on like outcome-based charts that measure like how picks tend to work out, the Vikings project to come out ahead, right? So you got to hit on the picks. But it seems like the Vikings didn't really go with what the market usually is, and maybe they could have gotten more out of the Lions for that. And it's a divisional rival. Jamison Williams was on the board. They obviously wanted him really, really bad. I feel like they could have eked more out of the Lions for that. Picking Lewis Cine, though, was really interesting because I kind of thought, okay, Hamilton, they passed on Hamilton. They must like Cameron Bynum, who started a couple games at safety last year, looked pretty good. Maybe they're ready for him to take the next step, but then they take a safety anyways. And Lewis Cine is not your average safety, right? Like he's a lot more versatile. He can insert in the run really well. He can kind of fly that quick trigger downhill, that 4.37 speed. So they got a fast safety, and maybe they just wanted a fast safety and they were worried about Hamilton's speed, which personally I super disagree with. I think his 40 time is kind of lying to us, and you can see on tape how fast he is. But I guess that might be where the Vikings land.
Luke, it's one of those weird drafts where like we were kind of off base, and now it's at the point where people are just taking who they like no matter where their pick really is. So do you feel like they were just kind of honed in on him at this point and they just went with it?
I don't think so. Look, I can only really go on my own board, right? I don't know what the Vikings looks like, so maybe he was the highest guy by a mile, right? But it was kind of who happened to be their highest guy on the board, right? I could have taken Andrew Booth there. I would have loved if they took Malik Willis. Kind of hard to see them taking a quarterback the same offseason they extend one. I could have taken Boye Mafe, Minnesota guy, University of Minnesota guy, Kyler Gordon, Logan Hall. There were a lot of players that I would have been okay with. But Lewis Cine, for me, probably my second favorite thing they could have done after take Malik Willis.
Okay, so good on your list then. We appreciate you, Luke, for checking in with us. We're closing out the first round. It's been a long, weird day so far. Peter, what do you guys have for us? Or what is your recap of the day, I guess?
I know the guy that covers the poverty franchise is not talking about who is doing drafting well and who is not. I don't know about that. Lucas Braun, when we come back, we will wrap up round one. We will go biggest shocks, best player available as we head into day two. Of course, we will be here live tomorrow on the Locked On NFL YouTube page and Saturday. You cannot get rid of us. A lot more coming up. BetOnline.net is your number one source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is back. It's brought to you by our friends at BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. Peter Bukowski with you here as we try and figure out best available. We will bring in our friends at Locked On NFL Draft, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and Kai Stevens in just a second. Best available here from our guys at Locked On NFL Draft. Malik Willis, quarterback. We thought he would be a potential top 10 pick. Someone could move up and grab him. 20 to the Steelers. It looked like a possibility. We also, pass rusher Boye Mafe, another quarterback, Desmond Ridder, who another guy we thought was very much a first-round possibility. Andrew Booth from Clemson. Guys, as you look at this board, in terms of best available, what names stand out to you?
I think there are a couple of names that jump out to me immediately. One, David Ojabo, and I think people anticipated this fall because of the injury, but to me, still big-time talent that, eventually will recover from this injury. So that's the first guy. Then the second guy, sticking with the defensive line here, Travis Jones, defensive tackle out of UConn. I think that's another guy at 6'4", the way he's able to move and penetrate and get in there after quarterbacks and affect the run game as well. He's another big-time talent where I'm like, man, I'm surprised the Packers didn't go with him over who they took.
There's one player left on my board that had a first-round grade. It is Andrew Booth. I think the injury is driving him down some. Wasn't able to test this offseason. I think that just gives him a little bit of a question mark. I do expect to see him in the top half tomorrow, though.
Was there a team that you thought, Isaiah, came out and you just go, I don't understand anything about what I saw tonight from them?
Oh, there's ends with Bay, starts with Green.
Oh.
Yeah. There's also another one, Kansas City. I was kind of surprised at some of the things Kansas City did as well. But Green Bay, I'm every year, I guess I should start getting used to it. But I'm just flabbergasted as to how they just continue to just disrespect Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Every year, and I know people online are saying, "Oh, a good defense gets the ball back in his hands." To do what with?
I guess they hand off to Aaron Jones.
So you're saying it's a bad idea to trade away a top 2 receiver and not replace him with something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
Especially when you did nothing in free agency to help him. And I think that's the bigger question mark. So you didn't do anything in free agency, and I'm pretty sure most people were assuming, well, they'll address it in the draft in the first round. There's plenty of receivers here. They didn't do that. But on the bright side, they do have 2 second-round picks, and maybe they can address it then.
Do we have bourbon on the set? Anybody know? Brown liquor
You're
of
going to
some
have to
kind?
get one of those Aaron Rodgers. He said he had 3 fingers. You're going to need about 3 fingers worth of bourbon after tonight.
I think he had 4 fingers after the Jordan Love pick. Yeah. Please, Croc, give me another name.
All right, another name over here, Nakobe Dean. I mean, a linebacker who a lot of people had going in the top 15. Then, okay, the size and okay, well, the testing, there are question marks around there, but he's a guy that flies around on film. So I get it. Maybe not the sexiest pick from the analytical aspect of things, but the productivity, the ability on the field, it's all there.
Ryan, what team did you come out of the night going, wow, I thought they really did a lot of things that make sense to me?
You know, it's a draw. I think the moving around, I thought the Texans helped themselves in a number of ways. I love the Stingley pick. If you believe that adamantly in it, go do it. And I think that they did that. I think the fit with Kenyon Green, as we talked about at the time, was a really nice pick for them. Helping both sides of the ball, they can go into the future. I think those are guys you can build on.
Did you have a winner?
Philly. They just came in and they were the bullies of day one. Absolutely. They were the
drafted a bully in Jordan Davis.
They drafted a bully. They put him next to another bully, and then they went out there and got another bully on the outside. So these guys they're playing bully ball, and they're in the best conference to do so, in NFC East. That's what it's known for.
Well, we have 2 more days of this. If it's anything like today, we are going to need, well, first of all, a lot more liquor on the set, please. Go ahead.
No, there's another team of fan base that might need some liquor, and it's not Green Bay Packers, they're on my mind, but the New England Patriots taking Cole Strange, a guy that a lot of people thought would go late in the 3rd round, and they take him in the 1st round, and nobody's talking about that. I think that was one of the more surprising picks of the 1st round.
Yeah, that was the biggest toss-up. I'll tell you who else feels the pressure tonight. It's that team in D.C., and I think Jahan Dotson does as well, because to move back and make him your only selection in the 1st round, I think he was a 1st-round player, but I think he was at the tail. And now he has to have that pressure, and they have to have the pressure to pay off with that selection. I think that's a tall order.
We'll be back tomorrow night. We are going to come starting at 6:30 Eastern time on the Locked On NFL YouTube page. If you liked what you saw, tell a friend. Let them know that you enjoyed the show. Remember, we are brought to you by BetOnline, where the game starts. For Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Isaiah Stanback, and Kai Stevens, I am Peter Bukowski. We will see you tomorrow night.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. They dream up that sweet team victory at night and chug it down with their morning cup.
This team has one of the brightest futures of any.
They are locked on their team and can't get enough. To all you super fans, we feel you. That's why we give you Locked On podcasts, to give real fans out there just what you like. Locked On, your team every day.